Thanks for that, going into my first close, by the way.
Good morning, everybody. We are at 8:30, so if we could have everybody start to get settled and we'll get going. I know we've got a pretty robust agenda today, so all right, I think we've got everybody. So good morning, everybody. It is 8:30, so we will go ahead and get started. And with that, I'd like to call to order today's meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Saturday, May 3rd, 2025. And if we could go ahead and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if I could have Commissioner Booth lead us in the pledge. Thank you for that. And if I could have the department do a roll call, please.
Chairman Rogers.
Here.
Vice Chair Young.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes. Here. Commissioner Booth. Here. Commissioner Bourne. Here. Commissioner Caviglia. Here. Commissioner Keel. Commissioner McNinch. Here. Commissioner Walther.
All right, thank you for that. And if I could have the County Advisory Board members in attendance stand and be recognized, and if I could, given that we're on Zoom and everything, maybe have you come down to the mic and state your name, please.
Tim Wilson with the Carson City Cab.
Jim Cooney, Elko Cab.
Chrissy Pope, Nye.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral, thank you.
Joe Krim, Pershing.
Kobe Rowe, Washoe.
Steve Robinson, Washoe.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine.
All right, thank you. And how about any county advisory boards attending today via Zoom? Wow, okay. Thank you for that. With that, we will close out agenda item number 14 and move on to agenda item number 15. And this is public comment period, informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So with that, is there any public comment here in Reno today?
Good morning, Kathy Smith, Washoe County for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Public trust is the bedrock of effective governance, and that trust relies heavily on adherence to the principles of an open government. Principles the U.S., and by extension our state, has embraced through commitments like the Open Government Partnership. These principles include transparency, accountability, and crucially, meaningful public participation. Today I want to focus on that third principle, participation. An open government doesn't just allow people to speak. It creates processes where the public input is genuinely considered. It values civic participation equally without discrimination. This commitment goes beyond simply holding meetings and accepting comments. True participation requires responsiveness. Responsiveness means more than just listening politely. It means being open to persuasion. If the public is invited to participate, but their input, concerns, and diverse perspective demonstrably have no potential to influence the direction of decisions, then participation becomes merely formal, not substantive. It risks feeling performative to the people offering their time and perspectives. When genuine consideration seems absent, the process, however formally correct, feels meaningless. There is a concern that the current practices of this commission fall short of this standard of meaningful responsive participation. The perception among many is that decisions are frequently predetermined and that members are not genuinely persuadable, regardless of the input received during public comment periods. When decision makers appear unresponsive, especially to viewpoints that differ from well-established interest, prioritizing the perspectives of hunters, ranchers, and trappers over others, it inevitably erodes public trust. It leads to alienation among significant proportions of the public whose quality of life is directly affected by your decisions regarding Nevada's wildlife. Furthermore, justifications for current operational norms, such as reliance on specific funding structures, may not align with public expectations for fair and equitable governance, potentially deepening this sense of alienation. I urge each of you to engage in serious reflection. How do the Commission's processes ensure that public participation is not just formal, but substantive? How is responsiveness demonstrated? Is there a genuine openness to being persuaded by the diverse values and concerns presented by the public you all serve? Ultimately, deciding important public questions while claiming a neutrality that may not be truly achievable risk backlash and resentment. Fostering a richer, more engaged civil life requires a genuine commitment to participation that is truly meaningful, one grounded in responsiveness and willingness to be persuaded. Thank you.
All right, any other public comment here in Reno this morning? All right, seeing no additional public comment here in Reno, how about any public comment via Zoom?
Chair, if I could just remind our Zoom attendees, if they wish to make a comment, to hover at the heart at the bottom of their screen, and they'll be able to raise their hand. We don't have any at the moment.
All right. With that, we will close out agenda item number 15 and move on to agenda item number 16, and this is approval of agenda for possible action. The Commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for May 3rd, 2025. The Commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So with that, any comments or questions regarding today's agenda from the Commission? All right, seeing none, we will take this out to public comment here in Reno. Any public comment regarding today's agenda? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom this morning?
Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, my name's Joe Maslach, and I'm not a Zoom person, so I couldn't get my hand up earlier on the public comment period. Can I still make a public comment period? Not based on just the status and game recommendations?
There's going to be multiple opportunities for public comment, including during that agenda item, if that helps
Okay.
you, sir.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll be perfect. Thank you.
All right, seeing no additional public comment regarding today's agenda, I'll bring it back to the Commission for any further discussion or comments or motion.
Seeing no further comments, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 16, approval of agenda.
All right. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Young and a second from Commissioner Barnes on approval of today's agenda as presented. All those in favor with an aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries for today's agenda. Moving on now to agenda item number 17, and this is member item announcements and correspondence. It's informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the Commission. Any item requiring Commission action may be scheduled on a future Commission agenda. The Commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the Commission since the last regular meeting and provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So with that, I don't, yes, Director Janae?
Thank you. For the record, Alan Janae. So since yesterday's meeting, we have received, I believe it's 13 emails, and they were all to do with agenda item number 11 yesterday, the coyote hunting contest regulations. But those will be forwarded to the Commission.
All right, perfect.
That's all we've received.
All right. Thank you for that. Anything from the Commission at all on any announcements, correspondence? Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the CAB members that are here today and yesterday. We were questioned a few meetings back whether or not our CAB committees were still a part of the commission, and it's nice to see a good turnout and your input that you provide to the commission. So pat yourself on the back.
All right. Anything else from the commission? All right. Seeing none, we will move on from item number 17 to now agenda item 18. This is County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife, informational. County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So how about any county advisory boards in attendance here in Reno?
Mitch McVickers, White Pine. I'd like to thank the department and everyone involved for getting Cave Lake done. It's a huge part of our community, and I don't know if anybody's been out there to see it, but it is nice, and I think there's a few more things we can finish up with, but it did turn out really nice, and it's been a long process, so thanks for all the help and involvement. And then the shed season, that's probably one of our biggest discussed topics, whether you're in the town or at a meeting, and we sit here and adjust seasons and dates with everything else every year. I don't think maybe we can work with that and move forward with a better option there, I hope. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. I should have brought this up yesterday, but I didn't. But I want to put it out there that I would like to thank the department of all of their support. They've helped with the advisory boards, especially with this new system that we're going to be working today. They actively supported us. It answered any questions we had. We had personnel out there working with the boards, and anytime we need anything, we're able to contact Linda or somebody, and we get the support. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. I would like to ask that we have information regarding the elk management plan, the state plan, and our sportsmen in Elko County are very interested in looking at the sub-plans, specifically the Western Elko County and the Wells Management Sub-Plan. I would very much appreciate it if we could get that as an agenda item when your next commission meeting happens in Elko. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Excuse me, any other county advisory boards here in Reno? All right, seeing none, how about any county advisory boards via Zoom?
Just to advise, we now have Brian Hooper from Humboldt Cab. And again, if you wish to make a comment, please hover over the bottom of the heart and raise your hand. No hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, with that, we will close out agenda item number 18 and move on to agenda item 19. And this is biennial big game release plan for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 for possible action. Again, this is biennial big game release plan for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 amendment. Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza, the commission will review and may take action to approve an amendment to the department's biennial big game release plan for fiscal years 2025 and 2026. Good morning, Mr. Espinoza.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. I just want to point out that, in prior years when we put this, or prior amendments, I should say, when we put this together, we would just provide the amendments that were being considered by the commission. But I thought since this is the fourth time and the last time we'll be amending this, that you guys should see the body of work that was in this. So we included all of the various release plans for the various big game species. But the two that we're adding to this particular amendment are the Tobin Range, Hunt Unit 045, and then also the Clan Alpine Mountains, Hunt Unit 183 for desert bighorn sheep. For the Tobin Range, that particular release complement would look to be approximately 50 animals. And then for the Clan Alpine Range, we have a range of between 20 and 40. We have Staff Specialist Mike Cox for bighorn and mountain goat here to help with any questions. As you know, and I'm sure that this will evolve into several questions by the commission, this is part of a larger body of work that is being undertaken to relieve the situation that we have in the Muddy Mountains in Clark County to provide a release valve essentially for those sheep down there. We recently, well, as of yesterday, we got a notice from the BLM state office that the categorical exclusion for the Cortez Range was approved. As you know, that was a pretty large undertaking for a categorical exclusion. A lot of credit goes to our staff in Elko and then Deputy Director McAdoo for his work in orchestrating all the coordination efforts with landowners out there, as well as the various interests associated with that. So we did get assigned CX yesterday, so that provides us with the go-ahead to move approximately 50 animals to the Cortez Range. So between the various release sites, we now have an outlet for approximately 150 sheep to be moved from the Muddies to other areas, including Utah. So with that, I'm going to kind of turn it over to Staff Specialist Mike Cox for some words from him.
Good morning, Chair, and rest of the Wildlife Commission. Mike Cox, bighorn sheep and mountain goat staff biologist for NDOW. Guess I'm here more for answering some questions that I know that we will probably get. I will state that the two amendments for today were put together about the same time that we were getting test results back from our pre-sampling effort we did back in mid to late March. So that was our last opportunity to really look at a short list of herds that could be viable for, as Division Administrator Espinoza was stating, as a release valve for the drought issues that we're having on the bighorn herds down in Clark County. And so I think we may have submitted those before we had the full array of test results. And the Clan Alpines didn't come back the way we wanted the results to be. We didn't have any active infections that we detected, but we did have some antibodies to mycoplasma. So depending on what you need, what you want, I can go as deep as you want, or I can share some more information on the thoughts that we put together for this release plan, the amendments, and I'm sure there's going to be people want to talk about what's really going to happen in June coming up. So it all kind of hinges, I guess, partly on this release plan.
Relative to the Cortez release plan, prior to this, there seemed to be quite a bit of opposition with the individual landowners in that area. How'd you get it accomplished?
Well, I was sitting on the sidelines, high up in the bleachers, and I was asked to help a little bit, but it truly, I think a big part of it rests on the shoulders of Deputy Director McAdoo. Yeah, it was probably something that we weren't quite prepared for in terms of some of the negativity of reintroducing an animal that thrived in the Cortez Mountains before European man showed up, our state animal. But yeah, it was really a team effort, mostly by our eastern region, associated with Caleb McAdoo, and I think the big one was just sitting down one by one with the landowners, the primary landowners who have private land scattered. It's checkerboard, just like a lot of that land along the Humboldt River, and to hear their concerns, their opinions, future issues. And so there was cooperative agreements that were drafted and modified based on input from the landowners. And maybe, Caleb, would you like to speak to that process? Because you can do it better than I.
Good morning. For the record, Caleb McAdoo, Deputy Director. I appreciate the kudos, but honestly, it was absolutely a team effort. Critical pieces for the conversations, took the whole team to get this across the finish line to a place that all parties involved were comfortable. But Mike is right. Really, it came down to sitting down and discussing with the affected parties, understanding what their concerns are. You have folks that have livelihoods, everything from mining to ranching, and they certainly don't live and breathe wild sheep every day like we do, and we're less familiar with, perhaps what may or may not be concerns. And so, we held a town hall meeting, and we worked with some NGO partners into 3-party agreements to put assurances in should there ever be damage that is incurred. But an important note, in those cooperative agreements, all the parties committed to make future recommendations to the commission to keep that population at a sustainable level of 200 adult animals, not taking away any authority that the commission may have, but that all parties would work towards making recommendations in the future through management actions. And that was a big component. And I think this really leads up, quite frankly, a lot of the pushback that we received on this potential reintroduction centered around what was perceived as the department's inability to appropriately manage sheep in the Muddy Mountains at unsustainable levels. And that was one of the biggest hurdles that we had to overcome, was to demonstrate we do in fact have that ability. Sportsmen are committed to keeping sheep within appropriate management levels and carrying capacity. So again, it was a big conversation, lots of conversations, and it took a lot of staff and NGO partners to get to those agreements. But ultimately, I think we're still in the draft stages on 2 agreements, just working out some nuance, but ultimately we'll have about 8 cooperative agreements with landowners, specifically within the bighorn sheep habitat in the Cortez, as well as adjacent, and when I say adjacent, over 9 miles away, domestic sheep operators.
Thank you, and good job.
Thanks.
All right. Any questions from the commission at this point? Yes. Oh,
All right, I'll go first. Hey, Mike, can you give us a little, I know you just talked about the clan alpines and the antibodies. You guys aren't detecting the antibodies in the Tobin range?
Yes, Commissioner Caviglia, Mike Cox. So I've got a list of all of our test results, and I know Nate LaHue, our wildlife vet, is here, and I think it probably bears time to not only talk about the test results, but what they mean. And so, like I said, I'm just going to go back to the point where we were given information from the southern region associated with some of the NGOs down there, like the fraternity, that things were getting pretty dire, and that was in January. We had just finished up doing a bunch of captures, like test and remove up north, but we hadn't looked at anything down south. We had the opportunity to get a capture crew back here in March. So yeah, we went through basically looking at a map of the whole state of desert bighorn sheep and the history of those herds, all of them having a pathogen spillover at some point in the last decade, and taking a look at the recent aerial survey data. So then we made a short list. It was short depending on who you were. I always have to pay the bills, and so it wasn't all that short. So we looked at the Stillwaters, the Clan Alpines, the Tobins, the Excelsiors, the Wasicks, which is Mount Grant next to Walker Lake. And then we went to the Mormon Mountains, and we also looked at the Arrow Canyons to see what was cooking there or not. We did not sample the McCulloughs. And then we also looked at the Spring Mountains. And so we were focused on trying to capture yearlings. And so this is where I'm gonna ask Nate to come up and talk about the process of exposure, the animal's immune response, and what happens after that. And so I think that again, I think it's important for everyone to truly understand what these test results mean.
Nate LaHue, Wildlife Health Staff Specialist for the record. So we kind of differentiated up into 2 different strategies. One was potential release sites for the muddies. Muddies being a clean herd. We wanted to put them in an area, we're looking for areas where there was not current exposure, because if you have shedding animals and you put a bunch of clean sheep into that, you're gonna probably end up with significant mortality, followed by probably introduction of additional chronic shedders. And so we looked at, as Mike said, we looked at a map and we targeted lambs or almost yearlings with the idea of they represent the most recent level of exposure. If we catch 3, 4, 5-year-old ewes and they're positive, they have antibodies. Well, that just means sometimes they can hang on to those antibodies for years. And so they were exposed. It doesn't necessarily mean there's an active chronic shedder in the herd. Whereas if we catch these yearlings, well, they were exposed, if they're positive, at some point between when they were born and when we caught them. And so that was our strategy for muddy release sites. And we tried to catch them and instruct the capture crew to spread them out. We expected that, lambs from ewe groups are going to have similar exposure levels. And so we wanted to, look at as much of their mountain range as we could in order to, not miss, potential shedders. As Mike said, so just going down through what we tested, the Tobin range, all clean. Everything came back both PCR and ELISA negative, meaning that there's no exposure or those animals have not been exposed since they were born. So that put that as a green light for a potential release site. Stillwaters was a mixed bag with one ELISA positive, one ELISA negative, and 2 indeterminates, which are not don't have a strong ability to tell you one way or the other about their exposure level. It's kind of in that middle where the test result just comes back as indeterminate. Clan alpines, unfortunately, all 4 were ELISA positive. We also got an additional hunter harvest PCR positive, which I believe came back as a Southern Nevada strain. Excelsiors were positive in addition to finding a positive for the Mojave strain PCR. And the Wasatchs, we didn't get any PCR positives, but they were all ELISA positive, unfortunately. That was, oh, thank you. That's PCR. Yep. Yeah, so just look at, so the Wasatchs were, the history was in, I believe, 2016, we had all negative during a capture event, followed by one hunter harvest PCR positive in the years since. It hadn't been recaptured. So with those results, as far as release sites for the muddies, the Tobins was the one that really came up as the best site for release of those animals, not exposing those. As far as the Southern Nevada, we knew there was active strain typing, there was at least, especially with the McCulloughs, we had hunter harvest in the 2023 season that were positive, multiple for the Mojave strain. And so we knew that was circulating, so we didn't feel a need to capture that. But what we wanted to do is if we were going to move sheep either from the McCulloughs or the Arrow Canyons, we want to move PCR negative sheep, but what we want to do is if we're going to move them to another area that's also positive, we want to match strain type so that, if it's, say, Arrow Canyons where we've detected the NTTR strain, if we can move them to an area that has also had the NTTR strain, those animals that we move should have the immunity to survive any exposure to that NTTR strain. What came up initially as just looking on the map, was the Mormon Mountains as a possible release site. Unfortunately, 3 out of 3 were PCR positive. 2 showed no ELISA, meaning they were very recent infections, and strain types were a mixed bag. So we had an NTTR strain, a Southern Nevada strain, and one that was only so we sequenced 4 loci, or 4 different sections of the genome. One was only done to 2, but it doesn't match anything that we've currently detected. So we don't know whether that's a new strain or if it's just some lab issues with the not being able to do that, sequence both of those. But it definitely put some question marks on the Mormons, and we've asked Waddle to go back and see if they can get a better sequence on that individual. The Spring Mountains, again, we mostly just detected Mojave, which does match McCullough's, but they do have both Southern Nevada and I don't have the number off my head, but an additional strain that's seen in the Spring Mountains. So that's kind of a rundown of all those test results. Arrow Canyons did come back as, we didn't get any PCR positives, so not showing us any new changes from, or no additional strains besides that initial detection of the NTTR strain, but 4 out of 5 with non-indeterminate results were positive on ELISA. So, including 2 yearlings. So, evidence of active infection continuing in the Arrow Canyons. So, I hope that summarizes that. I'll stand for any questions.
All right, how about questions? I did have a couple questions along those lines. You mentioned, I think it was in the Tobins, maybe 3 out of 3 testing for a certain strain. Is there a certain number of animals that is deemed to be an adequate sample size? And have you met those in the Tobin and the Klein Alpines to feel that you've got a big enough sample size?
Well, so, Gately Hughes, wildlife health specialist for the record. So the Tobins, 4 out of 4 were negative on ELISA, so meaning antibody exposure. And the sample size really is, what we want to target is 1 to 2 yearlings per subherd. So, or 1 to 2 lambs, depending on when your actual capture event is. But you want to, for as far as for ELISA exposure. Because you want to have, you expect that most lambs in a subherd are going to have a similar exposure. So you don't need a large number from each subherd, but you want to make sure that you get that geographic spread. So we felt like 4 in the Tobins, with the area that includes and you know, we rely on the biologists on the ground to tell us, hey, what's the distribution of that? And with the Tobins, not being a large mountain drainage, things being fairly concentrated, we felt like that was an appropriate number. As far as the Clan Alpines go, once you find a positive, you found a positive. So I guess there's a certain level that you would want to make sure they're negative, but once you have a positive, more information is not necessarily, as far as an exposure level, is going to not necessarily tell you any additional information as far as ELISAs. Now, for PCR positives, in a herd that has been infected for a while, that's not a new, we expect about 5 to 10% of the surviving animals to become chronic shedders. So as far as trying to identify new strains is definitely like a mixed bag, and that's why we try to rely on some hunter harvest. And these are certainly not sample sizes where we could determine, you know, all the strains that exist in a population with any level of certainty. These were really focused on, is there exposure to MOV or not, based to the lambs.
So the sample size in the Tobins was 4 animals, and the sample size in the Klein Alpines was 1 animal?
3 in the Klein Alpines. And all were positive in the Klein Alpines. So if they were all negative in the Clan Alpines, there might be some more questions about whether, you know, if there's a group hiding that was positive, but given that they're all positive, it just, yeah, and there means there's active circulating MOV in there.
All right. Other questions from the commission at this time? Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, and thank you for the presentation. And I want to acknowledge the difficult situation the department's being put in with the muddies specifically, and obviously the disease across the state. My question is for Staff Specialist Cox. What is the limiting factor? Obviously, we want to move as many sheep out of 268, 267 as we can to get down to carrying capacity. As to the Tobins, it's 50, 20 to 40 to the Clan Alpines. Is it a disease? Is it a carrying capacity? Is it a fiscal concern? What's the limiting factor on not upping those numbers?
Probably logistics, maybe more than anything. Mike Cox, for the record. Commissioner Young, do you mean the total number removed from the muddies or the total number that each recipient herd could take? A little bit of both?
Both, yeah. Obviously, we need to get more sheep, as many sheep out of the muddies as possible to get down to carrying capacity. The question is, why not 75 in the Tobins or 100 in the Tobins or 60 to the Clan Alpines?
Well, there is a point where you're probably going to get animals dispersing if you put too many into a not novel area. You could have a group of 30 sheep just take off. So we definitely have carrying capacity. Let's just take the Tobins. It's probably in the 300 to 400 range. And there's about 150-ish, give or take, in there now. So we could, but I think we'd rather just let them grow into that and not create another monster to deal with. But I think it's all coming back to the Muddy Mountains is the only herd that hasn't been exposed to this Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae. And wasn't sure if I wanted to go here today, but I guess we're here. So bear with me. When I first started 32 years ago, I was a neophyte. And I've been in charge of this program for over 25 years. And I've spent a ton of time reviewing our history. And I have a ton of respect for the people that were before me, that were making the best decisions that they could at the time with the information they had. And we were pretty aggressive in the 80s and 90s and continuing in the early 2000s, more than any other state. I wish I was thinking about making a map. I have it on my computer, but I didn't put it together, of the distribution in space of the domestic sheep, BLM Forest Service allotments, and all of our awesome bighorn sheep habitat. And we took some risks. We took some risks to put sheep within 10, 20 miles of an allotment. And some may have said that, we went too far. But I have gone back in my head so many times in the last decade where we have lost almost 5,000 bighorn sheep in the state in the last 6, 7 years on my watch. And that hurts. Could it have been avoidable if we would have made different decisions in the past? We would have never got to 12,500, I can tell you that. I think if we were to have set a boundary, a distance to separate known sources of mycoplasma to newly reintroduced desert bighorn sheep herds, we probably only would have been able to get to 5,000, 6,000 animals. When I started, we had about 3,500. So that is, I guess, a metric that we need to, we can poo-poo it, or we can say, well, we had a heyday, but a lot of things crashed because we created kind of a monster. We created connectivity, which was our goal. And that is plain and simple. That was something 30, 40 years ago that we were all taught in college, and that's what it was before European man showed up, is we had populations that were commingling, they were interacting, they were sharing winter ranges. So if I go back and look at the level of risk we took, I probably wouldn't have done it. But it happened, and we saw the ability for Bighorn to repatriate and utilize all that resource. And now that moving forward, it was about 2014 when a lot of us in the West were just tired of chasing bugs. We had misinformation from diagnostic labs. We were thought or told that there was particular bacteria that needed to be cultured. At the time, we did not have DNA abilities to detect specific bacteria. We only could know if a bacteria existed in a bighorn from a live culture, from pharyngeal swabs, or tonsillar swabs. We finally got a breakthrough from some incredible biologists and epidemiologists and bacteriologists that figured out there was a trigger pathogen, and that's the mycoplasma. There are all these other bacteria that we were chasing and trying to figure out which one's the bad actor. We'll come to find out most of those bacteria are in every bighorn sheep. But it's until you get a trigger pathogen that sends all that stuff from the throat down into the lungs, you don't have any disease. And so we finally started learning about what was really happening with bighorn and disease. And then we said, all right, we need to look at, and we made that decision about that time, the same time, is we need to do a statewide disease surveillance. We need to know what's cooking, what's already been exposed, what isn't been exposed in all of our herds. And it basically took us a decade. We just wrapped it up a couple years ago to try to sample all of our populations. And in that time, I and others have been collaborating West-wide and sharing all of our sad stories and all the variability in pathogen exposures, herd responses to those pathogens, and just trying to look at every covariant from the food that they have available, the nursery groups that they form, the winter-summer range distribution, where rams are in relation to the ewes when the lambs are born and they're highly susceptible to this mycoplasma taking over and killing them via pneumonia. And we learned a lot, but we still have a ton of questions. And so I get that if we were in a great state of herd status, we had 13,000 bighorn, and we had sheep that we needed to move, and if we didn't have a good home for them, we're not going to move them. Everything's cool, everything's good. We got resources out there for all the herds, but I think we all have seen and heard over the last year that we're in a dire situation in Clark County and southern Lincoln and eastern Nye, and we do not have the moisture, we don't have the forage. We've been spending close to $1 million or more over the last 4 or 5 years hauling water, and we are not in a perfect situation. And so I think about all the risks that we took in the past, and some of it wasn't calculated. But if we go back to what we know today, which is a lot in terms of what each herd is up to. So for example, we'll just take the Stillwaters, for example. They had a pathogen spillover in 2019, right after we gave Utah 50 sheep, which were all clean. And we believe those test results, and they were all accurate. And we were just right on the cusp of a major spillover. That herd lost about 300 sheep. We had poor lamb recruitment for 5-6 years, and that has been circulating in there ever since. Now, as Nate, Dr. LeHue had stated, and then I'll expand a little bit more, we typically see 80+%. If you were to go into a herd within 4 months of the pathogen spillover, they're going to be PCR positive. They have active infection. Within a year, it's probably going to get down to 5-10. After 5 years, I always thought it was a bit lower. I know, and there's a lot of variability. That's the problem, is not every herd responds the same. So you're going to have a population of 150 sheep, 2 to 4 shedders left after 7, 8 years. And as the test results bear it out, not everything made sense, other than the Tobins. We had 3 years averaging about 60 lambs per 100. And to me, that is the best metric, demographic metric, to say, I'll bet you $1,000 if we test that herd for mycoplasma, we're not going to find it. And so they were 60. The Clan Alpines next door, they had poor lamb recruitment the last 2 of the last 3 years. This past year, they had 47 lambs per 100, which is above the average. Typically, it's about 40 for the Clan Alpines. So recovery happening, recovered, no. Stillwaters, same thing, poor lamb recruitment in 23, 25, below average. Definitely speaks to, yes, drought was happening, but I think it does speak to lambs were dying of pneumonia. This past year it was 40, so it's at the average. It's moving in the recovery direction, but it's not recovered yet.
Real quick, Staff Specialist Coxton, I really appreciate all that background. And I just want to real quick follow up. and maybe it's the Deputy Director Scott or McAdoo question as well. It seems to me from your concern is disease on increasing the Tobins and increasing the Clan Alpine numbers from the Muddies or Mr. Espinoza, it might be. What are the limiting factors on increasing that number real quick? Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Young, you opened the mind of Cox. So,
Watch what you
Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record, and I know Mike can speak to this too, but one of the issues that we're going to be faced with come June in that window of capture is that in that 3-day window, as we move back and forth between the blacks and the muddies, we want to try as much as we can to avoid chasing the same groups over and over again to try and capture that release complement. And it's going to be difficult as is, not to create what we want to try and avoid here, and that's myopathy within those herds. And, you know, as we re-enter each one of those mountain ranges, we're going to be chasing the same groups. So that's a limiting factor there too. We want to try and be as respectful of those animals as possible.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other, excuse me, any other questions at this time from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
Thank you, Chair. So Mike, on the Clan Alpines, based upon your recent results, is the Clan Alpines even still on the table for this year?
Depends on who you talk to. Mike Cox, for the record, Commissioner Caviglia. Again, I think in a perfect world, following the guidelines that are out there, we would want to wait until it's recovered. But it's not a perfect science. I mean, for example, the Stillwaters, there may only be 1 or 2 chronic shedders left. And then you have to look at what's the probability of adding animals that might come in contact. And one of the issues when you take an animal into a population that has been through a spillover and there's a potential for them to get infected is they could become ultimately a chronic shedder themselves. So whether they were to come from the Muddies, an animal that's PCR negative from the arrows, if you were to put them into a situation where there's high likelihood of them interacting with an animal that's actively infected, they have to go through that, just like us with COVID. You got to hang out, deal with it, cough, get better, and then you're not sure if you're going to become a chronic shedder or you completely clear that infection. And so that is one issue if we were trying to move animals from another herd while we're waiting for the Muddies to chill out because we ran them to death, all of them, because they're all concentrated now, would we potentially generate in these nursery groups a new animal that could become a chronic shedder, and then the lambs during their first 4 months of life now is going to be interacting with that ewe, and we could prolong the lamb mortality. Or there could be a situation where those animals just don't find that chronic shedder and have their lambs, they survive, and that chronic shedder may die of old age eventually.
I guess a follow-up, do you have the potential though in our herds that are like the existing herds that are carrying the disease, do you have a potential for those lambs that are born into that herd to become a chronic shedder though within the existing herds? So that potential is always there, right, to continue carrying on with the.
Yeah, we don't know what sets an animal up to be a chronic shedder. It could be a lot of variables. I'm not sure if we've really looked at that hard. But yes, it is possible. But and what sucks is there's so much variability out there in terms of recovery. You know, Stonewall Mountain, it's been 15 years and it hasn't recovered. And the Tobins, another tidbit, we think that the worse, the higher the adult mortality from an initial spillover, the better recovery they're going to have because there's less chronic shedders left. They're dead. And sure enough, the Tobins, they lost 65, our estimate is 65% of the adults were lost in the first 16 months. Whereas a lot of them, they go through a mycoplasma spillover, they only lose like 10% of the adults. That's it. But then you have this chronic 10 plus years of well below lamb recruitment levels. So getting back to our ability to move sheep, I just was talking and coordinating, brainstorming with Joe Bennett, our former regional supervisor, and Nate yesterday, that we're looking at 2 different weeks to capture the muddies. We're going to go in 3 days, do everything we can. We may get lucky with 25 a day and get those moved. And then we'll give them 5-6 days to recover. And we think that's going to be hopefully enough time where we can come back again with the crew and continue to try to get to 150. So that is one strategy that we're going to try to use to move those sheep. But I think to put 70, 75 animals in a herd at one time, we could be asking for a reaction that maybe we're not ready for.
Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
Yes, first of all, Mr. Cox, thank you for 32 years of dedication. Appreciate that. The Paranagats, the Hykos, the Delamores, the South Egans, where did they fall in that process, number one? Number two, I see in the South Egans you tested 3 sheep and they were all negative, so you do not have it's clean.
Yeah, we've had past exposure in the Delamars, in the Paranagats, in South North Hykos. We don't have any new information, but I guess it was mostly from lamb ratios that were just average, that we didn't look at those. And the other thing that we were trying to do is move sheep out of poor vegetative, poor moisture pattern areas, more into a Great Basin situation versus still in that little bit of Mojave Desert where we're just moving sheep from one bad neighborhood to another in terms of can it sustain the vegetation and water resources for the herds. So we didn't necessarily look at those. The Egans was something I dealt with when I was in Vegas and had to watch that herd go down to almost nothing as Deputy Director Mike Scott did. And we are really excited that there was a domestic sheep conversion that started a couple years ago, but it has not been finalized yet. And I think until it's finalized, we probably shouldn't put any new sheep in. But I was the one that added that in because I was dying to know what's left and what have they been doing in terms of pathogen exposure. So 3 animals, maybe not enough to know exactly, but it's encouraging so that once that conversion is completed and there's no longer any subleasing of domestic sheep, then I think we'll go back to the drawing board and evaluate the Egan's to augment.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is there, I mean, you know, we're talking risk, you know. There's no doubt that there needs to be something done with the muddies and the blacks. It's been a long time ago now, but if you remember, we had a situation with deer herd up on northern Nevada, up at the Drake Ranch, where they basically got tired of people and deer on his property, and he wanted them removed. And we were right up against the edge of having to have wardens go up and remove deer right out of the field, which was very distasteful to pretty much everybody. So there was conversation with the landowner, and that was spread out over the next couple of years using a real aggressive hunting approach with sportsmen to get down to get it to where it needed to be. It just seems like, you know, the risk of leaving them there is kind of high, but at the same time, maybe it's the most manageable risk is over the next couple of years. That might buy us some time on some of these other units where, you know, we're waiting for disease to clear out the clan alpines. Maybe we get a better read on the Tobins that maybe they can handle a few more sheep. Maybe Utah can handle a few more, and maybe that's a path forward, is trying to, you know, it's like do you want to, you know, it's like how do you want to manage the risk? None of it's palatable, but maybe spreading it out over the next couple of years is the risk being that, you know, we're managing a real high population on the muddies and the blacks. I mean, we're one wayward young ram, you know, venturing around on the muddies and blacks from having a major problem there. There's no doubt about that, but maybe that's the lesser of all the evils. I don't know.
Commissioner McNinch, Mike Cox for the record. Yeah, it defies the laws of pathology and disease transmission that the muddies and the blacks are still clean. And that is why it is the focus of removal, because it is clean. And we want to do the best thing we can to keep it moving forward. But something else I really didn't want to talk about today is, and I've talked to it with my colleagues, we've got at least 20 other herds that we're living the lie. We've been hauling water for the last 3-4 years. They are way below average precipitation. As I've told people when I was working with Pat Cummings, when I first started, Clark County, only 3 out of 10 years it was drought. Now it's 7 out of 10. So we have kind of not been paying attention, and I'll be honest, that these populations have carrying capacities, and they fluctuate, and we need to get them below the long-term carrying capacity with the knowledge that it's going to be 7 out of 10 years that we're going to have insufficient moisture to drink and to grow feed, for Mother Nature to grow food, grasses and forbs. So it's not just the blacks and the muddies. And we're going to have to take a serious look of animals we could move, but we're talking today that we don't have a ton of options. Viable options that have high probability of success and low probability of disaster. And somewhere in between, we're going to have to make hard decisions.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just follow up. Mike, you have been sounding the alarm for more than the last couple of years. So, you know, I think we're just seeing it now. I mean, this is, you know, this issue is an issue because there's been great success. I mean, you know, it's not a horrible story. Mike, your career, you know, I hope you don't walk out of here thinking someday that you didn't do everything you could, because, you know, your commitment to the sheep program has been phenomenal, and, well, the whole department. But, you know, I mean, I've seen Mike hiking up in the mountains going after collars on Sundays on his own time just because he had time to go get it. And, you know, so this is one of the fallouts of just a really big success story. That's all this is, and you know, the depth to which the knowledge has grown is phenomenal with the disease, and this has been done despite drought, despite disease, despite a whole bunch of factors. You know, you still built the population to 12,500. You know how to put sheep on the mountain. That's the point, and. Now the question is, how do we manage it? And this is just one big growing pain in my mind, and it's unfortunate. It sucks, but there are states that would, I mean, 150 sheep, we're talking about just taking 150 sheep out of one area, and there are states that, my God, they're like, what? They can't even fathom that. They can't even imagine having that many sheep. So, you know, I think that there's options, and evaluating the lowest risk is hard. You know, I appreciate you guys, Nate, with the science that's occurred. It's unbelievable. 15 years ago, you were going, you know, there's a bunch of this going on, and nobody knew. Nobody knew what's going on. Look where we're at now. So, I don't know. I think it's important for us to remember this is just a fallout from some really big success, and we're just trying to figure out how to manage it. It sucks, but here we are.
Yes,
Mike Cox for the record. So back to the release plan.
Did you just do to me what Paul did to you?
Well, I was attempting to spur some folks here. Doesn't look like I was successful. So, yeah, but I do want to reiterate that the current stance of the agency is, even though we're adding the Clan Alpines on, we've already got the Stillwaters on. The decisions that we've made to date are not to move sheep into those areas. So I know that it doesn't look quite congruent that we're asking for a mountain range to be added when we've made a decision to not use it.
Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
How many different capture sites are you looking at? And I worry about the stress on the animals and the public perception of that stress.
Commissioner Boren, Mike Cox for the record. Yeah, I was talking with Nate and Joe Bennett yesterday, and Joe can speak to our new game plan that we think, and I kind of alluded to it already, where we think we can get toward 150 over a 2-week period.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Bourne. Joe Bennett, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. So ultimately, our limitation in the muddies is going to come down to how far can we run them? When do we start seeing that level of myopathy or lactic acid like you running a marathon? So the way I will phrase this, we're going to probably have 4 different capture sites. We'll start at Beehive like we historically do. We've worked with the National Park Service, Valley of Fire, all the entities. They're going to let us capture on National Park Service land. There's no limitations there. But one thing I do want to mention is that maybe the distribution and density in the muddies has changed. So historically, there used to be maybe 150, 200 sheep on the west end towards Muddy Mountain Wilderness. Well, that population after 2020 and that contraction might be 30 or 40 individuals now. So there's really no need with the additional waters we built there. There's not a limitation vegetatively there. So what we have is we have where we classified 442 sheep with a land representation of 42, probably in a 10, 12 square mile area. So it's going to be very highly focused. We're going to have to work with the capture crew. That's why we're discussing these alternative strategies of maybe 2 different weeks to fulfill that release complement. And that kind of gets back at your question, Commissioner Young, is that the animal welfare, safety, like there's a lot of logistical factors. Everybody's going to come up and say, well, we have plenty of money. We're not coming at this from a money limitation. We're coming at this from a logistical and animal welfare limitation. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, Commissioner Warren.
One more question on the Cortez Range. There were hold harmless agreements that were supposed to be signed. Have they been signed yet for the cooperators in that unit?
Yeah, for the record, Kayla McAdoo, yeah, those are the cooperative agreements I was referring to. Yep, so 2 are in draft, but 6 have been finalized. If I may, Chair Rogers, I had one point. I don't want to get in front of Commissioner Bourne, but.
No, please, go ahead.
I did want to maybe loop back to, I believe it was Commissioner Cavilia made a comment about the Clan Alpines and if it was even a viable release location given some of the sampling that has occurred. And I think, you know, we've danced around it a little bit, but one of the perhaps irreconcilable situations is that we actually have a very high lamb ratio this year. And so there's some factors at play, despite the presence of disease, that may indicate, you know, again, we are looking at the continuum of risk on all of these situations, but that was one of the factors that we considered with that, was that, you know, there was some decent lamb recruitment. So indicating that it might be a viable situation. But I think what we're getting back to, and I think hopefully is painting the picture, is there are so many logistical constraints in this as we move forward into the next agenda items of quotas, and why we are seeing what we're seeing. I mean, the department has flipped over a lot of rocks here to look at options and analyze units for releases, and, you know, at the end of the day, you know, working over the same amount of sheep to move animals into other units becomes a challenge.
Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add to some of the discussion we've had. You know, this is really a tough situation. We came in, and Mike's been telling us this for a while. We knew it was coming, just didn't quite know like this. But, you know, we've been supplementing a population down there. We've been hauling water, but it's beyond the water now, from what I understand. I mean, it's a feed issue as well. And I've seen Mike come in front of this commission now for quite a while, and I know how passionate he is about sheep. And so if he's going to explore any option he can to take care of these things, I know he's going to do it. So when we look at these options available to us that, I mean, a lot of them really aren't very palatable, but it's where we are, that I know he's searched long and hard to figure out what was best for sportsmen and the sheep themselves. And when they were working on this Cortez mountain thing and the issues they had there, I've known Deputy McAdoo for quite a while now, and the stress level that he was dealing with was really high, because he was trying to balance all this out in the department. So I think they've done the best they can with what they have to work with. And when you start managing animals, nothing is easy. There's always something new. I've been in the livestock business for a long time now, and it seems like about the time you have it figured out, there's another curve that comes at you, and a lot of times it's the same thing you dealt with before, just got a new twist. So you're always going to be dealing with that, and you're never going to get a handle on it. So all you can do is the best you can do, and I think that's where the department is. And I got to commend them for the work they've done, because they're not going to make everybody happy. I mean, that's just how it is. But they're doing the best they can with what they have to work with, and so I appreciate that. And I talked about the Quotas and talking to Deputy McAdoo with a lot of stuff with who I represent on this commission. I don't hold it against him for some of the tones he took with me at that time, because I realized the stress he was under, and I realized just how serious it really was. So, but we were able to work through it, and like I said, I just want to commend the department for the work, because we're going to hear a lot of different options of what we can do, but you guys are doing the best you can with what you have to work with. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Barnes. Yeah, Commissioner Gavilia.
And just one last question, Mike. As far as the Utah sheep, Utah's completely on board with taking the 40 to 50 sheep?
Mike Cox, for the record, Commissioner Cavilia. Yes, I wish they had more viable release sites. And they're kind of in the same boat as us. They're working hard to make more secure release sites. But if they take more than 30, they're probably going to put them in the Mineral Mountains, which is where we gave them 50, and they already have a hunt. So it's tough for me to. I've been sharing a lot of things in my career, pronghorn to other states and tribes, and bighorn to other states and tribes, but. Yeah, there's a lot of states in the West, they're struggling. Navajo Nation was in my ear for about a month, but they've got a lot of risk of domestic sheep in and around their herds. But they're probably going to be coming this fall asking for sheep. But yeah, Utah, I think, can definitely take 50 if we need them to.
All right, thank you for that. Couple of things, Mr. Cox, along the lines of Utah. Is the sheep that we are intending to provide Utah, is that going into their nursery group that they have established, or is that going into have they decided to release those in a open range?
Yeah, Mike Cox for the record, Chairman Rogers. So they'll probably, I think only 20 would be what they'd want to put in their nursery facility. It's got limitations. You know, it's a 1.4 square mile area. So they've already got about 50 in there now from us. So 20, maybe they could put a few more if they think that they're going to be moving them in the next 12 months. But and then the remainder, as I was telling Commissioner Cavilia, is probably into the Mineral Mountains, not too far off of I-15 to the west, where we already gave them 50 6 years ago.
All right, and then the other thing I had was really along the lines of what Commissioner Bourne was touching on, and that is this notion of capture myopathy, and it is a concern of mine, knowing, and again, I know we're in a rock and a hard place, and we absolutely have to do something, but it just seems like these numbers of sheep that we're intending to capture are the greatest number of sheep that I think we've ever captured at any one given time, by maybe double. And capture myopathy is a real thing, and I just want to make sure that those checks and balances are in place, and I'm sure they fall, largely on the department rather than the capture crew or whoever we hire to do that. And I just want to make sure that those checks and balances are in place for the safety of sheep when we're doing such a massive operation.
Nate LaHue, Wildlife Health Staff Specialist, for the record. As you mentioned, this is we're between a rock and a hard place. And I would say, I can't tell you that we're going to have a normal level of capture myopathy. The risk is greater. These animals are in really poor forage conditions. They're not in the best shape, which puts them at greater risk of capture myopathy. They're grouped up. They're, as Joe mentioned, they're concentrated, which means we're the potential to chase multiple groups. Or even if you're not chasing multiple groups, have other groups hear the helicopter and run. These animals have been captured a lot. They know what a helicopter sounds like. Hopefully they'll just rock up and they're not going to run long distances, but that is definitely a concern, and we're going to try our best. We're going to use some sedatives on the mountain to try to reduce stress levels. We're going to have cooling. We're going to have IV fluids if we need it. But the reality is we may see an increased mortality level than what we like to see just because of the situation that we're dealing with. Now, to try to reduce that, what we talked about, the proposed plan is to split it up. So hopefully, we can kind of go these 3 different locations where we're not repeatedly coming in day after day. That's the big thing we really want to avoid is coming in the next day and chasing the same sheep. That's really a recipe for disaster. Same day for sure, but even the next day, capture myopathy is partly overheating. It's partly a catecholamine or stress response. It's a lactic acid response. And so trying to give them time to recover and move on to the next group is what we're gonna try to do. And what we're looking at is trying to, first part of 1 week, last part of the next week, how many days can we give these animals to recover? There's not a hard and fast rule on how long it takes an animal to recover because it depends on the damage that was done. We're on a marathon and it was a good marathon, but you feel good, you rehydrate, you're back to normal in a couple days. But if, you pull your hamstring, you hurt yourself, then it's going to take longer. And we won't have any way to know about the sheep that are on there. So we're going to try to give them as much as possible. We're going to put some pretty strict sideboards on the capture crew as far as where exactly they're working, so they're not flying over areas where other sheep that we would say want to target the next day or target later. We want to be strategic. We're going to watch both the animal temperature and the outside ambient temperature. Like we've done in the past, we were very successful. I don't think we had any mortalities in the last several captures we've done down there with moving sheep to Utah and elsewhere. So, we'll keep those sideboards on. But it is a reality that, we try to reduce it as much as possible, but it's it's a very real potential to have some level of mortality from capture myopathy, just given the poor condition and that we're dealing with.
All right, thank you for that. Anything else from the commission at this time? Any other questions? All right, well, let's maybe send this out to public, see what questions and comments we have from our public at this time. So with that, I will open it up for public comment here in Reno. Any public comment here in Reno? And if there are a number of you here in attendance that wish to be heard, if you could maybe come on down a little closer to the mic and be ready when it's your turn.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman Rogers. We're going to make a recommendation later in item 20B that applies to this topic. And our recommendation for the U quota really is an urge to maximize the capture and the translocation. Given the information today and limiting factors, we just want to make sure they maximize that, do the most you can, and try to keep those ewes in production. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Mel Belding, member of the public. I'd like to thank the Department of Wildlife for this endeavor. Means a lot. It's been a long time. Been a big drought. I'm kind of getting mixed vibes, if I should really say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm a conservationist, a true one. The first die-off, first thing I ever seen about pneumonia, 1980, I believe it was, in the Mormon Mountains. I had no idea what it was. All I know is it was really tough hunting down there to find the sheep that year. I believe it was 80, 81, somewhere in there. About 40 years ago, we moved sheep from 212 to 206. In the 90s, we moved sheep from the Pancakes to the Fairview Slate. In the 2000s, we took 34 sheep out of the Monte Cristos, 8 out of the Stonewalls, 11 rams out of the Hemingway Park. Took them to Clark Mountain. Clark Mountain, if you want to talk about something that is devastated, that's the place you want to go. There's literally, I believe, somewhere around 12 times the horses that are supposed to be in there. It's devastated. Took 53 sheep in there. This year we had a record count, over 200. These things are resilient. They really are. I'd argue that transplanting sheep saves sheep, not only puts them on another mountain. Every one of those areas I mentioned, going to 195, had a die-off shortly afterwards. Did we save those sheep taking them to 195? You damn right we did. Same thing in the Pancakes going to 181. A lot of die-offs happened down there. Used to be a great place to go hunt deadheads. I think we had, maybe, as one of the biologists said, as we're down there hunting it, you know, looking for deadheads, I think we're having many die-offs down here all the time. But every one of those places, 212, I believe it was the next year when they took them into 206, I believe it was the next year, maybe the year after, they had a huge die-off in there also. I guess I'm about done, but let's transplant them, guys.
Thank you.
Chris Seflu, on behalf of MBU Board of Directors, for the record. We'd like to provide a brief perspective on the Southern Nevada Desert Bighorn situation and offer a few recommendations. As we've heard today, the Muddy Mountains, 268 is clean sheep, no PCR positives. The goal is to reduce that herd by 200 to 300 via translocation and harvest. The arrows and McCullough have strains of disease present poor range conditions. Bigger issue here appears to be habitat. And I think, as we heard from the department today, that we don't have any groceries on the mountains. It makes it really tough. So we're currently flying water and have been flying water. It's not a sustainable long-term solution. NDOW and NGO partners are planning the largest sheep capture and translocation effort in the U.S., and I think it's monumental. We've heard some numbers today, 60 to Cortez, 40 to 50 in the Tobins, 40 to 50 to Utah, and possibly 20 to 40 in 183, is that correct? That's not correct? Okay. That's what I thought I heard earlier, so I wrote it down in my notes. You know, we applaud the coordination and the scale of this emergency response. Regarding the proposed harvest quotas, an increase to 100 U tags and 60-plus ram tags raises concern for sportsmen and the cabs. We believe a balanced approach is a warranted decision. Can a harvest increase combined with expanded translocations beyond what's already proposed? Is that possible? Is that the question we could all ask? We'd like to propose a few additional considerations. Can we move more sheep north? The Tobins, can we add more than 60? Can we use 183? Could we look at that again and possibly use that again? And same thing with Mount Grant and the still waters. Can we take a look at the data again? Can we move more of these sheep north? And is a strain-to-strain transplant into the stone walls from the arrows possible? That's a question, No strategy is without risk, but our sheep populations were not built by avoiding all risk. I would like to thank the department for all their work, and the sportsmen and NGOs and the cabs for all the effort we've put into this. And we'd like to thank you for your time and your continued stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Robinson, speaking for myself. I want to thank the department for finding some places to move these sheep. It's been 9 years now coming to this podium every time at this meeting, begging you guys not to shoot the ewes and please find a place to move them. Only one time have we had any substantive discussion about doing anything about the ewes and the muddies, and that's when Chairman Johnson asked, what can we do about it? At that time, I believe this 5 or 6 years ago, there was 300 sheep overpopulation that they wanted to move, but still we haven't, no movement on this. So I really thank the department for finally finding a place to move these sheep. And I really beg you guys, there are more places to move these sheep. Some will be pioneering areas, so it's gonna take more work, but we can move more sheep. One thing we haven't discussed is some of the water developments in the south. We are moving a lot of water, costing a lot of money, and some of the apron and plumbing mechanics of some of these guzzlers are inadequate for the precipitation that we've received in the south now. So I ask you guys to really look at this, increase these apron sizes, fix some of the guzzlers so it's not costing us so much money to maintain these herds. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing no additional public comment here in Reno, how about any public comment via Zoom? All right, we'll bring it back.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Cummings.
Good morning. Pat Cummings, Fraternity of the Desert Bighorn, for the record. I want to thank Dr. Nate LaHue, staff biologists Mike Cox and Joe Bennett for their discussions, their explanations. There was a great amount of information. It's very much appreciated. I do want to state that Tuesday evening at the Clark County Wildlife Advisory Board, I went on record as representing the fraternity that we are fully supportive of sheep translocations to Utah Division of Wildlife Resources for their augmentation of their nursery herd. The fraternity is in full support of the Quotas release. Likewise, the fraternity is in full support of the Tobin release. However, the Clan Alpine release, the fraternity is against, it is opposed to it, and quite frankly, we're hoping that the commission will drop it from consideration within Amendment 4 to the biennial big game release plan. I should also add, when it comes to the protocols for sampling and testing for disease, what would be helpful is if we had a thorough understanding in the write-up or the preamble that accompanied the biennial release plan, what protocol we're following. There's been a lot of attention today given to were there adequate sample sizes. Well, the Washington Animal Disease Diagnostic Lab, they have a sampling and testing protocol, and I believe WAFWA does as well. Did we adhere to that or one of those? I don't think so. And if we don't, why didn't we? And that's basically what I have to say about that. But getting back to the Clan Alpine Range and the thought, could that really be viable? Well, there's evidence that there's active infection in there. Do we really want to set that precedent of releasing naive sheep into the Clan Alpines? I think it was back in 2018 is when that spillover event occurred and wiped out basically half of the population. Well, the Muddy Mountain sheep are completely, from an immune standpoint, they're totally naive. And, we could have maybe Dr. LeHue characterize what would happen with Muddy Mountain naive sheep going into the Clan Alpines, getting infected, and then what? I think that in the near future, the Clan Alpines it would probably be a very suitable and viable release location. But as it stands now, I don't see that whatsoever. And quite frankly, I think it shouldn't even be considered. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you for that. Excuse me. Looks like there is no additional comment via Zoom, so we'll bring it back to the commission for any additional discussion or comments. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. And for Dr. LeHue, and again, I personally would like to see the maximum relocation over harvest in this difficult situation that we're in. To kind of confirm, you would recommend or not be comfortable going over the 150 sheep because of the stress it puts on the animals in the Muddy's herd. Is that kind of correct?
Dr. LeHue, Wildlife Health Staff Specialist for the record. So I think there's a couple issues that have led us to this sample size. One is just the logistics, capture myopathy, logistics, staff time, testing, all of that sort of thing. The other is, how much do we want to put at a release site? Like, Clan Alpines, as a release site, you're probably going to see, if we saw 40, 50% mortality in the Clan Alpines with that strain when it was introduced, maybe muddy sheep are a little more genetically diverse. It could be lower, but I think there's a good likelihood that we could see 40% mortality of a release component when exposed. And in additional, I would expect about 5 to 10% of the survivors to become chronic shedders. I think if you're going to release sheep into a positive location with active shedding, it's actually better to release sheep if you can guarantee they're negative PCR that have previous exposure. Best is most similar strain possible, but the second would be exposure because they're less naive. Immunity for MOV is somewhat strain specific, but there's probably some, depending on the genetic shared, and we don't quite understand all of that. But there's probably some shared immunity. There's probably some level of protection to lower your mortality rate if you have had previous exposure to a different strain. So I would say there's animal welfare considerations, there's logistics considerations, there's exposure considerations. I think, when we start talking, Mike brought it up with the Cortez and the Tobins on release component size, and, it's a balance between moving as many sheep as you can, whereas, those, like we talked about with the Stillwaters, it's not a huge distance. So the more sheep you release in the Tobins, for example, the more potential you have for dispersal, potential interaction, positive in bringing disease back. Same goes with the Cortez. If you have sheep make large distances, there's a plan to have we need to make sure we have these animals collared too, so that we can, if they do wander into an area that's, especially during that first release component, and, sometimes sheep go where we don't want them to go. And for us to be able to respond and monitor those collars, is also an important factor to keep the herd safe, and then incrementally add to it as time goes on. If that answered your question.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Janae.
So thank you, Alan Janae, for the record. So I think what you're hearing here is this is our best educated goal that we think we can achieve. You've heard a whole lot of reasons about why we're concerned and why we're targeting this number. We're shooting for this. This is a level of capture that we have not done before. And there's a whole lot of reasons that we're going into this conservatively. Animal health is absolutely paramount. While, you know, the drought is definitely a concern, is like, again, that being additive to the event that they're already experiencing down there is in the back of our mind, as well as the very real possibility of capture myopathy in these types of situations. And so I think what you're hearing is we're trying to, you know, the muddies are our priority. They are a clean population. I think the fact that we've got the Cortez range slated, that's going to be a brand new herd, another clean source of sheep for the future, but also looking at these Tobins and augmenting that. I think we're taking a good step forward. Again, I would say, given the production of the muddies, don't kid ourselves, this isn't the last time we're going to have this discussion. So I think there's going to be a lot of work still to come, even with all of the possible solutions that we're putting forward as the department. But to your question, Commissioner Young, yeah, this is our best educated, based on all the factors that we've talked about for well over an hour. This is our anticipated best solution, given what we're looking at and the fact that we haven't attempted something this large before.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Walther.
And thank you, Alan, Director Janae. I appreciate that. You know, based on the conversations I've had in this area too, I just want to highlight that point. This is our first step, right? This isn't Mr. Cox is going to stop analyzing this herd and stop looking at potential options the minute we get this done. I think we're going to be continually looking at this. I'm with Commissioner Barnes on this situation. It's not a great situation to be in. You know, and I know everyone's concerned with the public perception, but the public perception on the other side is we just start watching them drop on the mountain. And unfortunately, we all know we're going to lose some sheep in this process. They're going to get stressed out, right? The department's going to do the best they can. I trust that they're going to do that. It's the best option we have. It's the best plan we have. And unfortunately, when we're looking to save this many sheep, that's just the inevitable consequence. We are going to lose a few in order to save the herd. So I'm in support of this moving forward, and think, you know, we've got to act on this.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Walther. I agree. I mean, it's not a good situation to be in, but we're here, and we'll probably get a chance to come back multiple times in the coming years and months or whatever as we move forward with this. I'm supportive as well. I am a little concerned with the Klein Alpine, and you know, it does appear that of the units that are being considered, that is the one with the most concern. And my concern is that, again, it's the unknown, but do we run into a greater risk, you know, similar to the still waters that were mentioned earlier? And it doesn't sound like the department is overly, unless I read that wrong, but it doesn't sound like the department is overly anxious to, even though it's proposed, but not overly anxious to utilize the Klein Alpine unit in its current state.
Chairman Rogers, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. Just to comment on that, this is a very fluid situation, as we know, I think has been laid out. The clock really started ticking on this in December. And if you kind of think about the context of that over the last 5 months, how this thing has proceeded is fairly impressive. With the Clan Alpines, when, you know, as we were establishing this support material, which was just about a month ago or just over a month ago, one of the things we were relying on was what was going on with those land ratios in some of these proposed units. And we knew that that was positive, but I don't think we had all the test results back yet. So if it's okay with the commission, it's not necessary that we have the Clan Alpines within this release plan. We think we have enough of a release valve elsewhere to accommodate what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Personally, for me, I mean, I just as soon, given everything that I've seen, heard, read, I just as soon probably support taking the Klein Alpines off of the list currently, continue to, and direct the department to continue to watch and monitor and test that area as a potential site in the future. And we can always come back at a later date to consider the Klein Alpines if you know, if the studies and tests and everything prove it to really be a viable option that everybody's agreeing with. So that's just where I'm at. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, I'm going to disagree slightly with your last one.
Yeah.
If we leave the Clan Alpines in the plan, it doesn't mean they necessarily have to put the sheep in there this year, does it? But if they get to the point where they feel they're safe to, then it's in the plan. It's not something that's taken off the table completely. And you know, when as I was listening to this and I saw the plan, you know, it's pretty much risk-free. But at some point, you know, it doesn't hurt to take a little bit of risk. I think it's kind of, you know, they spread the risk a little bit. So I guess I'm inclined to leave that in there, and just knowing how the department looks, that if they say it's going to be too risky, I don't see them using that option. But if it's possible, I'd like to leave that in there to let them decide if they need to. That's where I am.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I was kind of approaching it from the standpoint that would be left in with the same thought that it's not locking in. But my next phase was, rather than committing to the, you know, would we be able to shift what we would put in there, the 20 to 40, to a couple of those other areas, up to 70, say, for example, in the Tobin range instead of 50, trying to squeeze in as many as you can, knowing that you don't want to put 100 more in the Tobins or 50 more to bring down that quota, but then that might bring that quota stock down too a little bit. That's kind of where my brain was working, was, you know, probably have the Clan Alpine in there as some kind of relief valve, but at the same time, really not use it unless it's absolutely 100% necessary. And so that's where my brain was going.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess just a few comments. I'm in complete agreement with the translocations and what we have proposed. But it seems like, you know, we've talked about the ticking time bomb that is the money since I've been on the commission, and it seems like we've been on our heels. We're always on our heels on this issue, right? So what I would ask is, like, going into next year, I think we need to have these discussions sooner than at the May meeting when we're moving sheep in June. I mean, they maybe need to start immediately and I know this is a fluid situation with the testing and all that, but we need to, in my opinion, we need to have these conversations sooner. And I think we may need to be able to, at some point, the commission might be able to look at the risk of moving sheep into the areas where we have the disease. Is that a risk that the commission's willing to take? And I agree with Mr. Belding, and it's my understanding on past conversations with the department, you know, back before we understood pneumonia, we were moving sheep back before we had in our early days of translocating sheep, we were moving sheep into areas that we didn't completely understand pneumonia. Those herds actually ultimately did well and got us to the point where we're at. So at some point, the commission probably needs to ask that question, hey, are we going to have a comfort level? If you give a sheep a bullet, it's dead. You move it into one of these areas, and granted, some of those sheep might die, but long term, those sheep might prevail. So, but I would just ask for next year that we start having these conversations a lot sooner than May. As much as we can, or there's the initiation of that discussion is sooner than this meeting. Because we have like Mike said, the last 7 to 10 years, we've been in drought. We've been in a drought situation. So I think we need to start trying to be a little more proactive with it, and look at the different areas like the South Egans, or even maybe the Golden Buttes, or some of those different areas where we can potentially put some more sheep. But I'm for the plan. I spent a lot of time out. Basically all my spare time is out in the desert in southern Nevada looking at sheep, and I hiked last week, and the habitat is absolutely horrible, and it's been that way the last few years. And I wish we could all do our rain dance and change that, but I haven't figured out the right dance yet. But I am going to be supportive of everything today, but I would ask, like I said, in the future we try to be a little more proactive.
Yes, agreed. Thank you, Commissioner Walther.
I think unless there's further discussion, I would move to approve agenda item 19, biennial big game release plan for fiscal years 25, 26, amendment 4, as presented.
All right, well, we have a motion by Commissioner Walther. We have a second by Commissioner Booth. All those in favor with an aye? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you. Great discussion. We have been rolling here for a couple of hours, and so let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break now. 15? Yeah, let's come back here. We'll be on break, and let's come back here at 10:45. Thank you. right, we are at 10:45. Let's go ahead and get settled in again for resuming.
Thanks for the break.
Yes. All right, I think we've got everybody, so let's go ahead and continue. So we are now on agenda item number 20. This is Commission Regulation for Possible Action. This is 20A, Commission Regulation 25-12. This is the 2025 Black Bear Quota and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Specialist Joe Bennett. The Commission will consider adopting the 2025 hunting season quotas and harvest limits for black bear. So good morning, Mr. Bennett.
Chairman Rogers, members of the Commission, Wildlife Staff Specialist Joe Bennett for the record. I got to figure out at what time I'm going to put a different hat on just to provide some comic relief more than anything. But so first I'm going to go over the black bear population status, the current black bear status. We've now, thanks to Becca and others, have the capture mark recapture model running annually, and I'll go into some of those variables that inform that model and how we've got to our current status. So just to remind everybody, and Becca did a great presentation last year in front of you all, is that the study area includes the Carson Front, the Virginia Range, and the Pine Nut Mountains, essentially units 19, or hunt areas 19 and 291. A few things I would like to mention before I get into the current population size, both within the study area and outside the study areas. Becca mentioned last year that California had a new model where the estimate is as high or upwards of 65,000 or higher when they were previously estimating between 20 and 30,000, and that I like to use the term, and Mike loves it too, the waterfall effect, that movement in and out from California to Nevada and vice versa. So one thing I am remiss to mention is that we have a lot of data on black bears. Since over the last 28 years, the cumulative number of black bears that have been captured or handled since 1997 is 2,189, with 1,406 being individual bears. So our data set is exhaustive among all those years. So what you're going to see here with the statewide population estimate, and I'll get into a little background of why you're seeing this modest decline, is that the current statewide estimate is 625 bears, which is a slight or modest decrease from 716 last year. And as you can see in the ebb and flow of this graph, is that it's within a normal reduction that you would see among years. So what the reason for this reduction, and maybe why we didn't see it last year, is that the food failures in 2021 and 2022 then caused bears to move farther, have more anthropogenic interactions, and I'll provide a table here in a minute where we did have a little higher mortality among those years. But with the vital rates and demographics of black bears, what you can anticipate is the normal ebb and flow. We've had a couple really good years the last couple years with good food resources out on the landscape. So with this theory, not even this theory, but with what Nevada has seen in other states, that ebb and flow is you would anticipate that bear population to start to rebound, to stabilize or increase over the next couple years. So this shows the different capture mark recapture models that were ran in previous years. We have a lot of data informing these models. So within the study area, areas 19 and 291, the population estimates went from 467 to 422. But as you could see from the confidence intervals among years, it's not significantly different. So you're seeing that modest population decline. But a few things I would like to mention, as I alluded to the food failures, Becca presented last year, the population rate of change, or lambda, which was on average was 1.05. Well, similar studies in other states, in Nevada, following those food shortage years, we dip that survival rate and that lambda, that rate of change does dip below 1, which is a stable population. So that's why you're seeing the slight reduction. And then just to further validate the point of the interactions and the issues we had when we had food failures is the number of reported human-bear interactions. 2021, 2022, you could see that number just almost double. And then when we have good food years, you see it almost in half. And then, like I mentioned before, that's because bears are having to travel farther for resources, and then they're also getting into more anthropogenic or human-caused interactions. So circling back to the total mortality, again, 2021, 2022, you had more bears hit by cars, totals of 74 and 71 of total mortalities, including harvest and management, opposed to recent years where it's been 46, 41, which is more in line with what you would typically see when there is enough food resources on the landscape. And then so you have those reductions, you have reductions in fecundity or recruitment. That's what's causing that modest decline. But when we circle back to the parameters which we manage black bears with, you could see our total harvest rate, three-year average is 2.3%. Last year was 2.1%, and all years it's 2.2%. We had 13 total bears harvested, 9 males and 4 females last year. The harvest rate for the longest time until recent years was 20, and then 2 years ago it went up to 37, then last year it went up to 42 for the total harvest rate. It is important to note that we've only reached any of those harvest metrics a couple years where female harvest shut down a couple of the unit groups, which I'll get into in a second. And then hunter success rate, it's highly variable. Last year was 34%. The 3-year average has been 46%, but there was a lot of ebb and flow with where that overall harvest limit was. And then all years is about 36%, so it was about average this past year. Based off our black bear management plan, here's the criterion that we manage for. Every 3-year average is stable, 36%, the mean female age, mean male age. We've actually seen those 3-year averages increasing. So they're all indicating light harvest, where the female harvest rate is indicating stable. So I'll get into the harvest recommendations now. I guess if I can circle back, just real quick, so I mentioned the study area, but what I failed to mention is we're getting a lot more sightings of bears pioneering into new areas such as northwest Nevada. We actually collared a 2-year-old animal in the Santa Rosa range this past year that then, last I heard, is now up by Boise, Idaho. So we know their home ranges are relatively large. There's a lot of movement. There's animals pioneering into new areas, and we're actually planning a pretty large foot snaring effort in some of the units adjacent to the Wasik range later this month into next month, where we will get better information, collar those individuals, and to help inform these models and decisions. So getting back to the black bear harvest limit recommendations, essentially there's no changes. That harvest rate, harvest limit 2.1%. Other states have indicated it could be between 12 and 21% without seeing an additive effect. So really our harvest limit is pretty negligible with that rate. The hunt unit groups and seasons, there's no change. You guys approved this at the January commission meeting. Everything's the same as last year. Hours and seminar, everything's similar, except based off your suggestion, we have the seminars earlier so that guides or other hunters don't have it conflicting if they have an archery antelope hunt or something. It just allows a little more accommodation. So then, as I mentioned, harvest limits and female harvest limits, everything's the same as last year with 38 and 4. With 15 being for the 19 unit group, 12 being for the 20, and then 15 with the respective 5, 4, and 5 female harvest limits. And with that, I'm sure I missed a couple things, but I'll gladly take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions from the commission at this time, comments? All right. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have any questions. I'm just sharing with you what I've heard the concerns are with the hunt. You have folks that have for a long time gotten up here and wanted the bear hunt to go away. My vote has reflected that. You know, I've been in that same camp. But I think more to the point this year, folks are maybe moving off of that because they're more concerned about the females in particular. They're trying to focus, and I understand that. So while the biology might say things are okay, you know, that we're being very conservative, there's this social component on how the take of females is received by the public. And I do believe that equates ultimately into how this agency is supported and trusted, and which to me plays into the conservation activities. So to me, it's just this line of things. So the concern with female take, I mean, we had one area where no bears were taken at all, you know, so that puts pressure into these other units, pretty much most of them into one, I believe. Which means that you know, there's a lot of those animals are getting moved frequently, and I think with the female take, I'm going to focus on the female take. In the study area, there was roughly a 10% reduction in the estimated population this year, and I've validated that with Joe. So I guess where I'm leaning is, you know, if there's which is where the bears were taken. You know, I would hope that we could have a conversation about a commensurate reduction in tags for this year. If I had my way, that conversation would occur primarily around the female take. We've heard in the past, here not too long ago, sportsman guides that have gotten up and basically said, we don't take sows, we don't take females. They're not comfortable with that. They don't. It's not something that they do. I've heard many times over the years that houndsmen and guides have they're very successful at determining whether a female is taken or a male is taken. They can identify, and if we take them at their word, then you know, reducing the number of females that are taken shouldn't be a problem. You know, they want big bears anyway. Boars are bigger than sows, so it's not like we're chopping them off at the knees. And what it boils down to is it would alleviate some of this. You know, if it plays out the way that you know, I hear that it would, might alleviate some of the concerns over bears, sows being taken with dependent young, lactating or carrying, whatever the case might be. And maybe give them the same consideration that we do with does and ewes and things of that nature. So I'm throwing that out there, you know. So I mean, you know, if that were the case, I would support some kind of a reduction in the female harvest limits. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Walther.
Just briefly, since it's in front of us, I do support this as presented. However, again, because it's in front of us, and it's probably already in the works because I'm usually 2 steps behind Alan, and certainly Deputy Director McAdoo he's got long legs. But on these property descriptions we use throughout this hunt and different units, in today's day and age, I'd really like to see, for the public benefit, you know, a downloadable overlay, or whether it's an OnX feature. But I think that's going to alleviate a lot of confusion we have out there, with majority of hunters not being surveyors. So just like at a future meeting to address that and kind of look at some of the descriptions we have floating around.
Thank you for that. Director Janae or Mr. Bennett, anybody want to speak to that at all?
Deputy Director Mike Scott, for the record. I believe that's already in place in Onyx, where they can see.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, we already have that in place, where, I mean, they have to have the program or the app on their phone, but they can see the different unit groups and areas open for bear.
But like specifically on the special regulations, so this boundary within the bear hunt, does that feature exist on the?
Mike Scott, for the record. To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Well, I've heard different, so that alleviates some confusion. Thank you.
You want to speak to it, Becca? Real quickly, I'm calling up Becca, one of our bear specialists, because she will be the most informed individual on this item, so she can fill us in.
Perfect. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, Becca Carniello, game biologist, for the record. Yeah, that was new this last year. So that was put onto Onyx, I believe, right before the hunting season started. And then prior to that, everybody who attended the indoctrination courses, I had the files available for them, and if they had their phones with them or a laptop with them, then I was able to upload those maps for them onto their own personal Onyx.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
Yeah, I guess I kind of agree with Commissioner Walter's sentiment on that. The special regulation, we talk about northings and eastings and our townships and ranges. For the average individual, that is extremely difficult to navigate, and not all sportsmen may or sportswomen may have Onyx. And I don't know if in the future if we provide a map or something, because townships and ranges are hard if you're not a surveyor, somebody involved in that field to try to weed through. So that's not anything we can address today, but I would also think maybe we put a little more consideration to that next year.
Yeah, perfect. Just curious, from the department, is that something that is in the works or something that is produced today, or?
You want it or you want me?
I mean, boy, they're going to put you on the spot, Becky.
Sorry, Becca, again. Sorry, just to clarify your question, do we have those maps available?
Yeah, do we provide a map, like actual map? Okay, in our description here, I mean, if you were just to go read this special regulation, it talks about a lot of townships and ranges, and that is, for the common individual, that's hard to navigate, really hard to navigate. So, but you do provide a map to all, actually a hard map to all individuals that attend the indoctrination course, or?
Yes, sorry, Becca Carniello, game biologist, for the record. We provide a PDF of the map. We print them out. We have them there. And then, like I said, new this last year, I had the KML files and then shape files as well that I could upload onto their maps. If they didn't have Onyx, it could go onto a different one, and we'll continue to do that too.
Okay, thank you.
Are those publicly available? Like are they on the website? That where you could, like, someone could just go in and add those to all their systems?
I don't know the answer to that question. I believe so. I think all of the hunt units are available on Onyx, or sorry, on our website, but maybe somebody from DATS would have the answer. Sorry.
No, hey, this is important. I agree. And again, not everybody does have Onyx and some of these other technologies, so it's important.
Yep.
Mr. Maples.
Thank you, Matt Maples, DATS Division Administrator, for the record. I was just perusing our website trying to find it because I know we created some KMLs last year. I wasn't able to find it in just a few minutes of the discussion, but that's absolutely something that we can produce and get up on the website in no time at all.
Yeah, good. I think it would be helpful for sure. All right. Any other items of discussion or comments at this time from the commission? All right. Seeing none at this time, let's go ahead and send this out for some public comment here in Reno. So is there any public comment here in Reno regarding agenda item 20A?
Predictable. Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. For over a decade since Nevada's bear hunt began, we began monitoring the outcomes. While we hear hunters can be selective when using hounds, the data raises serious questions. In fact, Nevada's 2023 harvest saw a female proportion of nearly 47%, which is notably higher than the recent figures from neighboring states like California that prohibit hounding at higher than the targeted female harvest and is higher than the targeted female harvest in Washington. Research from Oregon even found that banning hounds and baiting had little effect on the sex composition of the harvest there, suggesting the claimed selectivity of hounding may not translate into practice as intended. Despite regulations prohibiting the take of a sow with cubs, we know female bears are being killed, sometimes reaching the female limits set for specific units. Last year, a lactating female was killed. While killing a sow with her cubs is illegal and carries penalty under Nevada law, there appears to be a practical enforcement gap when it comes to solitary females whose reproductive status isn't obvious. This leads to a perception of limited consequences in the specific, difficult-to-prove situations. This is critical because Nevada's bear population, which recovered naturally after near extirpation, remains relatively small and concentrated in the western part of the state. A paper published with departmental co-authors states that the bear population is limited from expansion due to habitat despite seeing a random bear in different mountain chains. The department itself has acknowledged a modest decline. My optimism for rebound is further diminished by future habitat degradation. Please remember that droughts are predicted to increase throughout the state, not just in the southern part. Just last fall, the Davis fire burned approximately 6,000 acres of prime bear habitat right here in Washoe County, with the core Carson Range an important area to our state's bear population. Considering the cumulative pressures of female harvest and significant habitat loss from events like the Davis fire, alongside future wildfire threats, I urge the Commission to implement a precautionary measure, a statewide female harvest quota of one and done. After all, almost 100% of our bears are taken with hounds, and houndsmen have confirmed that they can sex the animals, so this shouldn't be a concern. Please decrease the female harvest to one for the protection of the future of Nevada's black bears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Rogers, Commissioners, Kobe Row, Washoe Cab. First off, as we enter the quota setting, the new quota modeling system for us to input the numbers worked perfect at our meeting. I want to say thanks to staff. It was wonderful. We would like to, well, first, we support the recommendation by the department, but we would like to remind and maybe looking forward, remove the sow quota. Having the sow quota invites potential conflict as we close units and guides move around, and that can make a negative impact on the hunt altogether. And ultimately, to keep the hunt, I think we need to avoid that as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel Belding, member of the public. The bears are facing the same habitat problems that the rest of our big game in this state is facing, sometimes probably a lot worse. But I really find it ironic that we talk about female harvested bears and not wanting any, but that doesn't carry through to the rest of our big game. It's okay, take all you want. I hear very little, probably nothing about the bears that are being killed on the highway and what are we doing to curb these problems. Can anything be done? Maybe not. I'm certainly not advocating for this, but I want to bring it to the discussion. Baiting isn't legal, but should it be? I believe, with the bear biologist in Maine, that this is the very best way to tell if you're going to be harvesting a female bear. Cubs are going to be with her. I'm not advocating for it. I don't put in for bear tags. But year after year after year, I see this protection of the female harvest and how it disrupts the family. Well, our other big game has family too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing no additional public comment here in Reno, how about public comment via Zoom?
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Just one more reminder, if you wish to make a comment, you hit the heart button at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand. Ms. Wright, go ahead.
Thank you, Linda. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jana Wright, Clark County. In January, when the season was set, we heard testimony of a lactating female, a mere 150-pound bear, was killed by a hunter. This is not the first time this has happened during the bear hunt. In 2023, Commissioner East asked Staff Specialist Pat Jackson if removing the female take had scientific or biological consequences. The answer was no. Commissioners, be bold and remove the female take of black bears for the 2025 season. Stop the potential killing of females with dependent cubs. And once again, it doesn't appear that any bears were taken in units 201, 202, 204, and 206. Why? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bricker. Go ahead.
My name is Catherine Bricker from Douglas County. I'd like to request the female bear quota be reduced to 0. Female reproduction drives the population, which has been estimated to now show a 10% decline. As an edge population, Nevada is reported to already be skewed to a 2-to-1 male-female ratio. There is simply no need to kill female bears. The Kit Carson belt buckle has never been awarded to a hunter for a female trophy. Every female of reproductive age is either caring for dependent young, who Mother Nature defines as 18 months, or is carrying a fertilized egg that will produce the next generation. This commission is well aware that each year mothers with dependent cubs are being killed, many using hounds. The NAC disallowing killing a female accompanied by a cub is ineffective, and you are doing nothing to correct it. Eliminating the female quota could. While I differ on his perspective on bear hunting, I do have great respect for a man who is forthright in expressing his opinion. Longtime bear hunter and guide Mitch Bailey of Nevada Hunting Services is quoted in the Nevada Current as saying his company, quote, very much discourages harvesting sows. Female bears are just off limits. It's not something we do. It doesn't matter if they're single and have no cubs. End of quote. Unlike Mr. Bailey, the inaction of the commission to remedy the failure of the NAC further stigmatizes hunters. Social media posts this year of mother bears in Lake Tahoe teaching their newborns to climb a tree have garnered over 25,000 likes and have been carried by every national news media outlet. The public cares. This is a missed opportunity for the Commission to generate a more broad-based support and respect by showing that you care too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Go ahead.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Stephanie Myers for the record. About the black bear hunt, I believe there are so many unresolved issues. There's the habitat issue. There's the hounding issue, which has little fair chase, a principle most hunters admire. There's the mama bear and baby bear issue, where cubs likely die when mama is killed. There's the mandatory locked trash can issue in bear territory, since they're only looking for food. There's the lack of a coherent management objective. Is this just, as you call it, an opportunity hunt, or is there a good reason to kill bears? I don't see these issues being addressed. This hunt is extremely unpopular with Nevada residents. Please consider taking all female bears off the harvest limits completely, and especially since NDOW admits that the population is slightly declining, minimizing the total quota to 1 male bear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz.
Yes, for the record, Fred Volz. Setting aside for the moment the strong opposition to trophy bear hunting in Nevada, repeatedly documented in one carefully conducted poll after another, the stark reality of no cogent management plan, not a killing blueprint for this protected species, deserves attention after 15 years. Even with the questionable population guesstimates put forward by staff, which have fluctuated wildly over the years between 400 and 800, the mortality statistics presented in the support materials make no allowance for bears that are struck by vehicles, then go off into the wilderness to die, or the females killed by hunters who leave orphaned cubs unable to survive on their own and die, or natural mortalities from injuries, old age, and attacks by other wildlife. There is little doubt this Commission's majority will rubber stamp approval of another unjustified hunt. But perhaps your zeal to encourage more wildlife death, not animal welfare, should be tempered by sparing the females of the species. The claim is regularly made that through indoctrination of the hunters and their guides, those seeking to trophy kill bears can identify females versus males with great accuracy. If you were truly concerned with anything but ultimately killing more animals, you would address the #1 reason for bear mortalities: struck by vehicles as they cross roads and enter urban areas for the free food. Leadership on this issue would require going to the legislature and seeking a universal requirement for wildlife-proof human trash containment in areas with bear populations. It would be a more productive use of legislative time than seeking approval to manage invertebrates when you lack the resources to actively manage most of Nevada's hundreds of wildlife species. And I would ask that these comments be added to the meeting record verbatim. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Moldy.
Yeah, good morning. Don Moldy, Reno. I support the notion of removing females from the bear hunt. I think the time has come. Every year, as far as I know, the last 10 or 11, 12, 13 years you've been hunting bears, there's been a female with cubs killed. And my reason is pretty simple in support of my preference. Prior to the break, you spent, what, an hour and a half or longer discussing your great concern about the status of bighorn sheep, particularly in the South, all the efforts you're going to go to try to produce the best outcome given a bad situation. But overriding everything was your admirable sense of concern for the animal. I'm asking you, why can't that same sense of concern simply be applied to the bear hunt? And the idea that we don't want another set of cubs left without a mother, in this state. There's absolutely no reason for this. Why is concern selective at the commission level and not a nonpartisan issue? I would remind you in January, our lion petition, incidental trapping petition, didn't get one shred of concern from anybody on the commission. And I think the public has a little trouble understanding why concern is so selectively applied by the commission. And for those more cynical, perhaps, than I, the notion of hypocrisy comes to mind. You're not really concerned about wildlife. You pick and choose losers and winners. And is that really what the public deserves? I think not. We should do better. So let's get rid of females from the bear hunt. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appears to be no additional public comment via Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion, questions, comments from the commission. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
If there's no further comments or questions, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. Oh, yep.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rather than wait until the motion is made, at the beginning of the meeting, we were kind of challenged to come off of our spots where we're comfortable. That's really what that was all about. And that applies to me too. I recognize that. It's not easy. It's very difficult. I've been labeled as anti-hunting when I don't vote for certain things, and I get it. I know we all take heat. My concern for female take, that knife cuts both ways. I've heard a lot of folks advocate for no doe hunts and no ewe hunts, but I haven't heard anybody advocate for no sow hunts. So that knife cuts both ways. The difference for me is that sometimes we're in a biological world. That's why I support doe and ewe hunts, and the bear hunt. I'll concede it's largely a social issue at this point for me. Maybe there's some biological issues somewhere along the way, but I'll fully admit that. I tried to engage a conversation regarding female take. I tried. So unless there's a pathway down that road, I'm going to stay where I've always been. I mean, I've tried to reach out and I've tried to open that conversation, trying to, I think it's a reasonable, when we have a hunt unit where no bears were taken, period, you could wipe the whole 16 bears out of that and it wouldn't make a difference in the hunt at all. Nobody hunted, nobody took anything in there. And I think it's been that way on and off for a long time. So anyway, I throw it out there. I tried. I respect you guys. I'm trying not to be too cynical, but I tried.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I was not gonna say anything, but I think I owe it to Dave and stuff to talk. We talk about the female harvest, and we talk about in any species. And I'm not a person that's big into female harvest, but there's times where you can get by with it. I look at the sheep thing, and we're probably where we are today with them because we didn't harvest many ewes. It was not something that we wanted, and the department came to us, this is a problem, we need to do it. Well, guess what, we didn't do it. And now look where we are. So, it's maybe not something I like, but at times, it's warranted. And I don't always agree with a lot of the departments, what they come up with. But when we talk about the bears, because they're so visible and stuff, I think what the department has done, I think they've got good data. And so when I look, I can believe what they see. And when you see a population like this, I think we can withstand some female harvest, as distasteful as it is, or whatever. I mean, so that's why I'm gonna support this, because I think this population can handle it, and I think there are times where it's okay to have female harvest. There's other times where, yeah, we definitely don't want it, and I'm not going to support it. But in this specific instance, that's why I'll support that. So, right, wrong, or whatever, but that's where I am today.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
I just have a quick question, Joe. So I believe it's the last 2 years we haven't harvested a single bear in the 201, 202, 204, 206 unit group. What is the department's thoughts on that? Why we have not harvested in that unit?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Caviglia. So I may have made a mistake. I believe there was one bear harvested in 206 this year, but ultimately it allows individuals the opportunity to go into those units. We know there's bears present in those units. We have sightings. They're documented. I would say they're established based off talking with Becca and others. So it's just more part of that unit grouping and how we separate it.
All right. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the commission at all, or comments? Yes, Vice Chair Young.
If no more comments or questions, I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item number 20, Commission Regulation 25-12, the 2025 black bear quotas and harvest limits as presented.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So with that, that motion carries 7 to 1. All right, thank you for that discussion. We will move on now to agenda item. This is 20B. This is Commission Regulation 25-13. This is big game quotas for the 2025-2026 season. Wildlife Staff Specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, Cody McKee. The Commission will consider and may take action to approve regulations for the numbers of tags to be issued for mule deer, antelope, elk, moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat for the 2025-2026 season. So with that, Mr. Espinoza.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, members of the Commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator, for the record. I just wanted to open with a few bullet statements before turning it over to the staff for further in-depth information. Overall, aside from the issues with desert bighorn in the Mojave Desert that we went over earlier, many of our big game populations are showing signs of improvement, so that's encouraging. Our pronghorn populations are the highest that the department has recorded at 36,500 animals, so that's really encouraging. Elk populations have remained stable to slightly increasing at 13,500 animals for 2025. 3 years of above average winters and current mild conditions have been beneficial to all those species, save for a few areas down south, as mentioned. We are in a place where the problems that we have right now are mostly good problems to have, especially with respect to mule deer, save for some of the habitat issues. Last year at this meeting, we indicated that the reductions last year in tag quotas would likely lead to an increase in quota recommendations in 2025. So that's being realized. Our statewide postseason observed buck ratio is 34 bucks per 100 does, and buck ratios have been on an increasing trend since 2021. We continue to chase buck ratios that in some hunt units are well above 35. As mentioned many times, these buck ratios are higher than any other western state. As such, the department is recommending a total of 15,466 tags distributed across the any legal weapon, muzzleloader, and archery and junior hunt categories. This represents a 44% increase over last year's approved quota of 10,705 tags. However, we point out that this recommendation is just 19% greater than last year's original department recommendation of 12,954 tags. With a 40% success rate for all weapon classes, that would equate to approximately 6,186 dead bucks, or 8% of the total population. Spring fawn ratios from 2024 to 2025 were estimated at 41 fawns per 100 adults. This follows encouraging fawn recruitment from those that carried over from 2023 to 2024 of 37 fawns per 100 adults, and successive years of statewide average fawn recruitment of 30 fawns per 100 adults. Even though 30 fawns per 100 adults is not considered desirable and would actually lead to a slightly decreasing population, there will still be bucks available from those cohorts 4 years ago that will contribute to the population even this year. We expect fawn recruitment to be good again this year if stochastic factors such as weather and fire remain favorable. I guess the take-home message from this is that the quotas that are decided upon today, whether they be cab alternatives, your recommendations, or the department's or some combination of those, will have no negative impact to the mule deer population in general. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Cody Schroeder for discussion on mule deer as we get things started.
All right, thank you, Sean. Get my presentation set up. Bear with me here a moment.
One more thing, Chairman Rogers, we'll be following along as we get into the quotas. Our staff from DATS, Megan Manfredi, she'll have the quota forms up. We'll be able to track things in real time as best we can. One of the issues, though, is within the non-resident quotas. If it's not a large enough change, it will not be tracked within the program. So we'll need maybe some extra time to track those smaller consequences as they come down to the non-resident quotas.
Sure, thank you.
All right, good morning, members of the commission. For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So I'm going to just go through a couple slides. Actually have about 20, so bear with me. I'm going to kind of do a little bit of a deeper dive into mule deer quota recommendations, provide a little context, a little deeper than I have in the past. But I'll try to get through it fairly quickly. Some of the points Sean already touched on, so I'll try to gloss over that. But just kind of looking at some of our past harvest data, here's where we're at, kind of a 20-year snapshot. The gray bars are the number of tags we've issued going back to 2005 on the left-hand axis. On the right-hand axis, the number of deer harvested. Pretty much take-home message, everybody's probably aware, we've been cutting tags fairly significantly as that deer population has decreased. Last year, 23 was our lowest harvest on record, right around 3,200 deer. This year, or this past year, 24, our most recent hunt results, we actually saw a bump of about 1,000 deer harvested, even though we had fewer tags. So we saw our hunt success increased, and I'll show that in a little more depth here in a few. All right, so statewide antlered deer only success. We've been buck only here the last couple years. So this is apples to apples going back to 2020. The top line there is any legal weapon, which is primarily rifle. Last year we saw a pretty big bump in success, about 44%. Muzzleloader, we saw it across all the weapon classes, essentially. Muzzy, archery, we're pretty much right back to where we were, if not higher, in 2020. Sean touched on this, so I won't go into too much detail. This is, again, 20-year snapshot of our survey data. So the blue is our fall fawn to doe ratio. In the orange is our observed spring fawn to adult ratio. Pretty steady, really, over the past 20 years, hovering around 50 for fall production. Those are right after the hunting season. Then we transition into spring, which is we consider our recruitment value. Our spring fawn ratio is hovered around 30, really. But if you look, and Sean mentioned this, the last 2 years, we've seen higher than average fawn recruitment, just tipping over 40 fawns. Now, this is statewide. All the data kind of rolled up. I looked at it this past year. I think close to 80% of the survey is actually from the eastern region. So this is pretty much just a eastern region synopsis that's driving the bus, really. It's areas 6, 7, and 10, 14, and 15. Those are where we get the big survey numbers. So that's largely kind of driving that bus from a statewide perspective. Right after the hunting seasons are over, or as close as we can get, we take the fall survey. That's when we quantify our buck to doe ratio. You're going to hear a lot more about that in the coming slides as part of our management objective. But really the take-home message here is just that we have been hovering around that 30 for the past 20 years. However, if you kind of look at the tail end of that graph, since about 2018, we've really been steadily climbing from 28, 29, 30, 30, and 34 this past year. And I borrowed this slide from Tony Wasley. He gave a similar presentation, I believe it was in 2011, to the commission. Deer quotas were a hot topic then, as they continue to be now, and apparently that's been true for a long time, even before 2011. But these are the postseason buck ratios statewide observed going back to 1980. You can see there from that figure, they've been increasingly climbing. We were averaging around 24 bucks per 100 does in the 80s from 1982 to 1992, and we've been climbing since then. So that graph goes through 2011, and if I just flip back real quick, this does cover that time period, but you can see in more modern times, really since 2018-19, we're inching quite a bit higher than that, really hovering above 30, well above 30. So that's just some historical context. I kept the original font and color of Tony's presentation for nostalgia, in case he was here. You'll see a few more slides like that. So this is a roll-up of kind of total perspective statewide where we're at with mule deer. I got this pivot table from Cody McKee, who does a great job managing our data and giving us just the best data we have possible out of our harvest data. I'm extremely grateful for that. But our applications have been kind of up and down, but really last year we were pretty much where we're at in 2018 with applicants. But you can see that tags issued. Of course, as I showed in that previous graph, we've significantly dropped. I did want to point out, though, that hunter satisfaction, since we've only tracked that since 2020, and last year, 2024, we had our highest recorded value for hunter satisfaction statewide. It was quite a bit lower during the previous year, 23 and 22, but I'm glad to see that it's coming back up, along with hunt success. So this is, all weapon classes combined, landowner comp tags, non-resident guided, junior, everything. That also has seen a bump, as I mentioned earlier, which led to that higher deer harvest that we saw this past year as a percentage. So really good to see that we're back up above 40% hunt success statewide. During 2016, NDOW initiated a mule deer tooth collection study. It was statewide. I'm going to talk about those results in the next few slides, the data and some of the interpretations from that, just to provide a little bit more perspective what we're going to go into towards the end of my presentation. This is the data kind of summarized across the state. I apologize, it may be a little bit hard to read some of these. The coloration is just kind of highlighting some of the hot spots, the highlights, I guess, if you will. But as you can see, just a random smattering across the state, we got really good representation from low-density units to high-density units, standard units, non-standard units, alternative units. If you kind of look at that bottom line there, our average age from that, we got about 600 samples, was 3.5 years old. Our max age was 15. That was from a deer in 231, which I'm still amazed that we got that. We actually did check with Matson's lab where we do the aging to check to see if, that was correct. And they at least reread the slide and said there was a range there, but they were pretty confident it was at least 15. 3.5 points, that's just the left side. But if you look at the right side, it's exactly the same on the average for points. Average spread, maximum outside was about 20.5 inches, and main beam was about 20. But if you look, some of those units, 24 stands out. The average age was 5.3 years old, which is a pretty old deer, maxing out at 11. 4.5 points, 26 inches wide. This is average, 23-inch main beams. Similar, 23, really high average age. It's split out there, but 24 inches wide. 194 was 4.5, so old age class. But even amongst the non-standard or the non-alternative units, we got really good representation there. When we looked at age by that max antler spread, I've got the Boone and Crockett diagram there just to help folks who may not be familiar, but this was basically that C, if you're the maximum outside spread, highly correlated with age, as we would expect. But really about 4.5 years old is when it asymptotes. By 5.5 years old, 5.5, most mule deer have reached their maximum potential. That's not to say they can't get larger when they're older if they live that long, but that's when, on average, they have reached close to their peak. And just fitting this line, max antler spread explains over 60% of the variation in age alone. Of course, there's a lot of other factors that go into antler growth, nutrition, and genetics. Oops. Looking at that main beam length, a little bit harder to tell what a main beam is on a mule deer, so I threw this also from the Boone and Crockett scoring. That F is the main beam that we're looking at here. Didn't get as many data points on this. Folks didn't quite know what the main beam was on a mule deer. We had to kind of filter out some of the data that didn't make sense. We were getting G1s and G2s, but the data that did make sense, very similar story. 4.5, 5 years old. These deer are maxing out on their main beam, which is those two combined is a significant factor in the Boone and Crockett score. Point class, there was some pretty interesting stuff, and this is going to be relevant what I talk about here just in a few slides. 1 points, almost all two-year-olds and 1-year-olds, it's like 98%. 2 points, about 75% of that are 2-year-olds and 1-year-olds. So young deer, the bottom line, 1 points and 2 points. I'm sure you all knew this already. They're young deer. You do start to see some older bucks in there. You can even have 5-year-olds that are 2 points. We've all heard about these old forked horns that are 30 inches wide and Roman nose, and they look like they're 7+. That does happen, but it's a small percentage. 3 points there on the bottom left. Now we're starting to get quite a bit more variety here, but by and large, almost 40% are 2-year-olds, and a good chunk of those are 1-year-olds. So the majority of young deer are 3 points and less. Then we get into 4 points, and as you would expect, much larger average age. So 40% are 5+. 25% are 4 years old. So the bulk of the 4 points are 4+ years old. Okay, now why does that matter? I'll talk about that here in a bit. Really good distribution of age class in the harvest. So again, this is from teeth that we collected, not just the point class that gets reported in the harvest, but actual teeth that were sent in with the survey. Bulk of the harvest is 2-year-olds. And I should mention, we actually targeted, this is around the time we were developing the harvest guidelines. So we were actually looking for some of these criteria. We actually targeted what are now our alternative units, 13, 22, 23, 081, 065, 194. So we sent surveys out for those people particularly, but we did get that good representation. And still, our bulk of our age is 2-year-olds. And that's been true. Mike Cox, I remember explaining that to me probably on my second or third day on the job. That's what he'd seen, even going back to the 80s. So almost 40% of that teeth collection study were 1 and 2-year-olds. Roughly 35% were what I'd consider middle-aged deer, 3 and 4. And 28% were 5 and older. And then, that last age class, we're just binning everything that's over 7. It's a fairly small percentage of the overall sample. Okay, so this is why that is relevant. Now we're back to the last 5 years. Our point class, that's the raw data up there in the upper left. First thing I want to point out, just our total buck harvest. We were close to 6,000 deer harvested in 2020. The year before last, 23, 3,255, which is the lowest on record that I could find, back to 1974 at least. A little bit of bump last year, about 1,000 more deer, even with fewer tags, about 200 less tags. Then we have our mule deer population for reference. Back in 2020, we were estimating about 92,000. As of last year, we were around 68,000. So what proportion or percentage of that buck harvest is in relation to our total pop estimate? That's what those percentages are on the right hand that I just slid in there. We've been hovering around 6%, with the exception of 23 when we dipped below 5. And that is relevant to one of the other talking points I'm going to mention here in a minute. So relatively speaking, very light harvest of your percentage of your population. We have a very, very conservative buck harvest, and we always have since about the mid-90s. And then in that bottom left-hand corner, the bulk of our harvest, this is the point class, again, not age, but point class. But as I mentioned earlier, this point class really does reflect age. About 30% of the harvest is 1 point and 2 points. About 30% is 3 points, and about 40% is 4 points. There isn't a whole lot of variation in there going back 5 years, and you can actually go back even farther. It still doesn't vary much. There's some interesting trends there. For whatever reason, that 3 point just stays steady. In years maybe where we have fewer 1 points and 2 points, we tend to have more 4 points. But that doesn't always hold true, but that is a general trend. Probably has to do with recruitment and the age structure that's available for hunters to harvest, is my guess. All right, so this is another figure that I borrowed from Tony, 2011 vintage font. This is the percentage of buck harvest of the statewide population estimate. And what I find interesting here is if you go back to the 80s, the early 80s especially, we were well above 8 to 10% of our buck harvest of our statewide population, and we basically declined during that time through the 80s, through the glory days. This presentation was 2011. I believe that was going to be the projected buck harvest, that little red dot with what the quotas that they were recommending, I believe, at the time. So right there around that 5%. threshold where we are today, essentially, where we were last year. Again, very conservative harvest. These are our management objectives that we've had, I guess, in writing since, or we've been using them since I've been here, since 2012. $30 per 100 does for standard units. You've heard this before. Alternative units, those are the units there by region. We're trying to manage for a little bit higher buck to doe ratio, and we have these additional criteria where we're looking at hunt success, trying to have a high hunt success and a higher percentage of 4 points. And that's kind of our index for age, really. And then we have our non-standard units. These are typically units that we don't necessarily fly, or we don't have a good population model for some of these interstate herds that are kind of difficult to manage. So we just use hunt success as a criteria for those. All right, so wanted to throw this in here. What are some of the biological considerations or trade-offs for managing? As I mentioned, we've trended towards higher buck to doe ratios. We are currently using Commission Policy 24 and our 2022 management objectives. That's our guidance on setting mule deer quotas. Generally, as I just mentioned, that's $30 per 100 does on standard and $35 on alternative units. We don't really have age. We're not managing for age, except for that, generally speaking, that 4-point percentage in the alternatives. These objectives do include yearling bucks that were recruited in the population as part of our postseason and spring surveys. I get a lot of questions about that. Why do you include the yearlings? Why can't you exclude them? Well, guess what? If we count them this spring, they're 1.5-year-old bucks come hunting season. They're legal to harvest. And as I just showed you in all that data, we actually harvest a fair amount of the yearlings and 2-year-olds. So we have to include those. If we were to say take out the yearlings, what would that do? They're still out there on the landscape. They're still competing for forage with bucks, with other bucks. They're still competing with those, and they're legal for harvest. Essentially, all you would be doing is moving your target, your goalpost, if you took out the yearlings, as long as you allowed them still to be harvested. Now, if we went to some kind of restriction on yearlings, like a point restriction, that could change that a little bit, but that's the reason we keep them, and they're included. What are some of the other trade-offs? I just mentioned it. Increasing competition with bucks, other bucks, and doe fawn groups, especially on the winter range. Higher energy costs during the rut, prolonged rut, more intense rutting behavior, more fights, injuries, and broken antlers. That's some of the stuff you can find on podcasts, online, various other sources. There's literature supporting this as well. A postseason ratio of 20 to 25 may negatively impact population growth when food is limited. That's also talked about out there on podcasts. It's a paper that's not quite published yet, but I'm going to show some data from Utah. And then higher buck ratios increase the older age class. We know that. If you manage higher age buck ratios, you're going to get higher age class. However, the various metrics that contribute to quality, the bucks that we hear about that people want, really level off around 5 to 6 years old of age, which I demonstrated in those previous slides. All right, this is something that I've been working on with my WAF colleagues for a while now. We still, unfortunately, don't have it quite to the finish line, but there's a conference coming up in British Columbia. Hopefully we can gain some traction, but this is the nuts and bolts of it. Bucks don't have babies. I borrowed that from Tom Donham on my first day on the job, or whenever I met him, he was harping on this. Females are the reproducing segment of the population. And their nutritional condition, their body condition, is what drive population dynamics, really. The bucks don't contribute to population growth. They only contribute in the sense that they're breeding with females. They are passing along genetic information. But some of the research indicates that you can run pretty low buck-to-doe ratios, around 7 to 10 in the literature, to ensure that you're having 100% breeding success. And we've looked at this in Nevada in the past in our own capture data. We run about 98% pregnancy rates across the board when we collect pregnancy data from blood, from PSPB. You might get a yearling that's not pregnant. That's fairly common in mule deer, but across the board, we're running real high. Colorado study found that increasing buck-to-doe ratios by 4.5 bucks per 100 does resulted in a decrease of 7.5 fawns per 100 does. These were for deer in nutritionally limited conditions, so at or above carrying capacity, presumably. So restricting buck harvest and hunting opportunities could unintentionally decrease population productivity. And in the meantime, it reduces hunter participation. More bucks on the landscape contribute without contributing to population growth. And nutritional resources are further stressed in these conditions. All right, so this is not published. I got this from DAX in Utah, DAX Magazine. This is just their own analysis of their data. I'll walk you through it a little bit. Buck-to-doe ratios on that table up there, they have a range. Lambda, as Joe Bennett mentioned, is population growth rate or rate of change. So the graph on the right shows you the blue line is 1. That pretty much indicates a stable population. Anything below 1 is a declining population, and anything above 1 is a positive growth rate. And you can, in that table, you can interpret those lambda ratios, like for instance, the bottom one, 1.06, that's approximately a 6% year-to-year growth rate. So what they found is this threshold of around 20 to 25 bucks per 100 does seemingly correlated fairly strongly with reduced population growth. And I believe what these dots are, that's the range of all the different herds that they looked at across their state. So it's a pretty good representation of, desert units, Rocky Mountain units along the Wasatch Front, west side of the state, and everything included. All right, so what are some of these social considerations for reducing buck-to-doe ratios? And you've heard me talk about this in the past, increasing hunter opportunity. More tags equals greater access to hunting and participation in hunting. Public demand. Many people simply want a chance to hunt regardless of trophy size. I don't have the data to necessarily prove that case today, but I can tell you in past surveys when we've looked at that, there is a strong demand for people that just want to go hunting, they want to participate with their families and things like that. Third point, willingness to harvest young bucks. I've demonstrated that, hopefully, in those slides previously, that there's a lot of evidence to support 3 points, even 2 points in the harvest. Over 60% of our harvest in the past 5 years have been 3-point or less bucks, and that's our long-term average. Actually, that's more of a short-term average. That's the last 5 years. But if you go back in time, it actually holds true back to the mid-2000s, I believe. Population management, it's been demonstrated that reducing this density can lessen the competition on winter range. And what I think is the key here is that it can provide you a buffer for times in the future where conditions may not be good like they are right now. So droughts, severe winters, effects of wildfires. And I was watching Mark Freese's presentation yesterday. I hate to be, I don't want to be an alarmist, but we are just a lightning strike away from pretty bad conditions this summer. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it could. It doesn't really pay to stockpile bucks, in my opinion, because we could be experiencing these. And then we're going to have to make even more drastic changes if we want to try to get some animals off the landscape. Finally, public engagement. It enables participation in a sustainable harvest while providing a quality family time and experience, and really allowing people to participate in wildlife management. I think that's the best part of it. They can feel part of the process, contribute economically to local economies, and feel like they're participating in wildlife management through the North American model for wildlife management. All right, so with that, here's just a total summary of the tags that we're recommending. Just want to point out that restricted non-resident guided tags, those have already been allocated and sold in the draw. We do use that in our formulation for this non-resident resident split. It does make it challenging to get it exact, so this is about as close as we can get, within a 0.5 percentage point. But that will have an effect when we start changing quotas, if we start changing quotas with alternative recommendations, trying to keep that percentage straight. Overall, we're looking at 12,614 adult tags plus the 2,852 junior tags. I didn't factor the junior tags into the non-resident resident split because we don't offer a non-resident junior tag for mule deer. So yeah, with that, be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions for the commission at this time, or comments on any of the information provided? Mr. Schroeder. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment. I've seen a lot of presentations, and when Tony's mule deer bulletin came out through the department, it was very impactful. I mean, it really stood out. It was a big deal in my mind. And Cody, I've got to tell you, that thing hits me the same way. So I appreciate the work you put into that. That was not, that's not an easy presentation to put together, and it makes total sense to me. And I appreciate the time and effort, and I really appreciate the presentation. For me, it was very impactful, and maybe it's just confirming my biases or whatever, but I just wanted to thank you for getting up here and throwing that out there, because I know that there's a lot of headwinds on it, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else from the commission at this time? All right. How did any flavor of the commission on moving forward? We want to just jump into the quotas?
Yeah, so I'm not going to run the quota machine this time. Hopefully, management analyst Manfredi is going to help us with that. So yeah, if we want to jump to that, then I'll just switch out and we can go up to the actual quotas.
Easy enough. Anything else from the commission? Is that what sounds good? We definitely want to start with mule deer first. So
okay,
that's.
And I don't know if you want to do public comment before we get into the actual quota software yet, but I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, no, I think let's go ahead and proceed with the quotas, and then we'll certainly look for some public comment as we. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
All right, I'm going to kick it off. 75%. Just kidding.
I thought you were a 50 guy.
You've challenged me to be better. So last year we reduced quotas significantly, and so I'm gonna focus on the area 10, because that's we made some big reductions there, and you looked at the data sheet that came out too, and hunter success was good, buck ratio was higher than, as it was pointed out to me, what our policy is, but as a discussion, we were good with where that buck ratio was going to be. So I think we accomplished, in my mind, we accomplished everything we wanted to accomplish. With last year, we have a young herd. I mean, the winter prior, it was tough on them. We mucked them out. What we have left is a good, young, productive herd. And that's what we got, and they're being productive. We're looking at fawn ratios the herd is responding the way we want them to respond. So I guess where I was now, I don't quite know where I want to land on quotas this year yet, to be perfectly honest. I know we can withstand. I mean, we can more tags out there. I understand where the department's coming from. After what we're looking at, and with our sheep and the buddies is a really good example for a lot of this. We don't want to get a buck ratio so high now that all of a sudden we're trying to chase that thing. So I think we do need to increase quotas at that level. I don't quite know. I see the recommendations for some of these areas. The 6, 7, 10. When you look at on paper, it seems pretty high. Is it really? I don't know. There's got to be a sweet spot there, and that's kind of as we start this discussion. That's kind of where I'm hoping to land. I know there's some calves meet some recommendations and take a look at those and see. But I don't want to lose what we gained in 1 year, but I don't want to get so low that all of a sudden we're creating more issues down the road. So I guess I'm throwing more questions in. But that's, as we proceed through this discussion, that's kind of what I'm searching for.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Commissioner Barnes. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you. We've things that we implemented here over the last couple of years are certainly trending in the direction that we had hoped that they would. I think so the progress is there, and much like Commissioner Barnes, I hate to lose some of that progress. Optically, a 44+% increase is a little jarring until we kind of peel the onion down a little bit on some of these specific units. But I like Commissioner Barnes. I mean, I don't want to do two things. I don't want to lose the good momentum that we're having, number one, and number two, I don't want to necessarily go chasing a buck-doe ratio in the future. Of course, topic for another day, and that is, this notion of buck-doe ratio and how we quantify things and utilizing these things as a management tool, and what we look at and what that really means. I mean, it's a conversation for another day, I guess. But at any rate, so yeah, no, I hear you, Commissioner Barnes. I appreciate that. Anything else for comments of the commission at this time? All right.
How do we want to proceed, I guess?
Yeah.
You want to just start with any legal weapon? We can go through the alternative recommendations first, I believe.
Yeah, Vice Chair, yeah.
I think you have to.
So, Mr. Schroeder, just because obviously first time using this program,
Yeah.
are we going to be able to adjust any legal weapon, mainly the early hunt, and then that will adjust the muzzleloader and archery? Is that going to be the easiest procedural way for the department?
Well, so the software does not do that for sure.
Okay.
Automatically.
Okay.
And the cab recommendations didn't do that either. Some of them did and some of them didn't make like wholehearted, cross edge archery and muzzleloader. It seemed like the ones that I looked at were mostly geared towards the any legal weapon hunts, but it kind of varies by cab.
Okay.
And then I will mention the non-resident resident thing does get a little bit tricky because we have the non-resident guided, which you can see the quota up there. I don't think the software actually calculates like a reduction in non-resident quota if you make a different recommendation, say a decrease. But I am prepared to take a time out and calculate all those if we need to.
All right. Wow.
But there's quite a few, so like some of them have multiple from different cabs. Yeah, you have to kind of scroll down to see that one has two, one from Humboldt, one from Elko. Pretty big disparity there on that one, I would say, between Elko and Humboldt.
Yeah, probably starting with that any legal weapon is probably our jump off point, and then we'll kind of cascade down from there in the
And then
other
I'll
areas.
mention there were a few that were, I think, geared towards like shifting tags, for instance, to the juniors. So you will see some junior recommendations that are increases, I believe. So I think they were geared towards taking them away from the regular any legal weapon to try to shift them to the juniors.
So I think for maybe the easiest procedure would be just start with any legal weapon resident 011 through 013, and then if you can kind of just give a, we can see obviously last year's, this year's, maybe what the cabs recommended, and we can just go through them if that's the easiest.
Yep. Let's try that.
You want me to go through each one? I guess I didn't follow that 100%.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can just open it up for 011 through 013. The recommendation is 40, last year was 35.
Yeah.
Maybe if you want to say Washoe Cab recommended X.
Oh,
And then-
there was so Washoe County didn't have any alternative recommendations on mule deer.
Okay.
And I didn't see any for Washoe County. Well, I shouldn't say that. There might have been from Carson City, I believe, for like one of the 19s, I believe.
If I may make a suggestion, there might be an opportunity. I mean, so this is tracking any of the changes on this. You're not seeing any right now. Scroll down to where a change shows up, Megan. And so right there you can see some type of comment. So unless there's something flagged, it would be the quota as recommended. And so that might be the manner in which to move forward is using what you see in front of you in the attachment, looking at that quota recommendation, and we can scroll down and we can say, yeah, the first exception that we see, recommendation from the cab is in 043 through 046, and address it in that manner. Unless the commission has a desire to take opportunity with one of those units above that.
So I'm going to have some questions around 031 through 035, even though there might not be.
Yeah, I think we, again, to that note, just start at the top, and whether there was recommended changes or not, maybe just start at the top and go right on down the list in the event that commissioners have questions on any of those respective units. I'm trying to think, how the heck did we do it last year? I mean, obviously we didn't have this program, but is that kind of how we did it last year, Commissioner Gavin?
Typically, what we've done is, at least my recollection is, we've had like the cabs come up and present their alternatives verbally, and I believe also members of the public at the same time. And then there's a little bit of back and forth with the commission and myself, and then maybe addressing like specific ones. But we don't have to go in that order. I think that's what we've done in the past. And then I had the Excel spreadsheet up trying to track them as we were going along.
Yeah, no. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As much as I'd like to just get small today, I do agree with Director Janae. I think just going down the list, maybe the department can give us the county recommendations using the process where they're highlighting it, and we can take whatever notes that we want. And then if there's something else that wasn't noted as part of that somebody wants to talk to up here, we can just call it out, and then we'll take our public comment and go from there. I think the idea here is, instead of the cabs having to come up and share, their recommendation, that process, the department's just trying to help us with that right here and if the cab see something that's not right, they can clarify that or something. But So I like the idea of just going down the list and letting us make our notes accordingly on the changes. And then if somebody has questions or wants to talk about another area, maybe that is the best way to go.
I mean, I would agree with that. I don't know if there's any just like general public that might want to comment on some of these as well. So you might want to consider that because those definitely aren't captured in this. And I don't know that we got all of them 100% in here as well. I think we got most of them, but the cab comments, but.
I think having formerly sat in the chair's seat and knowing the joy of going through this process, I kind of agree with Commissioner McNinch. I think we can, you can easily see the cab comments here on the spreadsheet. We can run through those, and then if any of, this would be my thought, completely with Commissioner McNinch, is then if any of us have any specific comments, we could bring it up. And then after that, after we go through all this, would be the time to go out for cab comment and public comment. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
All right, anything else from any other commissioners on that? All right, I like that. Let's proceed with that directive. Cody.
Okay. So yeah, the first one, well, Commissioner Young, I believe, had a question about 031, even though there wasn't a recommendation. So we can start there, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Church. So yeah, I guess we'll just go as is all the way up to 031, and sounds good. Yes, as to 031, just a couple quick questions. The population seems to be stable, if not decreasing a little. The buck to doe ratio looks like a 28, projected 29, and then obviously 41 with the fawn recruitment. Just want your quick thoughts on it. It's a mild increase. I understand it's not a huge increase, but just your brief thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I think for that one in particular, we didn't get a spring survey, so we're using like an average. In that spring survey, we assume was probably going to be a little bit higher, just because we had our super mild winter. So that's going to, increase overall the population. I know it's showing a decline. That's probably effect of changing our modeling through the quota process. So those numbers on that pop estimate, and you might have questions about this down the road. That's our published estimate from last year. So like 1,700 is what we published last year. However, we changed the model from year to year. So what we're projecting for last year is probably a different number than 1,700. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but looking at the buck to doe ratios, we did observe 28 on survey, which is below what we recommend. But again, with that, he has in here fawn ratios remain high at 55. So I think we're projecting basically more yearlings into the population. That's what's driving that buck ratio up. And so, yeah, just a nominal increase in quotas there. And then obviously you got to factor in success, even though it was a little bit higher last year. We used the 3-year average. So presumably those past 2 years are contributing to some of those quotas too.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then for 032, pretty similar story there. And really some of these quotas like in 032 archery and muzzleloader, those are probably being driven more by the success. It's kind of hit and miss on muzzleloader and archery, but they are lower tag numbers. Those tend to fluctuate a little bit. So really not much change on the any legal weapon for 032. A few more junior tags, 10 more. And then 033, we did recommend an increase there. That was supported by the Washoe cab. I didn't hear anything from Humboldt on that one either. But pretty good success the past few years. Didn't get survey data in 03-3 this year, so we're just using like a 3-year average to project that population. But we did show a population increase.
And just real quick, Mr. Schroeder, and then we can move on from the threes if no one has any other questions. Just in 034, I will note it's a little confusing on the quota recommendation form. When we had the 39 postseason and then it's a modeled 31, it's a decreasing pop. We had some pretty good spring ratios, and again, I know you did not draft this form, but it is 034 is a little confusing to me. But again, I'm fine with the recommendations. Just wanted to note that.
Yeah, we survey that together with 032, and then we try to split it out in the model. I would agree that the modeled buck ratio should be a little bit higher. Ideally, you want that to track with your postseason ratio. However, I would point out that, we only sampled 63 deer on survey, so probably not a great sample size to go off of. No change in quotas for 034 with just a slight bump in the junior. All right. So the next one, so unless there's any other questions about the threes, management area 3, we can go to 4.
Yes.
So there's a recommendation there from Pershing Cab to decrease that by 2. The rationale, just keep it same as last year. I'm not exactly sure what the rationale was for dropping it to, honestly. But it's pretty mild or a modest decrease. I know it's a low density herd, and we've had some collars in there. We have had a little bit of mortality on the collars. I think that's probably a reasonable recommendation, but you're really only talking about maybe 1 or 2 deer harvested.
Okay.
All right, moving down to area 6. Different recommendations there.
All right, so what is a recommendation? So the recommendation in Area 6 was 950, and what is the cab showing there? They're suggesting 516?
I believe so. That's what the Humboldt cab was recommending. And then I think Elko was basically like a 10% from what we were recommending, which would equate to 855 on the resident. On this one, I'll just point out we were with a really strong sample last year, 3,500 deer in the fall and 4,000 in the spring. We were quite a bit above objective. We're observing a buck ratio of 39, and this is a standard unit. I realize that is a big jump in quotas, but this isn't even really getting us to 30 in one bite, so to speak. We're really trying to nudge it back towards our management objective. Even with that high quota, you'll see there. We've had really strong recruitment. I was at the Elko Cab meeting online, and all the biologists did a phenomenal job presenting these, by the way. Shout out to them. But I think Travis made a pretty good argument that we have pretty good justification for a significant increase here in this population.
And Mr. Schroeder, I might jump in if it's all right with the chair and the commission. I might have Scott Roberts come down and maybe address 6, 7, and 10. Obviously, those are the big 3 and kind of priority units, and maybe we kind of get a quick analysis on Mr. Roberts' opinion.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, thanks for that. A lot of Eastern region trends and data are going to just echo exactly what Cody said. so much of our statewide trends are dictated by these 3 unit groups, that, I mean, really anything I'm going to say is going to be what we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes or so. Area 6, we had an observed buck ratio of 39. Pretty good recruitment rate. It's not off the charts for Area 6. So this quota recommendation was going down to 35. And, you know, with Elko's proposed changes, that would push us closer to that 36, 37, depending on, you know, some of the success rates in the primitive junior hunts and some of the, you know, smaller unknowns that we have this year. Area 7, we were a lot more successful in last year's hunt than projected, just had pretty fantastic success rates. So we ended up harvesting a lot more deer than were projected through last year's 3-year averages. And so with that, we came in a lot closer to objective. And then being sensitive to, you know, these major increases with 2 amazing recruitment years in a row, this year's proposed quotas was generated off a post-hunt objective of 32. And so, you know, it's definitely, I would say, the lowest priority when looking at the changes from at least the Elko cab. You know, that it would push us to 33 next year, depending on success rates. Area 10, the proposed changes are a lot greater, and we're, you know, starting at a higher buck ratio. Our proposed was, you know, a major increase off of last year, but it was only getting us to 37 this year. And so, you know, Elko proposing to go to 50, running those numbers, that's going to push us right around 40 coming out of next year. And so I would say that one's the most worrisome, just because how far away we're getting from objective and just knowing what it takes to make meaningful jumps into the future, even at average recruitment rates. And then, you know, looking at some of the other cabs proposals that I wasn't in attendance at, you know, that's pushing all those buck ratios, you know, well into the 40s.
Mr. Roberts, what would 500, if we did 500 early, 500 mid, do you know where that would put us at?
It's right at 40. Yeah, looking at the 500, 500, and the proposed cut to the archery hunt would put us right at 40. Yep.
All right. Anything else on area 6, 7, or 10? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, since I'm here, I would just say, from the eastern region, there were only 2 proposals going down to 30 this year, one being Area 11 and one being Area 15. You know, we'll see the Area 13 proposed changes would be pushing us, that would push us to 48 bucks per 100 does next year if we went with the white pine proposal. You know, we understanding that, again, the sensitivities of making any of those increases and knowing that the percentages are scary going from such a low quota of last year of 25. Our quota proposal was targeting a buck ratio of 45 this year, and we're, you know, there's proposals to cut it even greater. And it's what we talked about last year is there's only one direction to go from when you bottom out, and some of these seem unpalatable, but the last 3 years of harvest in Area 13, we've only harvested 136 bucks between the 3 years, which is 45, if you added all 3 years up, would only be 45% of the previous 10-year average harvest. So we're looking at, 14, 15% of what we were harvesting the previous decade. So there's been major, adjustments, and this is just a small movement back towards, that alternative post-ton objective of 35. And also taking into account the lower 4-point or better in there last year, and knowing that we're not making that, full movement in 1 year or probably even 3 years. So.
Any questions from the commission on that, or?
Hello, thank you, Scott. Humboldt County usually doesn't like the CAB, does not like to make quota recommendations to other counties. The misconception I think a lot of people have is that NDOW needs money, so they increase the number of tags. And I assured them that that was not the case. But they would like to go back to the numbers of last year based upon the historical data that was presented by Humboldt County CAB Committee. So just for the record, I just wanted to make sure that these tag increases are not for monetary purposes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any bonuses given out. Yeah.
All right, any questions regarding some of those areas that were just touched on, 6, 7, 10? Commissioner Bourne, did you have a?
Could you show me area 12, please? 121, sorry.
The Area 12 proposal was generated off a post-ton objective of 35. With the proposed changes from White Pine, we'd be looking at 37 at that point. So
37?
Yeah. And that's assuming that all of the lack of changes through the muzzleloader and archery hold true. I'm sure you're aware of the specifics of those. But yeah.
All right. Not sure where we last left off, kind of going down our list here. Was it area 10 maybe? 6? All right. Whoop, whoop. I think area 6 is where we last left off there. Anything else on area 6 from anybody at this time?
Is area 6, is that recommendation from Elko CAB to reduce it only by 10% all across the board?
Correct.
Okay.
6 and 7 were at 10% in the any legal weapon.
Okay, I would be in favor of supporting the Elko CAB numbers of 10% reduction just because of their familiarity with the areas. Unlike Humboldt County, I think they know the area much better. I do like the fact that is not significantly higher than the 30 to buck to doe ratio. It's not the same as last year as the Humboldt CAB had requested.
All right.
And I've got a question. Thank you, Chair. So on the Elko recommendation, is that 10% just off the early and late, or is that 10% across the board with muzzleloader, archery, everything? And we might have been able to
10% on any legal weapon.
Just any legal weapon is
correct.
Right. Okay.
And there was a proposed change to the archery for Area 10, just because that fixed demand did kick that up to 600.
But on 6?
But it's the only one, yeah.
And just the early, not the late?
No, the late has a 10% cut
Both.
on it also,
Okay.
down to 99. Yeah.
All right. Okay, yeah, let's move on to the next one there. Yes, Area 7. I'm kind of liking the old way a little bit better. Yeah, I think we decided what to just to roll through all of them and then take some, yeah. So let's do that. Let's keep looking at these noted adjustments or changes from the cabs, and then we'll, as we had mentioned earlier, maybe take it out to public comment and go from there. I'm sorry? No, I think we're good. So we did cover 6, 7, and 10. So let's proceed. Yeah, past 10 there. Perfect. All righty. So the recommendation on where are we at here? 11 was 200, and the White Pine cab was suggesting 170. All right. And that was on the early. And then late recommendation was 10, or excuse me, was 15, but White Pine cab was suggesting 10. All right. Any questions on that? I don't yet.
I just had one, Cody. White Pine Cab did bring up and you guys noted in the rationale that population may have been overestimated. But looking at the total, if you look at the proposal on archery, muzzleloader, early, all the hunts, junior hunts, non-resident guided, it's almost really the exact same number of tags as last year. It's really close. It's really not a big, I mean, the any legal weapon hunt jumps up. A couple of them jump up, but then the junior hunt drops down quite a bit. So it's almost status quo there in 11.
Net, even with the initial recommendation.
That was with the initial recommendation, correct? The department's recommendation.
Yeah.
I know White Pine had a discussion about this unit group, so I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay. All right, anything else on 11 from anybody? All right. All right, and then this is what, 121? 121 early. I think it was a recommended 85, and White Pine is recommending 55, if I'm looking at that right. All right. And the 121 late. So recommendation was 9. White Pine cab looking recommended 5. All right. All right, Area 13. Recommendation on 13 was 75. This is 13 early, was 75. White Pine is recommending 25. All right. And then 13 late. Recommendation was 15, and we're looking at 3. All right, questions at all on Area 13 from anybody? Okay. All right, this is 141. let's see where we at here. 141 early, 410, I think was a recommendation. Eureka is suggested 370. All right, and the late recommendation was 40. Eureka is recommending 35. Oops. All right. All right, this is 151 early, and it was a 420 recommendation, and it looks like both Eureka and Landowner were suggesting or recommending 380. All right, and then that 15 late, Landowner was suggesting 38, recommendation was 40. All right. All right, this is area 161 early. Recommendation was 240. We're looking at Eureka recommending 175, Nye County 110. All right, and then the late recommendation was 35. Eureka is recommended 18 and Nye 10 on the late. Yes, please.
On 16, what would that put us at with Buck to Doe? Obviously, I'm looking at the 38 Buck to Doe. With that reduction, do we have that, or you can report back after?
Biologist is here. I think it's definitely above 40. It's probably like 45, 44.
Thank you.
All right, anything else on area 161? All right, let's move on. All right, this is 171 early, recommended was 330. And Nye, I think was recommending 310. All right. And then 171 mid. All right, recommendation was 250, Nye's at 190. And then that 171 late, recommendation was 95, and Nye is recommending 35. Okay. Anything on area 171? Any questions at this time at all? All right. All right, this is 202, 205, and 208. Recommendation was 40. And Mineral Cab is suggesting 45. All right. Any questions at all on that one, 202? All right. All right, this is 230, let's see here, 231. Recommendation was 96. Lincoln Cab is suggesting 68. All right. Any questions at all on 231 at this time? All right. Yes, we do have a question on 231.
I apologize, Chair. I've got a couple questions on this. Cody, could you briefly go through the caller data in 23 and 22? I think that might help.
Yeah.
The recommendations.
Yep. Commissioner Young, for the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So yeah, we initiated a collar project in what we thought was Area 22 at the time, catching deer on winter range as part of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. The collars have been out for just over a year now. What we discovered was that those deer go all over the place. Many of them actually summer in 231 and probably are not available. A good chunk of them, maybe as high as 40%, aren't available during the hunting season in Area 22 because they're summering in Area 23. And so we made some adjustments to the model, and it's really challenging because we don't have a population estimate now that goes across the two units together. So we did our best there, but that's one of the reasons you're seeing that decrease in the Area 22 quota along with other metrics. And then that's partially why we're asking for that increase in Area 23. Some of the callers, not all of them went to 23. Some of them ended up in Area 10, Area 11, Area 13. Some of them were in Utah, in the Indian Peaks range. I don't have the maps. I should have probably included that in my presentation, but we can definitely provide that at a future time if you'd like to see them.
Thank you. But what did you learn outside of there in multiple different units is that some of the 22 wintering range mule deer summer and early fall in 23?
Yes. Yeah. It's a hodgepodge of deer that come from all over is what we learned. And many of them do cross Highway 93, which is an area of concern for vehicle collisions as well. So we don't quite have enough data to get the corridors mapped, but that's our intention, is to map all these migration corridors once we have at least 2 years of data on the collars. Right now we're sitting at 1. But yeah, that's how it pertained to the quota. How we use it in the quota development is we essentially accounted for some of the deer not being available during that, especially the early season. They do start trickling in towards the late season in 22 from 23.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
I just have one question on that movement from the deer from 22 to 23, from this having hunted 23 a lot, the summer range in 23 to where those deer are transitioning to 22. When they're basically in that transition zone, it's a PJ jungle, right? All the way across both units before they cross the highway. And I'm just curious, those deer that are transferring between summer range in 23 to 22, are they available really to hunt? Because once you're in that PJ, they're basically off limits, right? Nobody's going to find them. I'm just curious, factor in those deer. I don't know how you do it. And like you said, we're on just learning that movement. Just the availability of that, adding that, counting those deer that transition between the two units, if they're available during those rifle hunts. Anybody that's hunted 23 knows that. You could find them real easy in the summer. Come that any legal weapon hunt, it's a whole different ball game once the deer drop out of the summer range. Just wanted to bring it up. I've got a lot of experience on 231, so.
Okay.
Noted.
All right, perfect. Anything else on 231 at all? All right. I think we were on, was it 290?
Yeah, and I did misspeak earlier. So the Carson cab, they didn't have any recommendations for 19. It was this one right here, 291. So I apologize for that.
So I apologize. What are we looking at here again? This is 291?
Yeah, so they're basically recommending an increase of 5.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
One comment on 23. I did talk to Corey Lytle on the way over here, and they did transfer some tags to the youth. So that 68 number actually isn't as low as it looks because they did make some transfers.
That's correct. I think I have that in my notes that they wanted to add 10 to the junior hunt.
All right. So I think that was all the changes on any legal weapon that are being proposed from the various cabs. If there isn't anything else from the commission, maybe we'll send it out for any cab comment, public comment from there. So any cab comment here in the room regarding any legal weapon on the deer?
Chrissy Pope, Nye. I wanted to point out in unit group 161. Eureka Cab did make recommendations. We weren't aware of those recommendations. We usually don't try to make recommendations for other counties, so I'm not quite sure. But I hope that you guys would, we're wanting to mirror last year's quotas for 161 through 164 and 171 to 173 that is pertaining to Nye County. And we want to see our herd. I mean, we realize that we're going to have to increase those in the coming years and stuff like that. But we're just seeing a comeback in Area 16, the Monitor Valley, and we would like to see those bucks mature and stuff like that and get a little bit more of the gene back in, the genetics back in our area. So I hope that you guys would go along with the Nye County Cab. And like I said, I'm not quite sure why Eureka Cab made a suggestion like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine. Guess starting with Area 10. If you look at the harvest, after this harvest last year, in 104 through 109, there's only 51 deer bucks harvested. And if any of you have hunted them units, it's pretty tough hunting. And people that draw the 10 tags are easy to draw, so then they end up in 30 Mile and all these different spots, and if there's a deer with horns, it gets shot. So I know this probably isn't the time to change it. It's been discussed since I've been involved with the cab, but I'd like to be conservative in Area 10 and possibly get them units broke away. It's a pretty big discussion, but there's just not a lot of harvest in them units, or if any at all in the one. So, and then going to 11, seeing an increase in the deer, and I think in general we're just pretty nervous and want to be cautious with where the deer herds are. 11 does seem to be a little better. And then moving on to 22 and 13, them are probably the two of the hardest hit units that we see. So seeing the reductions in 22, we appreciate. We actually talked about cutting that a little more, but 13's just trying to come back, and we just want to be conservative and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, from the Elko Cab, we did recommend a 10% cut. And a lot of different ideas and variables are obviously going to show up. A year ago at this particular meeting, this commission proposed a 35% cut. And some of the things, trying to grow the herd and try to build an age class structure within that particular group. And this goes for 6, 7, and 10, the whole idea. What occurred that I question is, if we've tried that formula, the 35% that this commission reduced those numbers to, I'm wondering what are we really seeing as a result of that 35% cut? I know that the herd size shows some increase. My question, I guess, to the commission is, do we rely on the improvement of 1 year, or is it wiser to look at a 2-year plus, 2-year or 3-year impact on that herd? Area 10, and those comments refer to all of those areas. However, Area 10 did not show that growth. And so that's the reason for the Elko cab going with 30% at that particular point. So I don't know how to go through. I guess we'll look at it in future years. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any?
Glen Bunch, Mineral County. Someday, I envision maybe I'll be up here asking for a reduction. However, in all the years I've been coming up here, I've asked for an increase, continuing to ask for an increase. It's not many. We just like to go back to what we had last year, at least that many. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other cab comment here in Reno? Any public comment here in Reno at all? All right, how about any cab comment via Zoom? No, any public comment via Zoom? No, all right. So we'll bring it back to the commission. For any additional thoughts or questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
There it is. I worry about the units south of the Highway 50 corridor. North Highway 50, we're at 100% plus precipitation, snow water content for the year. You hit Highway 50 south, and that's not the case. Highway 50 south, we did not get the fall rain. We didn't get October, November, December, January, and halfway through February, we got nothing. We were like 14% of average. Everything hit in March, the ground's dry. Every bit of snow we've got there is gonna go straight into the ground, and by the 1st of July, it's going to look poor. The bitter brush component in those units is in bad shape. It's starting to lose its inner leaves, which is a stress sign. That worries me going forward. I'm speaking more specifically about, to a certain extent, 23, 22, 13, 16, 25. With that, I'm really worried if we do not get a monsoon season that we will see does that will quit lactating early, and the fawns that we do get, we could lose a high percentage of those fawns this year. Those are my worries in those units.
All right, thank you for that. Any comment on that at all, Mr. Schroeder?
No, I mean, I would somewhat agree that it does look a little bit dire as you get farther south. Some of those southern units are getting dry. But we're using projections from what we had on survey or our models to kind of project to the future, I guess. We still are carrying quite high fawn ratios, and that's kind of driving the buck ratio. So that's why we're looking at increases there. But I don't disagree that if it dries out, that we could have some nutritionally stressed animals on the landscape.
Yes, Mr. Scott?
Mike Scott for the record. Commissioner Boren, that would be the exact reason why we would want to increase quotas rather than decrease quotas. So I don't know, I'm not sure what the point you were getting at is, if you wanted to decrease, but similar to the conversation we had about the muddies, this would be the time, if it's really poor conditions, to increase quotas to reduce the number of animals on the landscape.
My point exactly was, if you lose lactating does in the middle of summer, your fawn ratio next year is going to be extremely lower. Your fawn ratio goes lower, your buck ratio goes lower. So that 40, I believe it was, in say area 13 and area 16, that's going to naturally go down if this happens. And it's already been shown in the drought reports. They've already moved that section into stage 3, I believe it's drought.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, I guess I'll jump in here. So as I was looking through a lot of these recommendations, a lot of the southern units I'm really not that familiar with, but so I'm going to rely kind of on some of the cabs, the department. So, but I look at the 6, 7, 10. I understand where Elko's coming from, and I'm good with the 10% on 6 and 7. You know, with agreement where they are, we've made some good strides there. So an increase is warranted, but they want to be kind of cautious. So I'm good with that. I get to the area 10, and you look at the recommendation, and that seems pretty extreme. But then I look at the Elko cab recommendation. You know, that's a 28.5% decrease, which you're never going to believe me say this, but is that maybe a little bit high itself? You know, I mean, that's the thing. I want to be conservative. You know, I don't want to overshoot it. I still want to be conservative. So I guess I'm trying to come up with a number maybe somewhere between the 500 and the 700, and 600 would be a 14%, which, I mean, it's kind of splitting the difference, I guess. I mean, if somebody thinks do I need to increase my percentage reduction, or am I in the ballpark? Or, I mean, I just, you know where I am. I don't want to go too high. I don't want to go too low.
No, and I would ask Mr. Schroeder, so you're saying 600 early, 600 mid?
Yeah.
What would that put us at? And I apologize for the on-the-spot math.
For the buck ratio?
Yeah.
It's going to put, I mean,
I mean, Scott probably can answer better
hypothetically,
than
it's
me.
going to, I mean, who knows where we're going to end up? We could be the same. I mean, that's the numbers are going to show you how we're probably going to, obviously, that's why they made their recommendation of 700, because they're going to want to maintain
Yeah, I mean,
that, but-
I think that would put us in the ballpark of where we're at, but we're wanting to move it the other
Want to move
direction.
it.
So I'm going to stand firm by our recommendations, but I do understand where you're at. I think we'd be close to where we're at now with our buck ratio.
And I am going back when we started the conversation, you said that really we're in a pretty good place, no matter what we do. As long as we don't get extreme, I think we can kind of stay in the same area, and then as we go, keep making the adjustments.
Yep.
I just don't want to lose what we gained.
Yep.
But but then don't shoot it too far past either. So that's kind of why
Yeah, I agree.
where I am. So I guess that's kind of.
I guess where I'm at, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I mean, I might as well channel my inner Mike Cox, but I mean, I just want to know where you guys want us to take it in the future, if this is the direction we go. Obviously, these aren't meeting some people's expectations, and we're never going to get to 30. So if that is not where you guys want us, please provide us some direction. If we need to move the goalpost to 40, we can probably bring you something that you're going to like better, or we can look at age management or point restrictions or some other guidelines to help us. But yeah, just in regards to that, we're just going to kind of stay the same.
You just brought up the $1 million question, because I do not envy you guys' position, because you have hunters that want to hunt and harvest regardless, and then you have those that want to go out and see lots of deer, lots of bucks, large bighorns, and you have everything in between. And so here you guys are trying to manage for both ends of the spectrum. So yeah, so where do you land? I mean, I guess, and as a commission, I mean, you pose a question to us, so we have to answer the same, the same question. And that's kind of where we are right now. I mean, so you're trying to balance everything, and so where is that, like I said earlier, where is that sweet spot exactly? And I mean, our policy, we have policies, we manage for $30. Maybe we need to revisit that at some point and see. But here we are today, so it doesn't help us.
So I was going to say, so Commissioner Barnes, because I'm probably going to make the motion on this one, I just want to keep everything tallied up. So, so on 6 early, what was the number? What was the 10% cut?
855.
855.
That's what I had.
And then on the late, on 6.
I think it was,
As is?
I didn't write it down.
99, okay. And then 7. They put it up there. My eyes are. 765. 763. And then the late, 63. And then on 10 early, 600, 10 mid, 600, 10 late.
It would be,
and I'll just make one quick comment on the early, mid, and late, and just from where I'm at. The late's obviously a significantly different hunt. Individuals are putting in for a lot longer to get more of a quality hunt. There's probably a high percentage of 4 points or better, a little older age class taken in the late hunt. So I'm at least, and I'm not saying specifically for Unit 10, but in general, I'm less inclined to decrease the late hunts because I think the majority of contact that I've received from the CAB meetings is wanting to not harvest all these young fawns or yearlings that we have on the landscape, and that's more the focus than the more mature bucks. So just from my perspective going through this, the late I'm less inclined to kind of reduce as I am the early and mid hunts.
Commissioner Young, I figured 600 on the early season, not 700. 14% was 600, so I just did 14% of the 140, and that gets it, I think, like under just.
And what's the number?
So it's like 120.
120.
It's a little over, but it makes an even number.
Okay. Commissioner Bourne, please.
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit to the Central Nevada units. I think where my mind is on Area 11, early is a midpoint between the department and White Pine. On 11 late, I would like to keep 11 late at the 10 from last year because of the lack of mature bucks. Area 12, I would be in favor of a midpoint of 70 between the department and White Pines Cab. 12 late, again, I'd like to keep that at 5 because of the lack of mature bucks in the units. Area 13 early, I would be comfortable with a midpoint of 50. 13 late, increase it 2 to 5, again because of the lack of mature bucks on the landscape. Area 14 and 15, I'm comfortable with Eureka's recommendations. Area 16, once again, a midpoint of 175 between Nye County Cab and the department, and a quote of 10, keep with last year's on the late hunt because of the lack of mature bucks in the landscape.
Any thoughts, Commissioner Bourne, on Lincoln's recommendation on 231?
On 231, I'm comfortable with Lincoln's recommendation after talking to a couple members of the CAB.
Okay. And that was at 68,
Yes.
I believe.
One more note on 251. I'm good with that recommendation. Personally, I would like to see it lower because 25, I think, was decimated worse than maybe any other unit in the state of Nevada through the drought, but there were no alternative recommendations, so I'm good with that.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Cody, going back, look, I understand balancing the biological with the social, okay? Been there, just made my point with the bear stuff. So I get it, I understand it. But we've got to be careful to not allow that needle to move the way the department is telling us it needs to move. They're sending their warning shot. Mike was up there saying, well, wait a minute, I wish we'd have been sounding the alarm bell earlier, which I think he was. I hear the department ringing the warning bell. They're saying we've got to move this needle. Where does our buck to doe ratios relate to other states? I mean, we have this target of 30 to 100, but I'm telling you, you bring that up and, at a waffle meeting and everybody's like, what? That's what you get. I mean, everybody's like, that's insane, because they operate a third of that. A third to half is where they operate. So we're always kind of playing right on the cusp of, it's like we're playing with fire half the time. So Cody, could you elaborate could you comment on that real quick?
Yeah, Commissioner McNish, thanks for the question. I think that's fair. I mean, yeah, that's what I've seen as well. Outside of a few, units that run high buck ratios for providing quality, by and large, we are above average for other Western states. The only one I'm aware of is Texas, which is kind of a unique case because they're 98% private land and they highly manage their ranches in a certain way. So they do run higher buck ratios, but they also cull does and they have management buck hunts in some of those. So they're, it's a whole different ballgame with Texas. But yes, compared to Utah, Idaho, Oregon, Colorado, all of our surrounding neighbors, California, we're much higher on average, even for our standard units.
So, it's hard to get, to wrap around a number. So in Area 10 at the 600, the 14% reduction, keeping that needle roughly where it's at, are we going to be asking for a bigger, it's going to take more effort to swing that needle further next go around, and that's the buildup, right? That's where we're going to be. Pretty soon we're going to be asking for, 900 or 1,000 tags because that's what it's going to take to move that needle a small number, and that's the trick. So keeping it kind of the same, what does that look like moving forward? I mean, is it detrimental now? And what's it look like next year if we have to swing that thing further?
I mean, what I would say is, yeah, if that would definitely put us in a hole. Like I said, if we continue to try to pretend like we're managing for 30, which we're really not, let's be honest, we're not getting there. Even our recommendations aren't going for 30. We're trying to nudge it that way. So I reiterate it, just provide us some additional guidelines. I think the danger is, stockpiling the bucks to me doesn't make a lot of sense because we're one hard winter away from, losing them all. In drought is going to kind of like set in. It'll probably be more, that might take a few years. So we could buy a few and it's just going to be harder to move it that direction if we stay where we're at.
So
in terms of the buck ratio,
if we kind of run with this idea of a 10% reduction, seems more tolerable. Does that help us not dig that hole deeper at least?
I think for those units, certainly 10% is reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
some of the others that were, last year's quota, like 12 and 13 and 16. I mean, that's going to be tough to come back towards the buck ratio.
So if we were at 630 on these area 10, that come back to kind of follow up on the 10% like the Elko had proposed in earlier ones, that certainly has to help us a little bit. A 10% reduction in what's recommended, that takes the heat off a little bit next year.
Certainly.
So I'm just throwing it out there as a consideration.
Well, yeah, and point taken. I think it gets, also gets back to what Commissioner Barnes was talking about, which I agree, is that we've made some strides and where's that balance, that equilibrium of not necessarily giving back some of the gains that we've made and yet still trying. It's a, tough one. I'm comfortable with the 600 personally, but
Yeah, and I fully recognize that, if 600 is too low and we go up, then we're going to have to increase it to get them back down. But in the meantime, we're not close to capacity yet up there. We still have some room. We got the fires and everything else. That's limiting, but I don't think we're at that point yet. But again, proceed with caution, and that's recognize that, we've got to proceed with caution. We may have to, if it jumps up, we're going to have to get a little more aggressive in the future. But in the meantime, we're going to, if everything holds true, we are going to increase an older age class, and we're going to have happier sportsmen with some, have some high quality hunts for a few years. And if that's where we end up, that's where we end up, and we don't get accosted at the grocery store.
Yeah, I understand that. So is this commission in the future going to have the wherewithal to make that bigger bite than the one we are being asked to take this year? That's the question. We're struggling with the bite this year, which is going to be much smaller than it will be in the future. And that's the challenge. My tolerance is to make the swing. I'm trying to find a place to, be involved, but, I feel like we're pushing it a little bit with the 600. I guess I can go along with it, but next year, when they're asking us for 800 or 900 dags because we didn't take the bite this year, is this commission going to have the ability to stomach that? That's a question for you guys, because for me, I know I can stomach it, because if we need to, we'll have to. But can we? Is everybody going to be able to stomach that? That's a big one.
Yeah.
Well, I can answer that question, because after what we did last year, it's a lot easier to be around Elko County right now than it is. And so if we increase tags some this year, and everybody goes out as a positive experience, then it's going to be easier to come back and increase a lot later than if we go the other way. So being a commissioner for a while now, I see that it's a lot easier to do things when people are happy. And right now, everybody's concerned about numbers, and it's kind of a tough sell in Elko County right now. So if we can kind of keep rationing up a little bit at a time, so that when it does, then they're going to be able to stomach it too. And then say, hey guys, this is kind of what you're asking for. So, but now we need to do something. And I think they'll be more understanding. That's where I am.
Thank you. And I agree with that. We had this, and I hear what you're saying, Commissioner McNinch. We had this conversation a year ago, and we really made some significant cuts off of the department's recommendation. And the notion was out there a year ago that, holy cow, what we're doing is very drastic, and we're kicking the can down the road. And knowing we were going to have this conversation this year, right? And here we are, and next year, it may very well be the case. I'm willing to cross that bridge if and when we get there, if the numbers suggest it. But I don't think, as you tour around the state with the cabs or the general public, I don't think to Commissioner Barnes's point, I don't think anybody is necessarily upset with the numbers being where they are. So, Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Not to belabor this, but, but here's something else to think about too, is that, I think we saw some numbers where we had the lowest tags offered last year and still harvested more bucks than the prior year. So even though we have a quote, success rate may be high enough that we could have a 700 or 800 head tag quota and have a real low success and still be in the same place. I mean, there's all these variables that play in, and so when you guys are trying to come up with a recommendation, it's a nightmare. So I mean, I appreciate what you guys are doing, because I mean, there's so many variables that play into this. So like I say, here we are.
Yeah. Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. So I'm going to go through and kind of show you where I'm at least on these. So I'm good with Commissioner Barnes' numbers at 6, 7 to 10. Me personally, I think that is a good, fair number to land on, and we will be increasing significantly from last year, but I agree with the majority of what Commissioner Barnes has said down there. As to 11, and again, want to defer to Commissioner Bourne, and I know Commissioner Cavillia is out of Las Vegas, however, he's semi-familiar with the Ely area, so curious what his thoughts are at one point, and I stress semi. 11, I honestly would like to see the late stay at 15. Again, my kind of concepts behind that or basis is that people hunting 11 late are likely looking for more of an older age class buck. 12, again, I'm fine with the early. 12 late, again, I'd like to see it stay at 9. Again, same concept, and we're also talking about 4 tags, so that's likely a couple deer at best. I will, again, defer to Commissioner Bourne on 13. I will note, though, that buck to doe ratio is, the horse might be leaving the barn on that one, just because of where we're at. I'd also echo that in 16. That buck to doe ratio is getting pretty high as well. So we'll again kind of defer. Those are not the units that I'm specifically familiar with. Well, 13 is, but not so much 16. But we are going to get in a high buck to doe ratio with those 2 units. So outside of that, I'm good with the 14 cabs. I'm good with the 15 cabs. And then I believe Mr. Bunch wanted a raise in 202 through 205, which I'm supportive of. So.
All right. Commissioner Cavillia, do you have anything on? Yeah.
I guess being as I'm a half Ely resident or something, a quarter, I don't have a problem going to the 185 that Commissioner Bourne referenced on the early hunt. And again, you're going from 10 to 15. I'm fine with the 15 on the late hunt as well. You're not talking that many deer myself. And then just overall, we had this big conversation last year. It's like every year we kind of kick the can, and we realized we do the cuts, and then next year we're going to come back and have the same conversation. It's just the nature seems like the nature of how it's been since I've been on the commission. I do think, it's probably time we either have the APRP committee or TAC committee. We have these conversations, so if we do want to target higher buck to doe ratios, and that the department just brings that to the meeting, and then we're not going to have this discussion is going to change. I think this next upcoming year before next May, we've talked about it a lot. We've just never done it, and I think it might be time to do it. I agree with Cody. I think we need to provide them better clarification, and it's going to make this process easier too. If the department has, or if the commission has a certain expectation of where we want to be, let's not kid everybody and have this back and forth that we have it every year, right? So I think I would just ask this year we have those discussions.
Yeah, thank you for that. I couldn't agree more. I think, again, it hampers our efforts in these quota setting meetings when we, when there's a guideline of one thing and we're outside of that guideline. And so I think we absolutely have to have these conversations. I know the department, I think, recently sent out some surveys that it will be, I think, really telling as well, that we can draw on some of that information from these most recent surveys to really dial into what do sportsmen and women around the state, what do they really value, what do they really want? So I couldn't agree more that I think to make things a little easier and to align ourselves better, I think we absolutely have to have those conversations at some point. So, agreed. Yes, please.
One last question, and I'm not going to crush Commissioner Young's thunder at all, but just a question for Cody procedurally, how we want to proceed. Cody, do you want us to make a recommendation on any illegal weapon hunt and then give you your little break there to do some? Because obviously, if the commission were to make changes now, it's going to tumble into the other junior hunt and the non-resident hunts. Would that be your? I guess would it be best for you if we made the recommendation on any legal weapon and then let you take a little sidebar to calculate the other numbers?
Yeah, we could do that for sure. I'd be happy to try to do that. Or you could even go through the rest of them and then take a break and come back with the non-resident or something like that. There isn't a whole lot past any legal weapon, but there are a few: junior, muzzleloader, archery. So it's the flavor of the commission, but I can do either.
I was just asking what's going to attempt to streamline the process, right? So,
I think while it's on our minds, maybe let's do the any legal weapon now and make that recommendation, or excuse me, make that motion on any legal weapon, and then we can proceed to some of the other ones. I don't want to lose I don't want to get going on having a lengthy discussion on juniors and then kind of forget some of the numbers where we're at. Yes,
Just
sir.
a real quick note, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. If the commission would like to give us the latitude to make sure we, after the commission meeting, meet the 90-10 split and go through that early next week so that we get that correct. We have had issues in the past where we're not quite getting to that 90-10 split while we're working on this over lunchtime. I think it might also speed up our process as well.
And what is the ask again? The ask to?
For the resident, non-resident split, that we take that into next week so that we achieve that correctly, so that we're not scrambling here trying to make sure that we reach that, because we don't often do that with the non-resident guided. It does throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any concerns? Yes, Director Janae.
If I may, just real quick, Alan Janae, for the record. Yeah, I think the language would be make conforming changes to make sure that we're achieving the 90-10 based on your guys' recommendation on the resident quotas. And then we would make sure that next week we would make those conforming changes and make sure that we've got a 90-10 based on what you gave us for resident quota.
Okay. Any concerns from the commission on that, or everybody okay with that? All right. With that, does anybody want to take a stab, Vice Chair Young, at a motion?
Thank you. I did actually. I was waiting for that. All right.
1 second. Yes, Deputy Director Scott.
Mike Scott, for the record. I don't know if you've taken public comment yet, or if you're going to make the motion and then take public comment, or what you would prefer to do.
I thought we did take.
Did they? I must have missed that.
Welcome back, Director Scott. Yeah, no, we did. We took cab comment, public comment, both in the room and virtually as well.
So just procedurally, I'm going to make the motion, and then Mr. Schroeder and Mr. Espinoza are going to go back through readjust with muzzleloader and all that, and then come back to us? Is that kind of the process we're going to get?
So my understanding, we could certainly do that for the non-resident. The muzzleloader in archery, that's a whole ball of wax different, because, I mean, we didn't really get a lot of recommendations for those weapon classes. Like, I wasn't clear that they were going to go 10%. I don't think Elko cabs applied to, except for the Ruby Mount, for the Area 10, I don't think it applied like blanketly. So it would be much harder for us to try to like make it, I mean, I can do that, make a commensurate cut by percentage on archery and muzzleloader, but the cab recommendations from what I saw didn't really address muzzleloader and archery very much.
Okay,
But we can hover through them and make sure we look at them.
I know we have the formula. However, I'm fine if the cabs are fine keeping them mainly as is.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, but
yeah, so for adjusting just the non-resident, any legal weapon, I believe the proposal is for you guys to make a motion on the residents, and then next Monday or Tuesday, we will adjust just the non-resident quota and have the latitude to use those for the draw, I believe.
all right. Well, I'm going to go really slow and make my motion as to. So I'd make a motion to approve agenda item 20B, Commission Regulations 25-13, big game quotas for 2025-2026 season, as to mule deer specifically, 011 through 013, 40. And this is for resident, mule deer, antlered, any legal weapon, hunt, 1331. 0148, 01510, 02125, 02240, 03190, 03245, 03320, 03415, 03530, 041, 04210, 043, 044, 04670, 04520, 051, 121, 016, 012, 014, or 064, 066 through 068 early, 855, 061, 062, 064, 066 through 068 late, 99, 065, 20, 071 through 079, and 091 early, 763, 071 through 079, 091 late, 63, 081, 30. Are we doing good? Need a break? All right. 101 through 109 early, 600. 101 through 109 mid, 600. 101 through 109 late, 120. 111 through 113 early, 170. 111 through 113 late, 15. 114, 115 early, 65. 114, 115, 5. 115, 5, and that's the late December 1st through 15th hunt. 121 early, 55. 121 late, we'll go with 8. 113 through 134 early, 50. 131 through 134 late, 5. 141 through 145 early, 370. 141 through 145 late, 35. 151 through 156 early, 380. 151 through 156, 38. 161 through 164 early, 175. 161 through 164 late, 25. 171 through 173 early, 310. 171 through 173 mid, 180. 171 through 173 late, let's do 50. 181 1 through 184, 140, 192, 30, 194 through 196, 25, 195, 15, 201, 204, 15, or sorry, 25, 201 through 204, 25, sorry, 202, 205 through 208, upgrade to 45, or increase to 45, 203, 30, 211 through 213, 20, 22, 221 through 20, 223 early, 75, 221 through 1 through 223 late, 5, 231, 68, 241 through 245, 45, 251 through 254, I believe we land on 15, 261 through 268, 30, 271 through 272, 15, and 291, an increase to 50.
All right. Everybody. I just want to make sure we got the, Commissioner Warren, do you have a question or just this? Is the department okay with those items?
I mean, I've got it written down.
Is Megan okay, though? That's what I'm really worried. She thinks we're good. All right, yeah, let's have you scroll back up to the top there. I'm sorry? You wanted us to double check what we just did? Yep, if you want to scroll back up to 011, right up to the very top there. Keep going. There you go. And 50. Yep, I think that looks good. All right. So with that, we have a motion from Vice Chair Young with the noted changes. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That motion carries. Director Janae, yes.
I'm going to be the bearer of some good news and let you know there's pizza here.
Outstanding. Yeah.
For the record, Caleb McAdoo.
Yes, so let's maybe take a brief break. I know we've been going for a while here. Let's take maybe a 15-minute break if we could, and come back here in 15 minutes. As Deputy Director McAdoo mentioned, we do have some pizza for the commissioners and some department staff. And anyway, so yeah, let's go ahead and take a quick little break. Thank you. Okay, let's, we are at 2 o'clock here. Maybe let's go ahead and get everybody settled back in and keep powering along here. Are you bribing commissioners? No, I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks. I was hunting out in Utah yesterday, and he had some dry ice. Comes out to cope with that. Okay, I think we've got everybody. It is 2:01, so let's go ahead and keep pressing forward here. Huh? Yeah, all right. How are we looking, guys? All good from an IT standpoint?
Split screen.
Oh, boy.
Sorry. Throw another curveball at you.
Famous last word.
So just real quick, for the record, Alan Janesco, what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to have the change recommendations on one screen, and we're going to present the old style table on the other. So hopefully that'll assist the commissioners, and so you don't have to do the head bob. You look like a bunch of feeding chickens. And so you can just go to side and look at those screens and see the comparison. So that's our desired intent. We're working on it right now.
All right.
Cool. Okay.
So you guys will see it old school, and you'll see it Megan's way. And we'll track the changes on.
So there's new school, old school, and Megan's way.
Every way, yeah.
All right. All right. It's Megan's world. We're just living in it.
Yeah, so we can get started. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. And we can move on to resident antlered muzzleloader hunt, residence 1371. And just kind of continue off with where we are. I don't have all, but I think they're in the software.
We just had one item, Commissioner McNinch.
Yeah.
Sure.
I didn't want to lose sight of, we'd kind of talked about the non-resident stuff, doing the 90-10 split. I'm not sure we really address that as part of a motion. Are we doing that now, or we've got note of it to do later, or, you see what I'm saying? We approved some quotas and stuff.
Yeah, did you make a motion on the resident already?
On the resident, but we didn't really address the 90-10 split concept.
So I would make a motion to allow the department to conform the resident, any legal weapon choices to the 90-10 split, and then allowing the department to then go about and do that following your meeting. Just like
Yeah.
Director Janae.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if it.
Okay,
Did-
so
did
we'll
you-
see- we'll
did you
try to
make
keep
that
track of
motion
that
yet?
for after the meeting, so, all right. I didn't want to lose sight of it because that stuff gets
Yeah.
buried as we go on.
Thank
so.
you.
Yep. Director Janae?
Yeah, that's absolutely a great point, and I think it would be easy to do right now.
Yeah, I
is
was going to say, if we're going to do it, let's.
Absolutely, just grab it and talk about Hunt 1332 and make the recommendation for conforming changes to 9010 to 1331.
Make the motion for 1331 now or at the same time that we do 1372?
I would say in the future, as we get to the same weapon class, we can say it at once
Yep.
with the resident. But since we missed it on the resident, any legal weapon, I would say just right now to clean it up is go ahead and make the recommendation.
Yep.
On the non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt 1332 to be conforming changes with 1331 as voted.
Yeah, well, maybe not to throw a monkey wrench in, we didn't take cab comment or public comment on that specifically, so we might want to wrap it all into all at the end, and then we can do all the non-resident in one. That would be my recommendation.
That's definitely.
And then, because we have to do public comment and cab comment. so-
Good call. Yep. Let's do that. I like that. All right, so with that, we are on, excuse me, just to make sure here. So we are on resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt, resident 1371. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, perfect. And if we want to go through this kind of the same way we did with the any illegal weapon and on whatever respective changes from the cabs and kind of like we did it last time, would be fine. All right, so this is 065? Or, I apologize, 061, and again, recommendation was 170. Humboldt was suggesting 98. I'm assuming Elko Cab had something in there as well, maybe? I'm sorry?
No,
Just
no.
Humboldt, okay.
Yep, just Humboldt.
All right. Okay, any questions at all on 061 from Commission or anybody? On Humboldt's recommendation?
I think we should be consistent with what we did with the any legal weapon, whatever percentage that was. Like I said before, our CAB committee usually does not interfere with other counties. They just felt that the number of tags that were out for Elko County were extreme, and they came up with that recommendation. So I'm not suggesting to the commission that we go this amount. I'd like to leave it up to the commission, but that's a significant increase.
Okay.
And just so,
I'll go ahead, just for clarification, Mr. Cooney, is Elko recommending a change in the muzzleloader? Was that 10% across the board just on an illegal weapon?
All we did was any legal weapon,
Okay.
Okay.
with the exception there was one for archery.
Okay. Yep, Commissioner Cavillo.
I do have a question. We do have our new policy is a fixed demand on muzzleloader archery rifle. And the question is going to be, do we want to stick with that fixed demand where if we wanted to do that, I believe you could do the same as we're going to do on the non-resident and just direct the department to marry the fixed demand to the changes we've already made, or do we want to leave it as is? And what that's going to be is where we've cut. These are actually going to be higher. I would assume the department based these quotas on the fixed demand formula. So
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so if we leave it as is, these are technically going to be skewed higher than the fixed demand formula in our policy.
I would just throw out there that that's correct, but we've never really done that in the past on adjusting for demand changes to archery and muzzleloader. And in fact, sometimes we shift the tags to different weapon classes. We have in the past.
Yeah, understood. A fixed demand was new last year though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just, it is, that is there. We do have that in a policy that we have a fixed demand on muzzleloader and archery. So it's a matter if we want to stick with this with the higher numbers, or you could direct the department to adjust them to the fixed demand formula. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think there were so many changes that I think the fixed demand would make it compromised, similar to the antlered tag holders, instead of trying to do them individually.
That's the intent of it, is the fixed demand would marry to the antlered one that we've already approved.
Commissioner Bourne, did you have?
Well, I think if it's policy, we should try to adhere to policy. That's my thoughts. But
We probably don't want to go down that path, though. I mean, our policy says 30 to 100 buck to doe, too.
Is it a policy or is that a guideline?
So
the policy references guidelines.
Guidelines, yeah.
For the record, Caleb McAdoo.
Director Janae, did you have? Vice Chair Young?
Director, you take this.
So, this is, the cabs could weigh in. I would say that the cabs had the numbers, and the cabs had the opportunity to adjust the numbers, and it seems as if they did in those places where they wanted to touch that quota and they thought that was needed adjusting. So, without going down this path before of this being the scenario of applying it universally, I would question whether or not you actually got the public comment to address that change through the cab process. They were looking at the numbers as presented. The universal application of that rate wasn't in consideration when they reviewed those. And so many of them are here, many of them, can speak to that, but that would be the reservation I would have with contemplating what's on that screen without them knowing that that was going to be applied.
Vice Chair Young?
Yeah, my position is let's just continue the way we are, and that is we kind of go to the cabs and then proceed and not go forward with just the straight reduction formula, because that's what it would be. We would just go through and slash archery and muzzleloader tags across the board. Again, to Director Janae's point, the cabs put great comments in, they have great recommendations, and I think we continue down the road that we're going right now.
Okay.
My position.
Okay, anything else from the commission on that? That's kind of where my head's at as well. I mean, the cabs have had a chance to opine on all these different items. I think we keep going down the list as intended. Okay. All right, this is 071, I believe, and that quota of 160, and Humboldt is recommending or suggesting 91. All right. All right, this is 101 through 109, recommendation at 270. Humboldt suggested or recommended 130. All right, area, let's see here, area 13, 131. Recommendation was 15. White Pine suggested 10. All right. Let's see here, 141, 145, recommendations 70, and Eureka suggested 80, increase of 10. All right. 151 through 156, requested was 65, Lander suggested 58. Which one was that? All right, area 16, recommended was 50, Eureka Cab suggested 30, Nye suggested 15. All right. 202, where are we at here? 20225, recommendation was 5, mineral is suggested 7. That was all? Okay. All right, any comments from the commission? Yes, Mr. Booth?
Yes, I would recommend that the Humboldt cab amount to reduce to the quota of last year's, to decrease it, to kind of make them happy, decrease it by 10%. So instead of going back to 91, it'd be 16 less, so it'd be 142.
Okay.
That's 071 to 079 Instead of going to 91, I don't know if I'm in favor in reduction for a county to reduce the tags in another county. I don't like that idea.
Yeah. All right. Anything else from the, Commissioner McNaich?
Commissioner Booth, what was your proposed change, the first one?
Reduce it by 10%. That's what the Elko cab requested, I believe, in the antlered. Yeah, any legal weapon. So if we reduced it by 10%, it would maybe appease the cab members in Humboldt County and be consistent with Elko County.
So you're talking about for 061, 062?
No.
No, I'm confused.
Yeah, I think he's talking about 071 through
Correct.
079.
Correct.
It's at 160 is the recommended. Humboldt recommended 91, which was consistent from last year. And I think what Mr. Booth is suggesting is instead of 160 at recommended, 91 by Humboldt, I think what he is saying is a 10% off of the 160.
So 144?
144, correct.
Okay, and no other changes?
And then 101 to 109, 10% would be 270 minus 27. So is that 143?
243. And would you do the same thing with Area 6?
Yes, yes. Thank you. With the 170, 170 would be 153?
Right.
10% off of what? Just a quick point of clarification for Area 10. I think that percentage decline or decrease was 14%, if I'm not mistaken, in rifle.
Yes. To the 600, I think that good point.
So it'd be like 230.
I'm kind of thinking that a lot of that stuff just might be out the window at this point. I mean, we're just really being pretty arbitrary, so I don't know. I mean, we're talking very few deer hitting the ground here and a lot of opportunity lost, to be quite frank.
Okay.
By removing those tags.
Yeah, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I think that might have been Elko's plan to begin with. I mean, they reduced, the any legal weapon pretty good, then they left these pretty much the same. So I think they were looking at probably.
Was that their intent?
I guess I can ask Mr. Cooney if that was the
we can
intent or if it just happened that way.
Scott Roberts for the record. There was deliberation and the Elko cab voted to support these proposed quotas. So it was not oversight.
Okay, so that was basically just give opportunity with knowing there's going to be little success. It was not going to make that much change in the actual numbers.
I'm assuming that's where they were at. But
okay, well, I'm assuming too. I was hoping you'd clarify for me.
They voted on the 170, the 160, and the 270, yes.
I'd be more than happy to withdraw that request from Humboldt County.
And then Commissioner Booth, if you need to go back to Elko, you can ride back to Elko with me if you need to.
Okay, thanks.
Before you show back up in
I'll get
Humboldt
my
County.
thumb out.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission before we send it out to some cab comment? Or yes, Vice Chair Young?
I was just going to give my opinion. I mean, I'm kind of good as is for the most part. I believe 14, they wanted a 10 increase, and Mr. Bunch wanted 2 added to 202, 205 through 208. So I'm good with those 2 additions as is. And again, that's based upon the majority of what the cab said.
All right. Anything else from the commission at this time? Yeah, Commissioner Gavilia.
Just to make it quicker, being there's not a lot here, do you want to do archery at the same time? Just throwing it out there.
Was there much change that you guys are aware of in archery, or did you guys say that was pretty consistent as well?
Similar, I think.
Similar to muzzleloader.
Very similar. There was, Elko had a different quota for the Area 10 archery. They want a reduction there too. And then there was some from Lander and Eureka on archery as well.
All right. So Commission, you guys want to listen to archery or keep them separate? To run through archery as well? Yeah. Let's do that. So let's run through archery, see what those recommended changes are for archery, and then we'll have some discussion and get some public comment on that. All right, so 061, let's see here. So recommended was 430 on 061. Humboldt Cab was suggesting 227. And nothing from, I'm assuming nothing from Elko. All right, perfect. And then 071, this is the early quota was recommended was 330. Humboldt again suggesting 195. All right, and then 7, this is the late, recommended was 25. They're suggesting, and that is Humboldt suggesting 20. All right, Area 10, quota was, recommendation was 600. Humboldt recommending 260, Elko 400. Oops. All right. Let's see, this is the late then, I assume. Yep, 30 was the recommended. Humboldt suggesting 15, and nothing from Elko. All right. All right, where are we at? 141 recommendation was 180, and Eureka recommending 190. All right. And then 151 recommendation 240, Eureka recommending 185. Lander also at 185. Okay. And this is 161 through 164. Recommendation 120. Eureka was at 85. Nye was at 50. 85, 50. Okay. And 231, recommendation was 30. Lincoln Cab suggested 36. All right. All right. So those noted suggestions there. Does anyone on the commission have questions around? Commissioner McNinch, did you?
Just one. Humboldt did a 190 on the Area 15, is that right? Or there 3?
I believe it was 114, or excuse me, 141 to 145.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think the recommended was 180, and they were suggesting 190.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, any Anything else from the commission on resident archery? All right. Commissioner Booth?
You gave Dave, what was that?
Yeah, I believe it was unit 141 through 145. I believe the department recommended 180 and the cab recommended 190.
Okay. And as far as Humboldt Cab, the recommendations for 101, 109, early and late, I think we will follow Elko Cab's recommendation of keeping it at 630, since their intent was to keep it there. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so. I think 101 through 109 early, department recommendation was 600. I think Elko had 400.
Okay.
And then on the late recommendation by the department was 30. I believe Elko had 50.
Okay.
Or excuse me, geez Louise. Yeah, how about 15? For the late, yes.
So that's Elko's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I apologize. On the late, it is Humboldt.
Yeah, my point is to eliminate Humboldt's recommendations for Elko County. Follow their suggestion from their cab.
Follow Elko's.
Yes.
Yep. Yep, gotcha.
Little comment on Elko's recommendation.
Yes, sir, please.
Just ran some math. If we went ahead and did 14%, like we did on the others, that takes it down to 516.
All right.
You're good either way.
I'm on them round numbers.
I like that number. I'm an archer. So
400?
That's the one I vote for. No, 516.
400? Going once, twice? All right, anything else from the commission? On archery? All right, let's hear some public, or some cab comment here in Reno. If there's any cab comment here on Reno on either resident muzzleloader or resident archery deer. All right.
Hello, I'm Jeff Rogers, Washoe County resident. I wasn't able to attend the Washoe Cab meeting last week. I got the dates. I think they moved it up earlier and I missed it, but I was just speaking to Mr. Rowe and Mr. Robinson about what I would like to talk about, and they told me to go ahead and get up here and speak, so here I am. So on the recommendations for the resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt, specifically in regards to Washoe County hunt units 014, 015, 021, and 033. I would like the commission to consider bumping up the muzzleloader deer quotas on the above units. The illegal weapon and archery hunts are seeing some increase, but for some reason the muzzleloaders, they're only seeing one tag, whereas between any illegal weapon and archery, they're looking at 51 tags. So I think that's a bit out of proportion. And in particular, the unit 015 muzzleloader hunt has only one resident tag. That happens to be the only deer hunt in the state that has just one resident tag. Another example is unit 021. It's looking at increase of 5 illegal weapon tags, plus an increase of 5 archery tags, but for some reason, a decrease in 1 muzzleloader tag. So I'm not sure how that recommendation was determined, but anyway, I think you see my point there. With that said, I'm asking the commission to consider setting the muzzleloader antler deer quota in units 014, 015, 021, and 033 up to 5 tags for each unit. And in closing, after listening to Cody Schroeder's presentation of we need to kill more bucks and bucks don't make babies, I was wondering if it would be possible to ask Cody if he could speak on this proposal. Specifically, would it be a problem to bump up the muzzleloader quotas on these 4 units, 014, 015, 021, and 033? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment or cab comment here in Reno? All right. Mr. Cooney, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm assuming you're standing by Elko's, yep, easy enough. Yeah. How about via Zoom? Any public comment or cab comment via Zoom?
Go ahead, Mr. Halpin.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commission. It took me a little bit to figure out where my raise hand button was, but finally found it. So I just wanted to kind of go through our recommendations. We shifted some tags from the early any legal weapon to the archery muzzleloader, so that's why you see that increase in those. And then we moved some to the junior hunt that you'll see a little bit later to help out with that pressure on the early any legal weapon hunt. And then to address Nye County's comment, why we commented on 16, we do have a portion of that area 16 on the northern part of 16, southern part of Eureka, that we were getting some pressure from residents that have ranches and stuff in there that wanted to see those decreases. So, but yeah, we are fully in support of Nye's recommendations and just kind of throwing our 2 cents in there as we have that portion of 16 in our area. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no additional cab or public comment via Zoom. We'll bring it back to the commission and see if we have any additional questions from the commission. I know one comment thrown out from the gentleman, I believe from Washoe County, on some increases in the muzzleloader. I assume that was probably driven by demand success is why those numbers were what the recommendations were. I don't know, but
Yeah, I can address that.
Yeah.
For the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. Yeah, so the reason there's kind of a disproportionate, I probably should have had this slide, but the policy 24 dictates the demand. We're apportioning 25% to juniors, 57% to any legal weapon, 10% to archery, and only 8% to muzzleloader. When you get into these low quotas, 8% is not very much. And so it might only increase 1. And then we also have the success to factor in that. So muzzleloaders have been pretty successful. They're near any legal weapon in some units. So that's why you're not seeing those commensurate increases. It's just small numbers. But I don't have any problems with raising those. It's really only a few per unit. I mean, honestly, it's probably not going to equate to too many dead deer. 015 is the biggest jump, and that's a pretty tough unit to hunt with a muzzleloader, from my understanding. So it's probably not a biological significance.
Right. All right. Anything else from the commission? Yeah, Vice Chair Young.
I know Washoe Cab didn't vote on those numbers. Do you guys have any concerns on the increases, or you're good with it? Sorry to call you up here, but might as well get your thoughts.
Chair Rogers and Commission, I actually appreciate you calling me up. I would support that, and I think when you look at success, adding those tags, it could be 1 deer or less than a deer. So I think the impact would be minimal, and we would have stood with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the commission on Commissioner Bourne? Did you have?
Yes, the only 2 that I would like is 16, do 30 in the muzzleloader, hunt 1371, and in 16 and hunt 1341 archery to 85.
All right. Anything else from the other commissioners? Any other? Yeah, Commissioner Gavilia?
I just real quick, so is the thoughts on the muzzleloader hunt on those 4 units, to take those 4 to 5? Is that the thought? All right, I'm seeing a bunch of heads nodding. If nobody else wants to have any further discussion, I'll make a motion. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve in relation to CR 25-13 big game quota specific to resident antlered muzzleloader hunt 1371 as presented with the noted changes. Unit 014 go to 5, 015 go to 5, 021 go to 5, 033 go to 5, 061, 062, 064, 066 through 068 go to 153, 071 through 079 and 091 go to 142, 101 through 109 go to 243, 141 through 145 keep it at 80, 161 through 164 go to 30, 202, 205 to 208 go to 7, and then specific to resident mule deer archery hunt 1341 as presented with the following changes. 061, 062, 064, 066 through 068. On that one, I was gonna split the difference and just go to like 325 on that one. That's my proposal. 071 through 079, 091. I was gonna keep it as presented. Same with the late hunt. 101 through 109 early, go to 516. 141 through 145, go to 190. 151 through 156, 185. 161 through 164, go to 85. And then on 231, go to 36.
Okay.
Add to that.
Oh, and then I will add to that motion that I will, in relation to non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt 1372 and non-resident antlered archery hunt 1342, we would ask the department to make the appropriate changes to match the 90-40 split on those quotas.
90-10.
90-10, I'm sorry. 90-10, yeah.
All right, we have a motion. However, I did have couple of quick questions on your motion, Commissioner Cavilla, and that is on the muzzleloader hunt resident 1371. Just curious on 131 to 134. There was the recommendation from the department was 15, and I think the cab was at 10, and I didn't hear anything on that. If there was any.
My intent was to leave it with 5 muzzleloader tags.
Okay. With the 15, and then the same on 151 through 156, leaving that as is as well at 65.
Yeah, the delta in tags is so small, I meant to just leave it. It's my intent.
Yes, Director Janae?
I would like to take credit for this, but it wasn't me. It was Dag Burkett that actually remembered that we needed to catch the any legal weapon non-resident as well.
And if I can catch it right now, I will. So I would like to amend my motion to also include the non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt 1332 and give the department the authority to make the 90-10 split.
All right. So with that, I think we are good. We have a motion from, I'm sorry? All right. So again, we have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla. We have a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor with aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That motion carries. Thank you for that. All right.
We still have juniors.
Yes.
Finish us off here. And junior, well, there's several juniors.
Okay, so this is, again, the junior mule deer antlered, and this is the primitive season weapon?
Yes.
All right, so this is, again, resident junior mule deer primitive antlered only, archery or muzzleloader 1105. All right. And we see no changes. Everybody's good with that. All right, how about the commission? Everybody good with that? All right. So with that, let's go ahead and maybe we'll include these other juniors and then wrap all the juniors up in one. All right, so again, this is the resident junior mule deer antlered only, any legal weapon hunt 1106. All right, we've got a change on 061, and it looks like recommendation was 240. Humboldt Cab is suggesting 210. All right. Okay, and then 101 through 109, recommendation 350. Humboldt Cab suggesting 230. And again, that was okay. I apologize, Megan. What was the recommendation again? 230, okay. All right. And this is 141. Department recommendation was 110. Eureka Cab recommending 130. All right. And that's it on that one. Okay, so we've got 3 recommended changes. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Booth?
Yes, with the Humboldt Cab recommendations, I would like to follow Elko County Cab recommendations of keeping it the same, since their intent was just to change the original antler tags, not change the resident antler tags, not to affect this. So I'd like to have the commission remove those from their consideration. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla?
Yeah, and I would like myself to keep the junior tags up. I don't want to see a reduction in the junior tags.
All right. Anything else from the commission? Okay. We'll move to the next one.
The classic.
And this is, all right, so this is a resident junior mule deer, antlered only, archery, muzzleloader, or any legal weapon class, and this is hunt 1107. All right, let's see here, 161, recommendation was 95, Nye County is recommending or suggested 60. All right. And this is Unit 231. Recommendation, let's see here. Recommendation was 50, and Lincoln Cab is recommending or suggesting 67. Okay. And 290, Unit 291, recommendation by the department was 15. Carson Cab recommending 20. All right. I think that was the last last one. Yeah, all right, perfect. Anything from the commission? Questions, comments, concerns on those changes? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to echo Commissioner Cavilla's comments. I'm of the same mindset. I don't want to see any reductions in the junior tags. I'm good with a couple increases, but I don't want to see any reductions.
Okay, easy enough. All right, and I think that was the last junior, correct?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Anything else from the commission before we send it out to public comment, cab comment? All right, seeing none. How about any cab comment or public comment here in Reno as it relates to resident junior mule deer?
Chrissy Pope, Nye. I want to apologize. I didn't even catch that. I'm with the commissioners. I don't want to see a reduction in the junior tags either. And I know we did make a recommendation of 60, but I'm okay with leaving it at 95.
Easy.
Younger, the better to get out there to hunt. So, yeah.
No worries. Thank you. Anything else, or anyone else, I should say, here in Reno? Public comment, cab comment? All right, seeing none. How about any public comment on Zoom or cab comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion, questions, motion, all the above. Vice Chair Young.
Yeah, I'll make a motion unless there's more comments from the commission. Doesn't look like
All
any.
good.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 20, Commission Regulation 13, big game quotas for 2025-2026 season. When it comes to resident junior mule deer, primitive antlered only, archery or muzzleloader 1105 as presented. Resident junior mule deer antlered only, any legal weapon hunt 1106 with the, as presented with the one change in 141 through 145 and increase to 130. And then resident junior hunt mule deer antlered only, archery, muzzleloader, or any legal weapon classic hunt 1107 with 3 changes. I apologize, 2 changes. 1 and 231 going from 50 to 67. And then in 291 going from 15 to 20.
All right. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second by Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. I think we're.
Which species would you like to move on to?
You're going to cover the next species?
I can, if it's antelope.
We will see you next year, Cody. Let's go ahead with Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep as our next item. And thank you guys very much. Appreciate you walking through that. The mind of Mike Cox.
I've got Mike Cox, Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat staff biologist for Endow. I've got a couple presentations. Chairman Rogers, could I just do all the Bighorn?
Yeah.
Not just desert?
Yep.
Okay, great. And goats?
Sure.
While I'm up here.
Let's get crazy. Yeah.
Okay, might as well. It's been a crazy day. All right, I'm first going to go over just some general, just 5 slides. So we're just going to kind of give you a big picture of the status of our bighorn sheep herds and our mountain goat herds. This graph I've been making for quite some time. The Scion, big Scion, that's deserts that make up that. The yellow band above that is the California bighorn population that is at 1,700. And then the blue line is the few Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep that we have at 330. 6,300 deserts is just 100 less than last year. So this 6-year slide, I'm hoping that it's going to level off and not get any lower. And next year, hopefully, we'll come back and you'll see a better number than that. But so that is the 2025 projected population estimates. The trends in the ram harvest, this does not include the one-horn ram, but it does include the management ram and any legal weapon, archery. So, yeah, the lowest tag quota or tags used since 2009. Definitely the drought is impacting horns. I mean, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that. Although I haven't gone back to look at the year that those ram lambs were born, is that affecting them? But it certainly has reduced horn length. But if you look at the metrics, the green in each column is the highest value across that entire 2004 through 2024, that 20-year period. So in each column, there's a pink coloration that's formulated. That's the lowest. So like tags, it was the lowest in 04. We peaked at tags in 2017. You'll see that the average age was one of the highest ever at 7.0. So kudos to our biologists that are tracking their harvest. They might even be getting a little soft in not issuing enough tags, but we are definitely not putting a bunch of tags out there based on the metrics. People might think, well, they're smaller horns, smaller size, but the rams are there. It's just that those rams are just not producing a lot of horn mass and length. California bighorn, we definitely saw a marked improvement. We didn't have too many. We actually had one less tag from last year, but we saw a sizable jump in hunter success, second column. Average days hunted went down a couple days, and average age jumped up to 6.8 from 6.0 previous year, which is around the long-term average. And then a jump in all the horn metrics, primarily from more older age rams being harvested. But mountain goats, a lot of positive news on the mountain goat front in area 101 or units 101, 102, 103. We did a really extensive ground and aerial surveys in all three of the herds, in the East Humboldts and the Rubies and Pearl Peak, and we came up with a marketed increase in the goat population to 430. My guess is that peak in that 05 to 09 period, we probably were underestimating that. I really feel good about, and so does our biologist Josh Kirk and Scott Roberts, that 430 is pretty real based on a really great survey that we did. Also, really great kid recruitment. We're looking at 39 kids per 100 adults. So we're really moving forward, and it's great to see the goat herd's doing well, and hopefully the goats we got from Utah will, again, pump some younger age blood into that herd, and maybe some better genetics. And then this is the mountain goat harvest history. Since the disease event, the die-off in 2010. So we're projecting from today that we're hoping to get 19 total tags. 18 today is what we're recommending. The one tag is the Silver State. So market increase in that. So overall, an illegal weapon ram going up, we're recommending an increase in 18%. We're going to talk about the U quota increase. Archery is going up, primarily adding the archery hunt in the muddies. And then one-horn ram, we're decreasing that, recommended to 7 tags. And we've removed all but 2 unit groups. And we haven't been seeing one-horn rams on survey. And for the last 2 or 3 years, the tag holders haven't seen any in those units. So we just have the McCullough's, the Clark County unit group, and Bears inspectors, and no, we did take the Bears inspectors off. So we just have Clark County. Blacks and Muddies is one unit group, and from the Springs, Spring Mountains, McCullough's, and Eldorados. So those are the 2 unit groups. And we're staying at 3 for Rocky Mountain Bighorn. We had 2 nice rams taken out of the Rubies. East Humboldt's, we've got a great group of young rams in East Humboldt's, but we have not seen mature rams yet, so maybe in 2026. And then mountain goats, as I alluded to, we're looking for an increase there. All right, then I want to focus just on the muddies. So I want to talk about where that population's been, where it's going, and the influence or lack thereof by the harvest of rams, the harvest of ewes, and the removal of ewes for translocations. You're going to see this slide a couple times. So this is the estimated population of the combined, I should have put the blacks up there. The title is incorrect. That's the Muddy Mountains and the Black Mountains, 267 and 268 combined. So, and then so just the general situation we can see is 2003, really rough time, big drought period, and we dipped. And then we just kept on climbing. And then I'll go back and explain more about the yellow, orange, and black columns are the 24, the 25, and our projected 26 numbers based on a lot of the things we talked about this morning and what we're going to do from a management perspective. All right, it's an area graph of the ram and the ewe harvest since the mid-'80s. So the blue line is the rams, or the blue area is the rams. The orange is the ewes. and it's stacked so that the total number of ewes and rams equal, like in the case, 140 we're projecting in 2025 is going to be the total number of rams and ewes that we project to harvest, if we go with our recommended quotas, accommodating hunter success that we know of, and it's been pretty consistent. So the two red lines, focus on that. That's 15 through 21. We had an average of 30 to 40, 45 ewes harvested. And then we dropped a little bit in 22. Let's see here. I'm going to go back to the population graph. So if we were, I wish I had a laser pointer. Oh, great. Is it too far, you think? Is it on? Yeah. It's not working. Yeah, it's weird. All right, well, if you were to look at those years of 15 through 21, where we were harvesting 30 to 45 ewes, the population was growing. So tells you that the lamb recruitment is definitely overpowering the few tags we had. So that's probably when we should have been, enough said on that. So let's go back, and then I'm going to talk more about that peak, that very sharp peak. So that is the projected ram and ewe harvest. We think we could attain, with the quota recommendations we have today, 140. Remember that 140 for 2025. All right, here is the meat of our rams that will turn into mature rams are already there. The blue columns are the 6-year-old or 6-year-old plus rams, and the cyan light colored is the 4 and 5 rams, year-old rams, physically observed on survey. So for example, 2022, we're looking at about 170 rams that we saw the previous fall in that 22 year. And we typically estimate that we see anywhere from 55 to 75% of the actual rams existing in a herd, depending on the coverage. And our biologists know, how much they cover. And if we go back to that ram harvest, we only harvested about 43 rams that year, and we physically saw 95 rams that were 6 plus. So a bit conservative. All right, now let's get into the moving live animals. They're all negative numbers. So the blue are summer captures that have occurred. And you can see that big effort, drop net in 86. And then all of those are fall captures, the orange through the years up through 2014. And then that 2025 is the projected, can we get 145-ish out of muddies and blacks. And then hopefully we can find some homes for 30 or 40 for the next few years. So what is our projected quotas, what we think they're going to do to that combined black and muddy population? So the yellow column in 24 is basically what we estimated this winter, 880, we'll just round it to 900 combined out there. The orange is what we think will exist after the June capture. Excuse me, after the harvest. No, it's just the removal of the live animals. So what's happening is, and the one thing, oh yeah, this is actually the most important slide that everybody forgets. Lambs turn into yearlings, and the muddies have a lot of lambs. And that is the green line. And that green line has never been touched by the combined ram and ewe harvest until hopefully maybe this fall. So there's we are predicting 140 ram lambs and ewe lambs that just became yearlings a few months ago, that were born in 2024. So you got this big pulse every year that everybody forgets. And, well, that completely, we're going to remove 140, but then we're gaining these adults. Our estimates are just adults. We never include lambs. So that is why we're making a small dent, but not a huge dent, really. We're dropping that population down to, 740, 750. Then with the ram harvest and the ewe harvest, that's another 140. But we have lambs that are going to be born in 25, which we're not expecting a lot of survival out of those. But it's still, we're going to be still at close to 700 sheep next fall with everything that we're projecting. That big capture in June, the big increase in ewe tags, the big increase in the ram tags. So I just wanted to put things in perspective of what could happen in the muddies. So I guess we can go back and run through the quota recommendations. I know there wasn't many. Any questions?
Any questions at all from the commission on Mr. Cox? Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
I can't not ask you a question, Mike. It's impossible for me. In regards to the sheep coming out of the muddies, I know on our recommendation form, we have you guys show the total objective for the ewes removed. We know we're proposing basically 75 tags. How many rams are you hoping to move out of there as well? I know we're talking 100 non-lethal ewes getting transplanted. Is it 50 rams? Is that the ballpark of 30 rams, or I was just curious.
I would say we definitely, want a good contingent of rams going into the Cortez, but we don't need a ton of rams going to the Tobins, but we can. So probably let's say we could get 150, maybe 30, 35 rams and 115 ewes.
All right. Anything else? Yeah, Vice Chair Young?
Yeah, thank you, Staff Specialist Cox. I just got two questions. On 243, there was a reduction of 2. What was the basis on 243? Is because there's specialty tags that have been in there?
Yeah, Mike Cox, staff biologist, Commissioner Young, it's probably a little bit of combination of, we did have, over the last few years, specialty tags coming out of the Meadow Valleys, and maybe we're catching up to the age structure. I would say we are fairly conservative. I didn't stand my ground in our regional meetings with a lot of the biologists that I probably should have, and so I think there's mature rams to be had in the Meadow Valleys and in other units. But based on some of the metrics, the average age is still good from the ram harvest there. But we probably are assuming, and we've done that a lot in the past, that we're probably going to see at least one specialty tag harvest in the Meadow Valleys.
Perfect. Then there's just one follow-up. Same question as the 263 in the McCulloughs. It was a reduction.
Yeah, we had 2, specialty tag harvest there, so I think we were assuming that. And plus, just looking at the lamb recruitment, we're probably getting into that area where we just don't have those replacements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Vice Chair Young, members of the commission, to answer your 243 question, one of those is a non-resident hunter now. And then in addition, we did have a specialty tag holder, but the hunter harvest did indicate 2 PCR positive individuals, similar to what you're seeing in 271. So there was a little conservatism built in there because of the recent disease event. And then for the McCulloughs, if you recall from your specialty tag, what's been already approved previously by the commission with the quota where you could have 2 specialty tag holders of 7 versus 1, which was under. And then also in 263 last year, we had 3 wounded rams in addition, so that's why you're seeing that slight reduction.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Chairman Rogers, there is one mistake I made for Lone Mountain that we had taken offline last year because of the disease event. It should have been 2 tags instead of 1. It's 212. 212.
So at 212, it's showing here as 1, but you're saying the recommendation is 2?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And we physically saw several, over a dozen mature rams.
Okay. All right, anything else? Any other questions from the commission? All right.
One other thought, and that was brought up by Joe Bennett, but same thing happened with the Mormons during our pre-sampling, as we found out in the Meadow Valleys, is we had 2, if not 3, I think we had 3 PCR positive in the Mormons. And 2 of them were negative on ELISA, which meaning it was probably just a few weeks ago. There's an active infection in the Mormons. And as far as we know, it's the NTTR strain. And that's why we're going from 4 to 2 tags.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the commission? All right. Perfect. So with that, maybe let's run through what we have here for Hunt 3151 and any changes versus the recommendation from any of the cabs. All right. So it looks like Unit 268 which is the Muddies, has a early and a late season, as we know, split there. That first season recommendation of 30. Washoe Cab suggested 20. And same thing on the late season. Washoe Cab, again, recommendation was 30. Washoe Cab suggested 20. All right. And no other changes. All right. Did we want to roll through temperature or flavor of the commission? Do we want to roll through these other ones, the archery and everything, and roll it all up in one? All right. Let's go ahead and do that. Proceed on.
Any alternative recommendations? They want to go through the next.
All right. So this is.
So nothing there.
Okay, so this is resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Any Ram Archery 3161, correct? I'm sorry?
Chairman Rogers, was
don't
there
you-
any non-resident alternative?
No. No, just the non-resident, any legal weapon hunt 3251.
Megan, is that from 3 to 2? Okay.
All right. So I apologize, Megan. Which, so we're on hunt 3161? Uh, 3251. All right, my apologies. Okay, so this is non-resident Nelson Desert Bighorn, any ram, any legal weapon, 3251. All right, and there was one. Boy, why am I not seeing? Oh, here we go. All right, so there was a one recommendation in 268. Non-resident quota was 3. Washoe Cab suggested 2. All right, and the same thing on the late one, okay? And no other changes, all right? All right, let's see here. So now we are resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Archery 3161.
Okay, good there.
All right, and no changes on that one, all right. And then we'll move to the resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Management Ram One Horn Hunt 3171. All right, no changes on that one. And this is resident Nelson Desert Bighorn Any Ram Management Access Limited Any Legal Weapon 3172. And no
Chairman
change-
Rogers,
Yes.
Mike Cox for the record. We were able to submit several hunter harvest samples from nasal swabs from harvested rams out of the Toyabis, 173 this last fall. And the majority of them came back positive for PCR, indicating an active infection. So that, we are really saddened by that. We won't know the impacts probably until this fall, but we are going from 5 to 2 tags recommended to be cautious and conservative.
Yep, understood. All right. And then moving on then to the resident Nelson Desert Bighorn, NEU, any legal weapon 3181. All right, so this is unit 268. Department is recommending 90. Washoe Cab, or excuse me. I think we're on the non-resident. Nope, we're not on the non-resident. All right, so department was recommending 90. Washoe suggested 9. All right. All right. Moving on to the non-resident Nelson Desert Bighorn NEU, Hunt 3281. And again, recommendation was 10. Washoe Cab suggested 1. All right. Did we want to, was it flavor or temperature of the commission to have some public comment and do the chat about the Nelson right now, or do we want to push on through the California at this time as well and do them all? Do them all. All righty. All right. So yeah. So with that, let's transition to the California Bighorn. All right. So California Bighorn again. This is resident California Bighorn. Any ram, any legal weapon. Hunt 8151. All right. No change recommendations there. All right. We'll next move to the non-resident California Bighorn, any legal weapon, Hunt 8251. And no recommendation or changes to that. We'll move to the resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, Hunt 9151. And it doesn't appear to be any recommendation change there, and no quote on the non-resident. All right, so we'll change to resident mountain goat, any legal weapon, Hunt 7151. And does not look like any recommended changes there. And then the non-resident mountain goat, any legal weapon, Hunt 7251. And doesn't look like any changes or recommendations there. All right. So with that, any questions from the commission, concerns on any of those recommendations before we send it out to any public comment, cab comment? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and send out for any cab comment, public comment here in Reno in regards to any of the sheep or mountain goat.
Mel Belding, member of the public. If we could just get Mike, Mr. Cox, to explain the population objective, like 267, 268, it's showing an objective of 850 between the two units. If we could explain, I mean, that's what we got now. So, and then also in 263, population objective of 400. We've been told they want to take it down to 250 for that objective. If you could just explain how, why it's here and not there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment, cab comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none. Any public comment, cab comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none. All right.
Am I on?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, for the record, Clint Bentley. I would like to make a couple of quick statements here. First off, I'm in full support of the recommendations of the department and especially for the muddies. I would also like to remind the commission that the Clark County Cab also recommended the proposed recommendations for the permits in the muddies. Even with all of this, I'm going to call it I'm sorry, I drew a blank. Yes, we are aggressive, and we're 4 years late being aggressive, but I'm glad to see us become aggressive. And I would only like to drop one other thing. I think that It would be nice if we took a serious look at using drop net to facilitate some of the translocations this year or especially in the future. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no additional public or cab comment via Zoom. We'll bring it back to the commission. Mr. Cox, I know the question from the gentleman here in the room regarding a population objective maybe for the 267, 268, and then also 263. Maybe we would just, if you want to comment very briefly on that.
Yes, Chairman Rogers, Mike Cox, staff specialist. For the record, these quota recommendation forms have had that sell in since the beginning, but there's never been a formal process for our biologists to go through to set an objective. And I'm just going to be honest, I think some of them are just pulled out of the sky. And that's something that we have to focus on moving forward is, and we've got a little bit of a structure of metrics and information, both habitat-wise and past performance-wise, that we can draw on to generate more realistic population objectives. But certainly, neither of those have any merit. So I would say probably none of those population objectives throughout our bighorn sheep quota recommendation forms hold much water. So, but we are going to be moving in that direction to generate ones that are truly based on all the information we need, knowing the worst case scenario in terms of moisture. We're not going to set those based on the 3 good years out of 10. Probably going to set them what's happened over the last decade, especially in the Mojave. So apologize for that.
No, perfect. Thank you. And then the only thing, statement I guess that I would make is in reference to Mr. Bentley online there around drop net. I mean, I think, at this point in time, given where we're at and logistics and coordination, I'm sure that horse has left the barn. But I would be curious in future meetings, as we discuss additional trap and transplant on sheep, the notion of a drop net and the what that ultimately looks like from a capture myopathy standpoint and everything else. But anyway, discussion for another day. But anyway, I just thought I'd make note from Mr. Bentley. So.
Chairman Rogers, Mike Cox, yeah, we've been talking about it. In fact, Joe Bennett and I discussed 2 sites that we can definitely go in the future. The one site right across from Valley Fire headquarters and the Beehive site, it's not necessarily where we need to remove. That's on the Pribble Guzzler, but there's a couple other sites that we can look into. But it's a lot of manpower, people power.
Thank you for that question, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Joe Bennett, Wildlife Staff Specialist for the record. So unfortunately this year, we would have probably had to start that process last year, to be honest. And to get them into the Pribble project, it will require baiting. We have the temp tank, but we've also built the new white basin guzzler, which we could drive to, which would be a great place once they become habituated to that project for future translocation. So it obviously requires manpower, but from myopathy side, stress side, if we can get the personnel, get everything baited in, it's a good way to go, and it's been successful in the past. So we are thinking along those lines. It's just where we need to remove sheep from, We just got to make sure that that's where we need the density reduced.
Perfect, thank you. All right, with that, from the commission, any additional questions, comments as it relates to sheep and mountain goat, or motion? Everybody's got the...
You know me, man.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla.
And again, I mean, I don't think this is a situation any of us want to be in. It's a situation we're actually in. So, I mean, hopefully it will help our situation in the future. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve those portions of CR 25-13, the 2025-2026 big game quotas specific to the following. So resident Nelson, bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 3151 as presented with the noted change to hunt unit 212 to 2 tags. The non-resident Nelson desert bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 3251 as presented. The resident Nelson desert bighorn sheep hunt, any ram archery hunt, 3161 as presented. The resident Nelson bighorn sheep management ram one horn, any legal weapon hunt, 3171 as presented. The resident Nelson desert bighorn sheep, any ram management ram access limited, any legal weapon hunt, 3172 as presented. The resident Nelson bighorn sheep, any ewe, any legal weapon hunt, 3181 as presented. The non-resident Nelson bighorn sheep, any ewe, any legal weapon hunt, 3281 as presented. The resident California bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 8151 as presented. The non-resident California bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 8251 as presented. The resident Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 9151 as presented. The resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt, 7151 as presented. And the non-resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt, 7251 as presented.
All right, thank you for that, Commissioner Cavilla. So we have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla. We've got a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor with an aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's see here. Any preference? You got it. Let's, I see Cody behind you there. Let's, I got elk on the brain. Let's talk elk.
You guys were jumping all over, so I wasn't sure if I was up next or not. It kind of makes it a little more interesting. All right. So Cody, are you guys ready to move on?
Sorry,
We good? You good? All right. Cody McKee, staff specialist, game division, in charge of our elk and moose program. I'm going to talk a little bit about our elk populations now. We could do moose afterwards too if you guys just want to roll through it. And I won't hold you up too long here because I think everybody's probably about ready to go home. So just kind of a broad scale, kind of what's the global view of elk right now in the state. And we're now on multiple years of exceptional calf recruitment. And that means that you're going to be seeing increases in our antlerless elk quotas as we try to maintain populations within those agreed upon population objectives. And concurrent to that, we're also seeing phenomenal harvest metrics in our antlered elk. And that is our bull hunters seem to be having a good hunt. The information that we're using to evaluate the quality of that hunt is consistently high. But one thing that I think would also be important to point out here, because of those back-to-back years of high calf recruitment, that's also resulted in several of our elk herds being at slightly above and even exceptionally above those population objectives. And so those antlerless quotas that are offering these increases, that's really us trying to get ahead of that population growth. And to be honest, with where we're at right now, current precipitation patterns, especially in northern Nevada, I think that there's a good chance that we're going to be seeing back-to-back years of good calf recruitment. And so I think over the next couple years, we're going to be hard-pressed to stay ahead of the growth potential on these elk herds. First thing I think it would be valuable to point out before we get too far along, maybe would have been a good slide to have in Cody Schroeder's presentation. But the process that we use to get to a recommended quota is not done in a black box. There's a lot of information that goes into this effort. We had 113 hours of flight time in our helicopter. That equates to 23 days of flying just elk surveys. So you can think about flying two separate deer flights a year. We have bighorn sheep, mountain goat flights. There's a pretty high demand on our aircraft from November until April. This year we had 50 elk monitored, so 50 elk that were carrying radio transmitters. This information is really important to inform our understanding of survival. We're also using this information to understand how elk are using the landscape, what elk are actually available to our hunters, and which ones are visiting other states or in different jurisdictions or just posted up on private land and never leaving. And then finally, really the gold standard, I think, in our data is the value of our hunter return information. So for elk this year, we had a 98% reporting rate as of early March. We'll probably close that gap just a little bit more for over the course of the application period as people that forgot to fill out their hunter questionnaires start to have to pay the fine. But this provides us with a tremendous amount of information about the quality of the elk hunt, success, how hard people are hunting, so on and so forth. And frankly, in a lot of cases, even in the absence of the survey data, as well as the telemetry data and other information we might be collecting in our populations, that hunter harvest information could be used in most years to just provide a quota recommendation that's probably going to be fairly well rooted in reality and what those populations can sustain. But one other thing that's also important to remember is that this is all being collected and analyzed by our various area biologists across the state. These guys are spending countless days in the field collecting information, tracking animals, conducting necropsies on sometimes some pretty nasty critters that have been baking under this desert sun for a week or longer. And not only that, but these guys live in these communities, they hunt, they fish, they're all well versed in the landscape and what their populations are doing. So I just want to make sure that everybody's fully appreciates kind of what goes into this process and what got us to where we are right now. So again, you guys have seen this graph. That yellow line shows a smoothed relationship of calf recruitment going back to 2005. And what I mean by smoothed is I've taken a 3-year average because that lets us see the impact of those trends over time. That is, you may have 1 year of depressed calf recruitment or 1 year of increased calf recruitment, but when we consider that effect on the population over time, it may not be as substantial as it does if we look at these relationships in 3-year averages. Okay, so if we have multiple years of lower calf recruitment, you see a dip, and if we have multiple years, we start to see that climb. So in 2014, that's kind of the peak of calf recruitment. From 2014 to 22, we saw a decline, but I think it's important to remember that in 2014, that's when we were as aggressive as we've ever been with antlerless elk harvest to drive our populations down. And so it's not necessarily a biological result that those calf recruitments are low because of female condition or range conditions. It's more that we started taking our foot off the gas on antlerless elk harvest, so you start to see that increase in calf recruitment. That is just not as many cows got removed from the population. So we don't see that effective harvest on calf recruitment. But what really is real in 2022, we just came out of a really extreme drought, probably one of the worst that we've experienced in the last century. And since then, it's steadily climbed. And you can see that average calf ratio just over 40 in the gray line. This year, that 3-year average climbed over to 44, and the actual calf ratio from this year's surveys was actually 48. So it was one of the highest that we've had in the last 20 years. Now, what does this mean for the population? And the blue bars here is going to show the population trend over time. We looked at this at the March meeting. In 2014, we peaked at about 2015, about 18,000 elk. We implemented some exceptionally aggressive harvest strategies to start reducing populations. And in 2019, we really hit that stable level where we're considering what the population objectives are within each area. Cumulatively across the state, it's about 13,000 to 14,000 elk. And it's been kind of steady as she goes since then. We did see a slight uptick this year to 13,500 elk. Again, that's in part just those calf ratios are growing. We have one herd in particular that is well above objective, and you'll see that in our quota recommendations for 076. We're getting very aggressive in trying to bring those numbers down. But again, this just shows despite these changing calf ratios that drive population dynamics, we've done a really effective job at keeping elk numbers where they need to be for now. So this purple bar chart shows the trend in tags issued over time for our resident bull hunters. And you'll see generally since 2017, we've declined. However, when we start looking at the results of success for those tags, our rifle tags have been generally increasing in success since 2019. This year, the success was 55%. The 10-year average is 52. For muzzleloader, this is an interesting relationship that we saw a few years ago where rifle and muzzleloader are actually flip-flopping in success, where we saw 57% success for our resident bull hunters. The 10-year average is 50. And then again, the yellow bar on your far right, you'll see a slight dip in archery success down to 37%. But for all three of our weapon classes, for our resident bull hunters, success rates were higher than the 10-year average. So we still think that we're doing pretty well with those hunt opportunities. And I think in certain years, success rates are probably driven in part by environmental conditions that people are experiencing and not necessarily availability of elk. So this is another graph that we look at every year, and this is on the top, and the dark line represents the composition of 6-point bulls in the harvest. The bottom is the dash line. That's the composition of 50-inch main beam bulls in the harvest, or our main beam length objective. Bottom is year, and on the left is percentage. Just as a refresher, we use this main beam length objective in lieu of taking age every year because it's a very intensive effort. And what we have found through past analysis is a strong relationship between main beam length and known age until about 7. So for our standard hunt areas, we're targeting 25 to 35% of our harvest would be bulls having 50-inch main beams. For alternative areas, it's 35 to 45. And for our standard areas, we review that harvest information that I discussed earlier. One thing I wanted to point out here is from 2008 to 2018, only 4 years of our bull harvest exceeded 30% for that 50-inch main beam objective. Since 2019 and this year, so this year we were at 36%, we've been over 30% every year. And that 36% is actually the highest on record. Additionally, when we look at the relationship between the 50-inch and the 6-point or greater. So 6-point or greater is on the top. And I will point out we had a slight uptick in the harvest of bulls with 6 points this year. Just because we have a lot of 6-point bulls doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have 50-inch main beam. So that vertical dash line that I just showed, the year that we had the highest 6-point or greater harvest, we had one of the lowest composition of 50-inch bulls in the harvest. And then likewise, I can point out areas where we may have had a high composition of 50-inch bulls and the 6-point was low. So they are related, but this isn't a linear relationship. But I do think that at times folks can get a little bit hung up on these two metrics. I look at this graph. I don't know how everybody else feels, so I stand up here pretty regularly, or once a year we talk about this. I feel good about where 50-inch is. I feel good about where 6-point or greater is, but we're actually looking at two metrics this year that are either as high or almost as high as they've ever been. Personally, I don't know if that's a good thing. From a social aspect, from getting hunters out into the field, I don't know if we should be trying to hit the upper end of these objectives year over year over year, or even increasing year over year over year. Maybe a better place to be is somewhere in the middle. So this brings me to our recommendations. So for our antlered elk, we're seeing about a 3% increase in tags. Most of that is being realized by increases in 07677. A lot of other areas are experiencing a reduction. Kind of goes back to some of the harvest metrics that we're looking at when we're looking at these areas. We also know that we're coming off of some years where we had poor calf recruitment prior to 2022, and those bulls are starting to hit that maturity level that will achieve these metrics that we're talking about. So we might start to see a little bit of a decline in the availability of those bulls, that quality of bull. And over the next few years, there may be reductions in what we're recommending, or even just not a lot of change in what we recommend. Antlerless elk, we're recommending about a 10% increase. Spike elk is probably perhaps one of the more eye-popping increases that we're offering, but at the same time, again, a calf ratio of 48 calves per 100 cows this year. They're probably only going to be a legal spike this next upcoming hunting season, so there's an opportunity to take a little bit of pressure off the bull segment of our population and offer some more hunting opportunity. So overall, with our depredation tags, cow and bull, we are recommending an 8% increase in tags to just over 4,700. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions on elk if there's any.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you for that, Cody. I appreciate it. One comment that I would make or have, I guess, is you know, it sounds like everything is great with our elk population. My only real concern with our elk population is that you know, we spend a lot of time talking about and looking at deer. We spend a lot of time talking about and looking at sheep and the issues in both of those areas. And there was a time, I'm sure, in both of those areas that folks stood up here and had glowing stuff to say as we do with our elk. And the last thing that I want to have happen is have us really take our eye off the ball that, hey, everything is going great with our elk herds, and then wake up one day and go, holy cow, we've got a problem. So I say that, I just want everybody to be cognizant that we really need to continue to take a look at our elk and our elk herds throughout the state in various units. You know, the increase in cows of 10% is a pretty good size number. The 22% in spike is optically is a little jarring for me. I don't know really what the ramifications are on that if we're losing, you know, a certain age class on bulls as a result of that. But anyway, I say these things because, again, I just don't want to, you know, have us looking right at sheep and deer and all these other things and not looking left at the elk and wake up one day and that, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have done a 22% increase in spike, or maybe we shouldn't have increased those cows so much. So anyway, That's my statement for the day. Questions from the commission at all, or comments after that presentation? All right, seeing none. Maybe we'll just jump into the quotas, and maybe we'll do the antlered, any kind of like what we did, I guess, with deer. Maybe the antlered, any legal weapon, archery, muzzleloader. Kind of go through each of those. All right. The first one we have here, just to make sure we're on the same page, this is a resident elk antlered any legal, is this the depredation? I'm sorry?
This is the regular.
No, I apologize. I was just looking in my book here. Yep, so let's go, yeah, no, that's fine. This resident elk antlered any legal weapon hunt 4151. Is that what this is here, Megan? Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go through this quota recommendations. So the only first change here looks to be 161. Where's my notes? All right, so this is 161 early. Recommendation is 25. NI is suggesting 30. And then the 161 late, department recommendation of 35, NI suggestion of 30 on that as well.
Is that a reduction?
Yes.
It's an addition and a reduction.
Yep. All right. This is 221 through 223, looks to be late. And this is a recommendation by the Department of 75. White Pine Cab has suggested 60 for that 22 late. And no other, all right, no other changes there. All right, let's go ahead and go on to the next one there. All right, so this is the elk antlered archery. Let's take a look at that one. Where are we at? Did I miss one?
We're just skipping on resident.
Oh.
What's going on?
I apologize. Let's go back to that any legal weapon and run through any non-resident. No changes. All right, easy enough. All right, so we'll move to antlered muzzleloader. All right, so no changes there. Okay, so we are now on resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156. All right. And no changes, okay, easy enough. And then how about the non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256? No changes on that either. All right, and we'll move to the resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161. All right, looks like there's a change at 111 through 115. Department recommendation of 30. White Pine Cab suggestion of 25. All right. And looks to be no other changes. How about on the non-resident? Didn't look like there was any changes. Okay, so no suggested changes for the non-resident. All right. Yes, let's touch on the spike. This is resident elk spike and illegal weapon hunt 4651. All right. Doesn't look to be any changes there on that one. All right. And let's see here. Resident elk antlerless any legal weapon hunt 4181. And it looks like let's see, 061. All right, so on the 061071, Department Recommendation 122, Elko Cab suggested an increase to 140. Okay, and then that same unit 061071, the late hunt, Department Recommendation 125, Elko Cab suggested 95. All right. Okay, so this is 221. Let's see here, 221, the early, Department Recommendation 30, White Pine Cab suggested 17. And this is 222 through 223, Department Recommendation 45, White Pine suggested 38. All right. Did I miss one there? Oh, this is a 22, oh, I apologize, 223, 222, 223, Department Recommendation 40, White Pine suggested 30. All right. And no other changes. And there didn't appear to be any on the non-resident, is that correct? All right. All right. All right, so this is now, yes, so resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4176. All right, 104, 108, 121, looks like Department Recommendation 40, White Pine Cab suggested 35. All right. And this is 221 through 223. Department Recommendation 35, White Pine Cab suggested 25. All right. And no other changes, non-resident. All right. Okay. And I believe, excuse me, I believe this is resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4111. And no changes on that one. And it didn't appear there was any changes on the non-resident either. All right. Moving over to the resident elk antlerless any legal weapon depredation hunt. I believe that's what this is, correct? All right, so this is a depredation hunt 4107. And I apologize, it didn't appear that there was any. All right, so no recommended changes there. And I think that was it. All right. Outstanding.
Chairman Rogers,
Yes.
I was going to point out, I don't want to forget about this. This is the framework for our private lands antlerless elk hunt on page 19, which we're showing here. I want to make sure that we remember to review and either approve or provide alternative recommendations for this. This is a pretty important tool for us.
And this is the 2025 and 2026 antlerless elk landowner hunt?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yes, Director Janae.
For the record, Alan Janae, did you catch 4102, the any illegal depredation hunt at the very beginning? I think we skipped past that. And if you want to grab that, you can get them all at once. We may not have. Let's hit that just to make sure. So this is resident elk antlered any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102. Yeah. All right, doesn't appear to be any change. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, perfect. Any questions from the commission at this time on any of those department
Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
Yes, the Geyser Ranch elk, how do they fit into the model? How are they modeled?
Commissioner Bourne, Cody McKee for the record, they're a little bit complicated. So this, in 2022 or 21, I believe, we deployed radio collars on that south slope of, I believe it's the Egan Range, on the east side of Cave Valley, or on the other side of Cave Valley there, Muleshoe. And we had elk from that winter range go down onto the geyser and then just never come back into 22. And so this was the first year, and if you look through the harvest recommendation form, where we've actually removed a portion of the elk herd that was considered part of the 22 herd, that's actually just either living on the Geyser Ranch or spending more time moving back and forth between Unit 231 and the Geyser Ranch. Technically, because those elk are included in the elk incentive program, we're able to discount those from population objectives, but we do incorporate those elk when we provide population estimates between those two areas.
There it is. So on the estimate of 1,700 elk this year, Unit 220, Unit 22.
We removed the geyser elk.
They're off from
Correct.
that population estimate. Okay.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
And just as a follow-up, Cody, they're not included in 231 either. Are we precluding those elk now from the population estimate?
It's a bit of I don't want to air our dirty laundry. We've had a challenge with the 230 or the Geyser Ranch elk. They live on the ranch. They very infrequently actually leave the property. So when it comes to us assessing the population objective for 231, because they're on private property and they're enrolled in the incentive program, we've been granted that flexibility to not count them towards population objective. When it comes to considering the population estimate for 231, that's been a bit of a moving target, because if you look at the overall harvest in 231 and what the population estimate has been, it's pretty hard to believe that we can support that level of harvest. So there's a lot of movement happening within 231, whether it's coming in from Utah, whether it's coming from the Geyser Ranch. There's still some things that we're trying to work out there. My understanding, when we actually published the estimate, we removed the Geyser Ranch. Is that correct, Joe? I apologize. I'm talking in circles. It's a little bit of it's an enigma.
Yeah, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission, Joe Bennett, Wildlife Staff Specialist. So the way that the Lincoln County elk plan is written is that if they are agricultural land elk, you do have some latitude there from both 22 and the Utah side. So I guess, can you repeat the question again?
I guess when we're factoring in the 231 herd, or even if we're pulling them out of 22 now, we're going to say they're in 23, or are we counting those elk when we're doing our quota estimates?
We are not. So since they're during all the hunting seasons truly essentially unavailable, we do not count them.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Staff Specialist McKee, do you have concerns with the 22 reductions? And I know that's the basis behind the reductions.
So, Commissioner Young, Cody McKee for the record. I've thought a lot about those. Technically, they're not. I don't think it's all just because we removed some elk from the model because of what's happening on the geyser. If you look at the harvest metrics over the last couple of years, things have been noticeably declining. And because of that, the department recommended about a 30 tag reduction. And if you project that to real harvest, it's about a 13% reduction in harvest over this year compared to next for what we're predicting. The recommended additional reduction from white pine is going to take it to about a 20% reduction in realized harvest. Personally, I don't love that degree of reduction. I think when you look at the harvest metrics, when you look at what the department's offering or has recommended, maybe there's a place where we could meet in the middle between what White Pine Cab has recommended and what the department has recommended. And primarily it comes down to this idea of what I hinted at earlier, how high do we need to be with some of our harvest metrics? So 221 to 223 is bend within that 50-inch main beam category. It's a standard area, 25 to 35%, but it's consistently been over 40%. Last year it was 45%. This year it was 40%. So we're still well above that main beam objective. We have seen hunter success, especially in the late season, decline the last 2 years. I would suggest, or at least postulate, that could in part be due to 2 really abnormal years in a row. The first being the fall of 2023. I had an elk tag. It was green everywhere. I think elk changed their distribution in 2023. I think they may not have been as available in the same places that we're used to them always being in. Last year was a bumper pinion crop, and I heard from several hunters that they had a hard time finding elk in the conifers. And so again, the department's already recommending a reduction in tags. I guess the degree of which that reduction needs to be implemented, I suppose it's up to you guys. I feel like the 12% reduction in harvest is enough to get us to where it can be, but again, that's the commission's prerogative to go further.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bourne, did you?
That was answered for now. Good.
All right. Good. Anything else? Before we send it out to any cab comment, public comment, I appreciate the comment on Unit 22 there, and I have heard some of the same things as you referenced, Cody. I would, again, based on my very initial comment after the presentation, I would maybe, my view, err on the side of being yet much more conservative, I think, and I would support White Pine's recommendations that they presented, or suggestions that they presented as well. So, anyway. Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
Is that in just the bull hunts or the cow hunts as well?
Across the board, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Anything else from the commission at this time? All right. Did you have something else, Mitchell? All right. Seeing none, let's go ahead and take it out for any public comment or cab comment here in Reno.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine, for the record. The 22 stuff was discussed enough, I believe, if there's any questions on it for me. And then the 11 archery hunt, that's just kind of, we've done that for years. It's kind of a special hunt, and we've been trying to keep it at that 25. So seems like every year we're back with that recommendation. But other than that, that's all we had. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other cab comment or public comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none here. How about any cab comment or public comment via Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or further comments as it relates to any of the elk.
As much as I'm a White Pine guy, I don't mind leaving the archery tags at 30. I mean, that unit group is massive, right? Unit 111 through 115, there's so much country to hunt elk in, and leaving the 5 additional tags in there doesn't, leaving at the department's recommendation doesn't hurt my feelings at all, myself.
On 11. Yeah.
Resident archery, yeah. I understand they want to
Yep.
You know, spread everybody out. There's so much country to spread everybody out. That argument doesn't hold water for me.
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Cavilla, on that 5, but just curious, that was Area 11. Easy enough. I was still hooked on 22, of which, again, I absolutely support White Pines' recommendation on Area 22 and across the board, again, whether it's they're antlered or antlerless, but at any rate. Commissioner Bourne?
And I would just echo what you said about 22. It was by far the most talked about in the White Pine cab, and there was a pretty high level of concern there.
Agreed. Any other comments from any other commission members? Vice Chair Young?
If there's no further comments, I don't want to have Commissioner Cavilla take all the motions today. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item number 20, Commission Regulations 25-13, big game quotas for 2025-2026 season for elk. And we're going to start with resident elk antlered, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102 as presented. Next, we're going to go to resident elk antlered, any legal weapon hunt 4151 with 3 changes. The first is going to be 161 through 164, 171 through 173 early, going from 25 to 30. Next change is 161 through 164, 171 through 173 late, going down from 35 to 30. And last is going to be 221 to 223 late, going from 75 to 60. Moving on to the non-resident elk antlered, any legal weapon hunt 4251 as presented. Next, resident elk antlered muzzle loader hunt 4156 as presented. Next, non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256 as presented. Next, resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161 as presented. Next, non-resident elk antlered archery hunt 4261 as presented. Next, resident elk spike any legal weapon hunt 4651 as presented. Resident elk antlerist any legal weapon hunt 4181 with a change on 061 through 071 early, going from 122 to 140, and then an 061, 071 late, going from 125 to 95. And moving down to 221 early, going from 30 to 17, going from 222 to 223 early, from 45 to 38, 222 to 223 late, from 40 to 30. Non-resident elk antlerist, any legal weapon hunt 4281 as presented. Resident elk antlerist muzzleloader hunt 4176 with 2 changes. The first in 104, 108, 121 going from 40 to 35. The second in 221 through 223 going from 35 to 25. Next, non-resident elk antlers hunt muzzleloader hunt 4276 as presented. Resident elk antlers archery hunt as presented. Non-resident antlers archery hunt 4211 as presented. And the resident elk antlers any legal depredation hunt 4107 as presented. And then last is the 2025-2026 antlers elk landowner hunts as presented.
All right, that was a lot. All right, so with that, we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. All right, thank you for that. We're going to move to moose, were we, Cody?
If you'd like.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we can crank it out real quick, I
Yep.
think. Hold on. I assure you, we won't have to spend very much time looking at the seasons and quotas table here. This should be.
Right.
Hopefully, this is just interesting. Okay, again, Cody McKee, Elk and Moose Staff Specialist. For the record, I will just give you a brief overview of our moose population status since 2024. We spent a lot of time last year talking about moose, so I've kept this one fairly brief. I don't think a whole lot's changed over that time. Okay, this is another familiar graph. We're looking at observations that were reported to the department going back to the 1950s on this graph to the left. The blue bar represents the number of public observations that were submitted to the department. If you recall that QR code in the bottom right, that's a QR code that we sent out to all of our October deer hunters with the intent of catching them while they're in the field, especially during the rut period for moose. So they're probably more likely to see a lot of bulls moving around. We really wanted to capture as much of that information as we possibly could. So in 2023, last year I presented roughly 170 observations were submitted to the department. Since that time, we got a few more. That went up to 180 for last year. So pretty good number. That represented over 300 moose. Again, we're probably getting pictures of the same moose. They're probably seen a lot over and over again in certain places. So certainly not 300 moose in the state, at least I don't think so. But definitely a good representation of how well they've been expanding across the state as well as increasing in abundance within certain areas. And that figure in the upper right, that map just shows the locations of those observations from 1950 to 2023 across the state. So this last year, 2024, we weren't quite as good at engaging public for those observations, kind of just slipped through the cracks. We still got our email out. We still got information out to our hunters. The observations dipped down to 160. I don't think that really is biologically meaningful at all. I think it just has more to do with our level of engagement and also just the interest of public. We proposed that hunt season last year, so everybody got pretty excited and wanted us to know about what they had seen in the field. Those 160 observations represented about 250 moose that were seen, and again, those are probably repeats. All right, so one of the cool things that I think is happening, not just that we were able to have a successful first year of the hunt, but also it seems like people in Nevada are growing more interested in moose. I've been seeing more instances where people have found moose paddles while they're out in the field, which is pretty cool. That's our very own Carrie Hubner there on the right. I think she's more excited about moose here than anybody that I know, and so it was great to see that picture and see the big smile on her face. I got a lot of requests for information about, hey, where can I go out and just see a moose? I want to go out and take a picture of moose. People in Nevada are becoming a lot more aware of their presence. And then we did a really cool project. We invited Carrie, Travis Allen, our Area 6 biologist, went out with the Outdoor Nevada crew from the Las Vegas PBS last summer and did a fun filming project where we tried to find a cow with calf. Unfortunately, at the end of the show, we ended up turning up one of our collared bulls, which was really cool. We've gotten a lot of good feedback from that, but I think it's really great that we're able to outreach across the state. And we're still getting emails and phone calls from folks periodically that saw it and were just amazed that we even had moose here, let alone in the numbers that we do. One of the really important components of our ability to understand moose, and I think being confident in offering this hunt, was moose capture efforts that began in 2020. Nothing has changed with adult survival. In fact, it's gone up slightly from last year because we just went through an entire year, 2024, without documenting a single mortality in our radio collared moose. So annual adult survival is 98%. The likelihood that a moose survived 5 years of this monitoring project, is 92%. If you look at literature on other ungulate species, 85% is kind of the benchmark for mule deer to have stable populations. And we're seeing that our adult moose are living a lot longer than that. We were unable to do the ground monitoring this year as intensely as we have been in the past. Previously, we had documented about 60 calves per 100 cows. We're being reared for our radio telemetered cows, which is substantially higher than what we're seeing when we're doing our survey efforts. And I think that comes down to detectability of cow and calf pairs when we're flying in the helicopter. But one thing that I think is really cool, and here I have a couple photos of them, so I'm going to introduce to you the two newest moose that we have online. And this is a bull and a cow that were caught in the Ruby Mountains this year. And that's Josh Kirk in Elko deserves a tremendous amount of credit for finding them and keeping track of them while we had a capture crew in town. But this is going to tell us a lot about how moose are expanding south in the state and just how far they can go, and not to mention, hopefully they're going to take us to some of their friends, or at least give us a better idea of where we can find their friends, because we know that there's several more there in the mountain range. All right, so I'm going to talk just a little bit about last year's hunt. By all accounts, I think it went off really well and without a hitch. I need to acknowledge both of our hunters from the day that they drew the tag all the way up to the day that they harvested. They were in regular contact with myself and other members of the department. We wanted to ensure that they had a successful experience, and that also that experience, we could tell that story. And so both of our hunters harvested two really nice bulls, 4 years old. Their average unofficial score was 135 inches. That's the department's measurements, not the official Boone and Crockett scores. They only hunted for 4.5 days. If you guys recall, this season's like 3 months long, and both of them harvested within the first week of the hunt. So I think that really shows how productive our moose herd is, for them to have only had to spend less than a week in the field. I think we all expected they'd be out there quite a bit longer. And then one of the really important things for me in justifying this hunt is our ability to actually get our hands on our moose and collect biological information. We had no evidence of disease, no evidence of parasites. In fact, they were both extremely healthy individuals, and they were hanging out with a lot of extremely healthy friends. We got a lot of photos from the hunters, both on their scouting trips, as well as when they were in the field on their hunt. So again, it was a great hunt. I look forward to what we offer this year, and getting to meet two new people that have probably never moose hunted before, considering we have over 20,000 people that applied for this hunt last year. All right, so just to speak to the current population estimate, we didn't dedicate any survey time to counting moose. So the observations that we did collect were all ancillary during other flights, whether it was a deer flight or an elk flight in the spring, or in the post hunt, or in the spring. We did, however, encounter 51 different moose, which is the second most we've ever counted since 2023. And in 2023, we actually dedicated a day of flying to go to an area where we knew that we'd be able to find a lot. So it's very impressive to me that we almost achieved the same sample size without actually really having to try. The only, I suppose, downside to this is we had an observed bull to cow ratio to calf ratio of 114 bulls to 100 cows, which supports what we've been seeing in the field, that we have a very imbalanced sex ratio. However, the calf ratio was low. That doesn't make sense, because when you look at all of our deer species in the state, our bighorn sheep, our mountain goats, recruitment was off the charts this year. And I think when you consider how we were counting these animals, it's likely that we just weren't looking in the places where we would find cows and calves. All of that, when taken as a whole, our population increased to 125 adults this year. It's about a 10% increase. It's a little bit less than what I had projected last year, because when we're modeling The only recruitment information that I have available is that recruitment information that we collected from the survey. And so I think this is just providing us with a very conservative estimate. I think when you look at the information as a whole, it's likely that if we were able to provide you with confidence intervals, which I believe we're going to be able to do with this population someday, this would be at the very bottom of the confidence interval. So with that, our hunt area is unchanged. The season is going to be unchanged, as we've already talked about during January's meeting, but we're going to, again, recommend 2 tags for the moose hunt. I think that the harvest metrics that we collected from our hunters was really good, but because this is the first year of a hunt, we have essentially a sample size of 1. We want to give this hunt more time before we readjust those quotas, readjust the hunt areas, or consider changing season dates. And then with that, I think this might be fitting to kind of cap off this discussion, and knowing that we're almost done with quotas today, is taking a look at this video that was provided by Rob Beamer. He was one of Craig Santos's friends on his moose hunt. He sent this from a July scouting trip. Every time I watch this video, it makes me smile. And I hope folks will understand why. It's about 30 seconds. So.
Was that the one that was harvested?
None of these were harvested. These are just moose in the field doing moose stuff. So this one group that they saw, I think it's 4 bulls. The last 2, I think that was a cow and her yearling calf. But it's just really cool to see the density, the aggregation of moose. I think a lot of people think there's like one on this mountain, and really what we're seeing is we have concentrations across the state in a lot of different places. It just so happens that both of our hunters this year harvested from the same general area. So thank you very much. And I can take questions if there are any.
That's great, Cody. I appreciate it. One slide that resonated me is the successful calf recruitment with 114 bulls to 100 cows. And I guess if we could get our deer to 114 bucks to 100 does, that's where the success is, right? I mean, no, it's not? Oh, okay. Not for sure there was a correlation there. Anyway, thank you. We've been here a long time. The pizza's wearing off. I guess I'm a little... Anyway, but no, thank you for that, Cody.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And neat video and pictures and great stories there. So anyway, with that, any questions from the commission at all, or comments as it relates to moose? All right. Seeing none, let's take it out for any cab or public comment here in Reno as it relates to moose. All right, seeing no public comment or cab comment here in Reno, how about any public or cab comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or motion. You're doing such a good job, Vice Chair Young.
Thank you.
This is an easy one.
All right. With that, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 20B, Commission Regulation 20-13, as it relates to resident moose antler, any legal weapon, hunt 10-151, as provided.
Outstanding. Perfect. All right, so we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with an aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, I think we're on to Antelope. Is that our?
Yep.
All righty. And thank you, Cody. Appreciate the presentations there.
We'll make this fairly quick, hopefully.
No worries.
All right. For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So I'm just going to quickly go through a real brief overview of Antelope. Promise it'll be shorter than deer. Overall, things are looking great. That's the bottom line for Antelope. Our statewide population continues to grow. I think we put in our memo that we had a goal of 25,000, just over, at one point in time in our management plan, and we've far exceeded that, and it's growing fairly rapidly. Success, again, is positive. Similar to deer, we saw a jump this year with success rates across the board, really about 5% with rifle. Big jump in muzzleloader, and then a little bump, 4% in archery success. But all things are indicating, things are good. For Antelope statewide, this is probably the one trend that's not as positive, but I'm not quite sure what to make of it. It's our 15-inch horns for our buck harvest. We see that big dip there in 2021, and then it kind of bounced back. But we're really kind of plateaued around 20%, whereas we were running about 30% statewide. And then the 10-year average is right around 25%. I've got a couple thoughts on that, but they're kind of speculation more than anything. Our harvest objectives, similar to deer, we have a buck-to-doe ratio objective. We are accounting for the 2-year-olds in this particular species simply because these yearling bucks may have horns, shorter than the years. And they're also available in the horns shorter than years hunts as well. And then for our horns shorter than years, we have these kind of 2-tiered strategies for, depending on the population size. We're targeting for smaller populations, a 1 to 10 harvest rate on our adult does, and about a 5 to 20% on our populations above 1,500. And so we have been getting fairly aggressive with the doe harvest in the areas that we need to try to remove animals off the landscape. So you'll see that in some of the quotas. And we also have plans to try to do a few translocations this coming winter. We were hoping to do some this past year and didn't quite get to it, but hoping to get some of those. We've got plenty of antelope for source stock, and we have to make probably some hard decisions about where to put them at some point. With that, we're looking at about 3,300 tags total, as close to the 90-10 split as we can. That horn shorter than years hunt, we are looking to, we made that modification to add the junior horn shorter than years hunt that'll run concurrently with the regular any legal weapon hunts. But we just basically took a portion of the harvest, the projected harvest, and allocated that to the juniors. So that's that 290 there. First year we've ever had this hunt, so it'll be interesting to see, how it plays out. And that's all I have for antelope. Stand for questions.
All right. Thank you for that, Cody. I appreciate it. My only comment, same thing, I guess, sentiment as I had with the after the elk presentation, and obviously the where we're at with antelope is wonderful, and it's great to hear these glowing reports, and the increase in population and everything else. I mean, glowing stuff with antelope. And again, as I mentioned, I just say the same thing as I did after the elk, and that is there was a time when our deer and sheep and everything else were on these highs as well, and I just don't want us to lose focus on antelope and with our quotas and with our management of our antelope herds, and wake up one day and we're having, super tough conversations about antelope because maybe we were a bit liberal with stuff and everything else. So anyway, but yeah, great to see the success that we're having with antelope. With that, any questions from the commission or comments at this time? All right, seeing none at this time, let's go ahead and and go through the quota recommendations and cab recommendations. So we will start with, I assume this is resident antelope horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, 2151? All right. Okay, it looks like first recommendation here, 012 to 014, department recommendation of 95, and it looks like Washoe cab suggested 75. 95, 75. Okay. All righty, this looks to be 141, 143, department recommendation 320, Eureka cab suggested 300. Okay. And below that, 161 to 162, department recommendation 20, NICAB suggested 18. All right. Let's see here, 171 to 173, department recommendation 25, NICAB suggested 20. All right. And that's it, no additional changes there. And then, yeah, let's do the non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, 22, hunt 2251. And let's see here, 012 to 014, the, let's see, department recommendation was 10, Washoe cab suggested 8. All right. And the 141, 143, department recommendation 35, Eureka cab suggested 30. Suggested 30, all right. And does not seem to be any additional changes on that one. All right. Let's go to now then the resident antelope horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2171. And does not appear to be any recommended changes there to that one. Let's then go to non-resident antelope horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2271. I don't believe there was any. Nothing on that one either. Okay. Next, we'll roll to resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt. This is hunt 2161. All right. Does not appear to be any changes on that one. And then non-resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt number 2261. And I don't believe it appeared there was any changes on that one either. Okay. All right, we will roll on now to resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon, hunt 2181. Looks to be a few changes here. So this is unit 043 to 046, department recommendation 50, Humboldt cab suggested 45. All right. And hunt 061, 062, and those additional ones, department recommendation 210, Humboldt cab suggested 189. Okay. And this is 065, 041, department recommendation was 15, Humboldt cab suggested 14. All right. And this is 066, department recommendation 10, Humboldt cab suggested 9. All right, next is 067, 068, department recommendation 85, Humboldt cab suggested 76. And 072, department recommendation 15, Humboldt cab suggested 14. All righty. 076, department recommendation 35, Humboldt cab suggested 32. All right. And 101 to 104, department recommendation 20, Humboldt cab suggested 18. All right. Let's see here. 111, 114, department recommendation was 25, Humboldt cab suggested 23. All righty. 115, and department recommendation 20, Humboldt cab recommended or suggested 18. All righty, 141, 143, department recommendation 290, Humboldt cab suggested 261. And unit 151, 153, department recommendation 200, Humboldt cab suggested 180. And to round out the complete unit group, let's see, this is 181, 184, department recommendation 35, and Humboldt cab recommended 32. All right. Perfect. And we will roll on to the next one, which I believe is the resident junior antelope, horn shorter than ears, and illegal weapon hunt 2191. All right. And doesn't appear to be any suggested changes for that. I think that's our last one, right? All right. With that, yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, I'm going to speak to Hunt 2181 resident antelope, horn shorter than the ears, particularly the 065, 142, 144, and then the 101, 104, 108. I mean, I live right in the middle of that.
Yeah.
And you could double those quotas easily and not see a difference. That is just absolutely exploded in the last 2 years. There is an antelope behind every juniper tree and every sagebrush. So.
And that would, Commissioner. Yeah, and Commissioner Barnes, this is Hunt 20.
065, 142, 144, and then the 101 to 104, 108, 109, 144. I mean, I'm good with the I'm good with the department recommendations, but I actually spoke to Scott Roberts about this, that this is something that they don't survey that area yet, but they're going to have to start doing a survey because it's absolutely exploding.
Yeah, good.
You know, I mean, 3 years ago, we never had an antelope on the ranch. Last year, if I wanted to, I could have got a tag. So in 2 years, we went from 0 to like 50-something antelope.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, so I'll support the department recommendations, but I mean, if we really wanted to, we could double that, what the department recommended, and not change anything, or maybe wouldn't even hold it back. So
yeah, perfect. And again, Commissioner Barnes, just to clarify, that was Hunt 2181.
Yes.
Yep. Perfect. Good. Thank you. Great. Great intel and dialogue there. Anything else from yes, Commissioner Walther?
I'm gonna float a little different direction, but 2181 in the context of that, and 2191, I recognize it's the first year for that junior hunt. You know, and perhaps maybe it's best to let it roll and see what the demand is, see what's there. I have had a few sportsmen reach out, you know, saying let's give more to the juniors. This is an obvious spot to be able to do it. You know, I personally am in full support of that. I don't know if you guys want to look at these 6 unit groups and move some over. I'm happy to tell you my suggestion. However, if the commission has a flavor for it, I am sure that someone else's suggestion might come across a little more reasonable than mine. So just opening up that for discussion. if you guys think that's valuable to do in the first year, or whether we should see how that hunt rolls and discuss it again next year. But I'm personally in a place that I'm ready to give them as much as this commission's willing to do.
Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
Yeah, Mario actually beat me to the punch because I have the same kind of logic. That's kind of low hanging fruit to offer our juniors more tags. So I had the same sentiment.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I already said someone might be more reasonable, but I'm personally of the mind, take all those 6-unit groups out of the adult hunt and just give them to the juniors. But if you guys want to talk numbers, I'm not going to fight anybody today. So.
Yes, Vice Chair Young.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wall, do you want to potentially just increase to a percentage of those junior tons?
I'm open to that, Mr. Young.
We'll start throwing some numbers out down there.
I mean,
that's the agenda item.
I mean, honestly, my first suggestion, we got 6 of them in there that are sitting in 2181, and in my mind, we just take those numbers and give them all to the juniors. But like I said, my suggestion wasn't going to be perhaps viewed as exceptionally reasonable, but I'm just trying to give the juniors more opportunity. So I'm open to discussion on what you guys think would be best to approach that.
I mean, as much as I would love to give them all to the juniors, I think we still have to give some to we have to give some to the regular hunters. But I mean, even on the units in question, if we just basically flopped it, like 043, 046, give the juniors 50, give the regular hunt the 20, the 061 unit group, give the 210 to juniors and give the 70 to the regular hunt. It was kind of what I was thinking, just kind of flop the numbers.
I can support,
and then this is
support that.
Yeah. That was my thought, but.
All right. Anything else on those? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Well, for giving juniors tags, why don't we give them some in the 065, 142, 144, and the 101, 108? I mean, the population can withstand it.
So maybe
unless the department thinks I'm crazy.
That's a season.
We don't have the season
that's
set.
right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Something to think about next year.
Yeah, and I agree. I think next year we could see, in my mind, we could see how successful this is with the junior program. Hopefully it is really successful, and we can even, if we want to shift it even more, the commission could do that next year and even open it up to additional units. But
yeah, good call. Yes,
question Staff Specialist Schroeder. So as the junior hunts and Commissioner Walters' position, which I'm pretty supportive of, what about, would you have any heartburn over adding 20 tags per those unit without subtracting from the adult? Or would you recommend us, if we're adding to the junior, to take from the adult?
Yeah, that's a good question, Commissioner Young. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist. I mean, I certainly don't think it would hurt, biologically. We could be looking at some congestion issues in some of these if we just add more, like the 114, 141, 151. Really, we just kind of tried to model this after the deer. That's why we took 25% of the harvest to the juniors. There's no reason why they couldn't be flip-flopped or somewhere in between. But yeah, without doing the math, it's probably going to equate to a little bit more harvest. That might ease our burden on some of these translocation areas for like 141, 151 particularly, by adding some. You're talking about adding 20 to every single one? 20
Yeah,
tags?
I was just, it was an idea. My main point was, do you want, from a biological standpoint, us just to add or switch from adult to junior? with obviously it's any legal weapon. I was gonna say the juniors might have even less success percentage, but.
It's a tough question.
And if you
Yeah,
want
I
to,
mean, it's probably not going to biologically mean anything to flip-flop them for sure. There could be a few more people out there if every junior has, some.
and Cody, if you want to, if you want to chew on that for just a minute, we can take some public comment
Sure.
and some Zoom comment and give you a minute to digest that a little bit if you want.
Okay. I mean, I think the easier solution might be
Flip-flop.
to flip-flop them,
Yeah.
for those units. And then we can certainly relook at this next year and
Yeah.
come out with a different proposal.
Yep. Good. All right. Anything else from the commission before we take it out to some public comment? All right. Seeing none, let's have some cab comment, public comment here in Reno.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. With all due respect to Humboldt County, we work with our biologists, and we thought that the quotas that were given to us by the department were sufficient and they were good. We didn't have a problem with them, especially on that the horns shorter than ears that they mentioned for every county in the room. We went with the department's recommendations on that, and we thought that that was good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Rogers, Commissioners, Kobe Rowe, Washoe Cab. Just to clarify on our justification for hunt 2151 and 2251, unit 012 to 014. So that hunt on horns greater than 15 was at 10%, and hunter success in illegal weapon was at 62. So we were recommending a reduction to 75 on the resident and 8 on the non-resident to see if those will come up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel Building, Washoe County, member of the public. My suggestion with the juniors is just flop it. Let the juniors have the tags. We've been discussing this for a couple of years now. It's going to be a great time for them. Everybody knows that hunts antelope is a great time of the year. You usually get to see a lot of animals. I think it's a perfect way to introduce the youngsters. So just flop it. 75 for them, 25 for the adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, no.
But if you
No,
do
no, no,
go
no.
that way, if you do go that way, we need it advertised so that the juniors that have already put in, that they have a shot at this. I mean, I think it's great. Let's just give them the tags. Thanks.
I expect to see that post on your social media, Mel. I've heard of a drop the mic moment. That was a kick the laptop moment. All right. Any other public comment or cab comment here in Reno? All right. Seeing none, how about any public comment or cab comment via Zoom?
It's actually up here. No, you're good.
Go ahead, Mr. Everton.
Marshall Everton for the record. I live in 141, 152 border. I regularly out in the hills see all the antelope. There's antelope everywhere. They're, like Mr. Barnes said, they're like jackrabbits out here right now, it seems like. The problem with that is the hunter congestion during that doe hunt in the valley floors, because people tend to make it an easier hunt. So there's a lot of congestion down lower in the valley, even though there's plenty of antelope up higher in the mountains. People don't want to put as much effort into a doe hunt, so it kind of creates some problems as a resident here in a small town, the influx of people. My thought process is if they could go a little bit lower for the hunter congestion issue for the area specifically, and then in the future, maybe we could actually look at a split hunt for the buck and doe hunt, or split the units up, or do something to help alleviate some of that pressure there. And then in regarding to the junior hunt, I mean, I live here and I do love hunting the antelope. Maybe a suggestion that could happen would just be for this year, because we don't know what the pressure is going to be like on that hunt for the juniors, would just go to 50-50 for those units that have the junior hunt this year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No additional public comment or cab comment via Zoom. I'll bring it back to the commission. Any additional discussion or comments around Antelope? Yes, Vice Chair.
If there's no further comments, I'm going to go ahead.
Oh, never mind. No, I apologize. All good.
Good to go? All right.
I think so.
I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item number 12B, Commission Regulation 25-13, Big Game Quotas 2025-2026 season for pronghorn. We're going to start with resident antelope horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, hunt 2151 with the change to 021 through 0214 from 95 to 75. Then going down to 141, 143, 151 through 156, 320 to 300, 161 through 162, 18, and 171 through 173, 20. Moving on to non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, 2251, unit 012-014 from 10 to 8. And then 141, 143, 151 through 156 from 35 to 30. Moving on to resident antelope, horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2171 as is. Non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2271 as presented. Resident antelope, horns longer than ears, archery hunt 2161 as presented. Non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, archery hunt 2261 as presented. And now moving into resident antelope, horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon, hunt 2181. In unit 043 through 046 from 50 to 20. In 061, 062, 064, 071, 073 from 210 to 70. Then moving down to 067, 068 from 85 to 30. And then 072, 074, 075 from 15 to 5. Moving down to 141, 143, 152, 154, 155 from 290 to 100. And 151 through 153 and 156 from 200 to 65. And last, the resident junior antelope, horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2191, 043 through 046 from 20 to 50, 061, 062, 064, 071, 073 from 70 to 210, 067, 068 from 30 to 85, 072, 074, 075 from 5 to 15, 141, 143, 152, 154, 155 from 100 to 290, that's 290, and lastly 151, 153, 156 from 65 to 200.
All right, so we have a motion from Vice Chair Young. We have a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with an aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Wonderful. Be a lot of happy junior antelope hunters out there this year. Good.
Vice Chair, or Chair
Yes, sir.
Rogers, I'm sorry. I believe we still need to do the resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner comp tag. Do we need to approve that? And I think we've had this stumbling block before. Just at the very end of the package on page 37.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilia, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, so that is it's on page 37 of my handout. And really, what we need just a motion to pass the percentage. The numbers that are on here are going to be they're going to be different, the exact numbers, but that'll basically give us a cap. It shouldn't be much different than what's showing on there. It'll probably be under 500, but we're not really close to that 2.5%. So, but yes, that is a good suggestion to pass that. So. I wouldn't mention the numbers, but the 2.5%, that'd be great.
All righty, yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Cavilla. Any questions, comments as it relates to that resident, non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags? And again, that recommendation of 2.5%. All right, seeing none from the commission, let me take that out to any public comment or cab comment here in Reno regarding the resident, non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation. Any public or cab comment here in Reno? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment, cab comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any other discussion or comments or motion. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I'll just make a motion in regards to CR 25-13, the 2025-2026 big game quotas, just for the cap on the resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags at 2.5%. I believe that's all we need to do, right, Cody?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. So we have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla. We have a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor with an aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries as well. All right. Anything else on 20B? I think, does that cover us? Is that all? All right. All right. I take my initial statement back, Director Janae. Maybe I do like the new system now that we, well, actually, I think it was all Megan's doing, making it seamless. But no, that yeah, for the most part, that went great, and we'll continue to tweak and make some changes on that. And I'm confident it'll only continue to get better and more effective and efficient in years to come. So, all right, with that, we will close out agenda item number 20B, and we will move to agenda item number 21. And this is future commission meetings and committee assignments for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for June 13 and 14, 2025 in Elko. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. So, anyway, future meeting. Yes, Director Janae.
All right, so looking at June, again, like you said, June 13th, 14th in Elko. What we have on the agenda is the CAB budget request, duck and upland stamp projects. We have upland game and fur bearer seasons and limits. That's typically an amend in the odd years. And so also we have, again, the Heritage Committee that'll be meeting, but that recommendation will be coming forward out of them on heritage tag vendors and organizations. We'll also be hearing the heritage proposals and extensions, reallocations, as well as the HRM, habitat restoration and management proposals. And then we'll have a small game release plan. Again, that will be a setting because it's the odd number year, 2025. Other items that I have the Heritage Committee meeting, the Emerging Tech possibly meeting. I have the TAC possibly meeting. Other items that have been discussed in this meeting and for your consideration are the shed antlered enhanced penalties, update on youth tag transfer. At the TAC would be the hound hunting possibly if that was brought forward. And then also there was discussion of possibly wanting to hear the elk species management plan. And that is what I have currently on my list.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Yes, those are the items that I had down as well. The additional item, I apologize if I missed it, but I think we will be hosting or having a finance committee meeting as well here in mid-May that we will report on in June. And just to reiterate, yes, we definitely would like to see something on youth tag transfer, an update there. The shed antler, absolutely. I think, more than likely at the TAC committee and having maybe some discussions around that. But we heard that a lot this weekend, so definitely want to get moving forward and addressing the shed antler issue. And then I know it's been brought up several times by some of the cabs and others, the update on the elk management plan. And also, I had heard as a subset to that, not only the elk management plan, but the sub-plan as well. And anyway, I think that is all. Oh, the other item that I had written down, which I don't anticipate, but I just thought I would throw it out for discussion, and that is the big game survey that has been disseminated. Would it, June, be too early to have any results from that, or?
We would have preliminary. We've already got some preliminary results, but we could give you that update at that time.
Yeah, perfect.
It would be a preliminary results, but
Yeah,
we'll give you an update.
Good. All right. Anything else from the commission on items maybe that we'd like to? Yeah, Commissioner Cabillo.
The one item that also came out of Emergent Technologies, we had recommended the discussion on the thermals.
Yeah.
Going to the commission level.
Those regulations, yes.
Yeah, good call. All right. Anything else we've missed for future, Commissioner Bourne?
The game cameras?
Game cameras was
both of
those items.
And everything that came out of emerging technology, we'll be bringing that forward, the recommendations that came out of that committee. Also, while it sounds pretty extensive right here, we'll take a look at it, and if we can, as we know, you guys like field trips, so we will try to take a look and see if we can maybe do something. And then coyote contest workshop. As I said, the list keeps getting longer.
Maybe a 3-day meeting by the time we're Yes, Commissioner Booth.
We still need to fill out the Wildlife Damage Management Committee, as we have a representative from the public that needs to be filled.
Yes.
From our Las Vegas meeting that we discussed.
Yes.
And we also need a cab member.
All righty. So I apologize, Mr. Booth. I know we've talked about this before, but a cab member and a member of the public is what we're, yep. And definitely we can chat about that and get some recommendations there. All right, perfect. Anything else from the commission? Commissioner McNinch, all good? All right, perfect. Well, thank you guys very much. This has been a busy couple of days, and I think, yeah, public comment. Darn it. Almost had it. So, yes, I apologize. Public comment. We will close out agenda item 21, go to agenda item 22. Any public comment? So, public comment here in Reno.
Chrissy Pope. I'm not quite sure where to present this, so I'm just going to do it on a public comment. With the Nye County Cab, there are a couple of things I wanted to get on the record that we would like to see maybe next year, and I've already talked to the department about it. In area 161, 164, and 171, 173, offering a mule deer or all legal weapon wilderness hunt. And in area 251, the elk depredation tag, we would like to see that be a cow or bull tag. And like I said, I've already talked to the department about this. They're on board, but I just wanted to get it on the record for you guys to possibly discuss too and for next year. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment here in Reno? Yes, Director Janae.
I will take the opportunity under public comment to just thank everybody that stuck it out. Today absolutely felt like like an endurance race and a marathon. But especially wanted to call out Megan and Dats for carrying forward on the new process. Also, as always, to the game guys, this is a slog. And I think the quality of presentations that they put forward this year are some of the best that I can recall in my memory. And so just wanted to absolutely call out that shout out. So thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Again, any additional public comment here in Reno? I don't believe so, but all right, seeing none. How about any public comment via Zoom?
Go ahead, Ms. Myers.
Good afternoon. This is Stephanie Myers, for the record. I would like to echo the comments made by Kathy Smith earlier this morning during the public comment period. As a matter of public trust, wouldn't it be advantageous for you if people like myself felt genuinely heard? Instead of thinking, oh, here's a comment by Stephanie Myers, so I don't have to be concerned, it would be nice to think that you actually cared about my comment, simply as a Nevada resident who loves our wildlife. You occasionally protest that, of course you listen to and value all public comment, but do you? Look how there was really no discussion among you about taking female bears off the harvest limits for the bear hunt. Other than Commissioner McNinch and a quick remark by Commissioner Barnes, nothing. Really, nothing. No discussion about our viewpoint. None. Just a quick cut by Commissioner Young to a motion to pass the agenda item. Done. By doing this, you are openly admitting that you don't care to listen to our input. Do we live in a democracy where public input should not only be solicited, but appreciated? Why are non-hunter concerns so quickly dismissed? Is it any wonder that we feel totally disregarded? It's sad. Thank you, gentlemen.
Go ahead, Mr. Bentley.
Yes, Clint Bentley for the record. I just wanted to publicly thank NDOW and the commission for the professional way that they have handled not only the request, the allocations, the tag allocations, but the transplant and translocation of the animals from the muddies. It's a very, very important item, and you've handled it extremely well. And I just want to thank you all. Have a nice weekend.
Go ahead, Mr. Volz.
Yes, for the verbatim record, Fred Volz. It bears acknowledgement that the last 2 days of death-dealing deliberations have focused on accommodating the needs of the fraternity of wildlife killers. Hunter convenience, opportunity, and success are your North Stars. The problem you perpetuate, of course, is that the best interests of wildlife species and the preferences of over 3 million Nevadans who don't buy your killing licenses, both of which you are statutorily required to address, have been consciously and consistently excluded from any decisions. Subjective seat-of-the-pants opinions on how many wildlife to kill coming from people with no scientific or statistical training does not follow the scientific approach to wildlife management you claim to slavishly follow. Euphemisms such as harvest and dispatch attempt to cover up the ugly truth of premeditated random wildlife killing. Even the extended discussion about bighorn sheep and disease had only one ultimate objective: provide more killing targets for your licensees. Forgotten in all the talk is the stark fact that you are a publicly funded agency that is not serving the entire public. What are you going to do to engage and reflect the views of Nevadans who do not buy your killing licenses? Wildlife is public property and not the exclusive preserve of hunters. The state of Nevada is also not a private hunting ranch. Quit operating it that way. Thank you.
No more.
All right. Seeing no additional public comment via Zoom, we, again, appreciate everybody, appreciate the dialogue over the last couple of days, been extremely productive, and we will stand adjourned. Thank you.